The traffic light glowed red, holding back the crowd of pedestrians waiting impatiently for the signal to change. Among them stood a young man absorbed in the screen of his phone, his expression twisted with irritation as he read the messages. Someone reminded him that today was June's birthday. He replied that he already had plans, but they insisted he at least bring a gift. At last, the light flicked green, releasing the crowd across the road. Even as he walked, a nearby chat asked where he was. He told them to go without him. One friend even offered to buy him food, but he refused. Caught in the tide of people, the young man bumped shoulders hard with an older passerby. The man snapped at him to watch where he was going, and the boy apologized quietly. He sighed to himself, thinking the day was already bad enough without strangers crashing into him. He tried to remember what June liked so he could choose a gift, but before he could gather his thoughts, a deafening roar rolled across the area. People stopped and looked around in confusion. Someone wondered out loud if it was an earthquake. Then lightning, massive beyond imagination, tore down from the sky. The crowd froze in disbelief. From the point of impact, a shock wave burst outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Panic erupted, cars exploded, buildings collapsed, and people sprinted forward, leaping over debris. Another colossal bolt struck a nearby building, and it too began to crumble as shattered glass blasted outward. Screams filled the air. People ran in every direction, trying to escape the falling wreckage, but not everyone managed to get away. A man clutching his head called out to a woman who lay unconscious. Smaller bolts of lightning began to rain from the sky, each one carving destruction wherever it fell. People and cars were tossed like toys. Covering his head, the young man ran with all his strength, dodging burning vehicles and the stampede of terrified pedestrians. A girl burst out of the metro station, screaming for help, not knowing where to run. He shouted to her and beckoned her toward him. She rushed forward, but before she could reach him, an ambulance plowed through the street and struck her. He kept running, unable to understand what was happening, desperately hoping this was all a dream. Lost in his thoughts, he reacted too late when a truck came hurtling toward him. His life flashed before his eyes. He threw an arm over his head, a useless gesture but braced for impact. It never came. He slowly opened his eyes, trembling. His fear gave way to confusion as everything around him blurred. His body twisted, his mind spun, as if he had been tossed inside a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit the sky once more, followed by another earth-shattering strike somewhere in the distance. His eyes snapped open fully. He looked around without moving, trying to understand. A moment ago he had been hit by a truck, hadn't he? With effort, he rolled onto his back, and what he saw made his breath catch. Above him hung two moons, one blue and one red. Enormous griffin-like birds soared across the sky. Naked and lying on unfamiliar ground, he could only stare in disbelief. Then came a terrible roar. He scrambled to his feet and turned toward the sound. As he stepped closer, his jaw clenched in shock. A massive bear was roaring furiously, foam flying from its mouth, while a pack of wolves circled it. Two wolves clamped onto its paw, and others crouched, ready to strike. Eyes wide, he watched the violent struggle, until suddenly the scene shattered. Instead of the bear, a doctor in a white coat stood before him, calmly writing in a notebook. The doctor repeated his question. Had the boy really awakened on another planet with two moons and witnessed wolves attacking a bear? Realizing how absurd it sounded, the young man lowered his eyes and said nothing. Jotting down the answer, the doctor asked the next logical question. How had he managed to return from that other world? The boy understood the question perfectly, but he had no idea how to answer. The wolves tore into the bear with brutal precision, sinking their fangs into its neck and ripping away chunks of flesh. Under the relentless assault, the bear's massive body lifted off the ground before crashing back down with a roar that sent stones flying in every direction. The pack moved as one. The largest wolves charged forward while the smaller ones stayed behind, surrounding the fallen bear and tearing it apart. Hidden between the rocks, our hero watched in terrified silence. He was so focused on the carnage that he failed to notice a snow-white wolf cub sneaking up behind him. The cub stared at him with calm curiosity, showing neither threat nor friendliness. Panic surged through him, and he cursed inwardly as fear filled his eyes. He bolted. Running with everything he had, he leapt over rocks as dust clouds burst beneath his feet. Dawn crept across the sky, painting it orange, but he could not slow down. His lungs burned, sweat stung his eyes, and every breath felt like fire. Still, he ran. Then, without warning, a translucent message appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1. He stared at it in confusion, unable to understand what it meant. Distracted, he never noticed the rock jutting from the ground until his foot caught on it. He stumbled and fell, straight onto a slope. Instead of hitting the ground once, he tumbled down the hill, crashing through bushes before finally dropping off a small ledge and landing headfirst into thick grass. He lay there coughing uncontrollably, tears and sweat dripping onto the earth. When he finally caught his breath, he wondered whether the strange sounds he heard were real or just illusions from exhaustion. Then something caught his eye. Bushes around him were heavy with red fruit, shaped like a cross between tomatoes and apples. His stomach growled loudly. One fruit lay on the ground, ants crawling across its skin. Seeing the insects unharmed, he reasoned the fruit probably wasn't poisonous. Kneeling, he grabbed one and bit into it hungrily. But midway through chewing, he froze. Something was watching him. He felt the gaze before he saw it. The grass rustled, and a deep rumbling sound rolled out from the shadows. Then a single massive red eye appeared, a vertical slit pupil staring straight at him. Terror pinned him in place. A giant snake with shimmering blue scales lunged from the grass, jaws wide. Paralyzed by shock, he stared into its eyes, accepting his fate. But before the snake could strike, a huge frog burst out of nowhere, clamping its jaws around the snake's throat. The two creatures tumbled away, the frog dragging the writhing serpent with it. Our hero sat frozen, fruit still in hand, listening to the grotesque sounds of the frog devouring the snake. He hiccuped, finally closed his mouth, and told himself this world was insane, or perhaps he was the insane one. Rain began to pour, drenching the strange forest. Water slid down enormous leaves, collecting in a puddle before dripping in a narrow stream. Perched on a tree branch, a makeshift cloth tied around his hips, our hero leaned back against the trunk and opened his mouth to catch the water. He drank greedily. 67 days had passed since he arrived in this alien world. Below him, the same wolf pack still prowled, tracking him without rest. He watched them with weary resignation, knowing they could catch him at any moment. But wolves were only one of the dangers. He needed a safer place. Night fell again, and the two familiar moons lit the sky. A year passed. Now stronger and more resilient, he discovered a giant bunch of bananas, each one as large as he was. With great effort, he tore a single banana free. It slipped from his grasp, but he caught it before it fell. Another message appeared. Your strength has increased by 1. Feeling the truth of it in his muscles, he hauled the enormous fruit onto the branch. While eating, he reflected on how he had managed to survive, or perhaps simply adapt to the madness around him. Below, the white wolf cub stood beneath the tree. It had been following him persistently for months. With cheeks stuffed full of banana, he realized he had almost grown accustomed to its presence. He might even miss it when it wandered out of sight. A warm stream of liquid suddenly slid down his back. Startled, he looked upward and immediately cursed under his breath. At the top of the tree sat a massive gorilla, baring its teeth as it began to descend with startling speed. Drool sprayed from its mouth as it lunged downward, swinging its enormous fists. Our hero tensed, watching the creature surge toward him. With one mighty blow, both fists slammed into the branch where he sat, shattering it into splinters. But he reacted in time, grabbing the hanging liana with one hand, while still managing to keep hold of his banana with the other. Dangling in the air, he cast an indifferent glance at the gorilla and muttered that perhaps she'd get lucky next time. But luck wasn't on her side. The branch she landed on snapped beneath her weight, sending her plummeting. The white wolf cub below watched wide-eyed as the giant body fell and landed right beside him. The impact blasted rocks and branches outward, and the cub was thrown back by the shockwave. Still clinging to the liana, our hero noticed the wolf cub's injury. A branch had pierced its paw. Before he could react, the gorilla, astonishingly still alive, slammed a massive hand into the ground and pushed herself upright. Her attention shifted from him to the cub. The wolf bristled, refusing to retreat even as the gorilla growled, lowering her gaze to him. She raised a massive fist. The blow sent the cub flying with a pained whine. Then something blurred through the air. Our hero, having let go of the liana, launched himself toward the gorilla. He landed on her back, and gripping his makeshift stick, drove it into her eye. Blood gushed as she roared in agony. But she was far from defeated. With both hands she grabbed him by the shoulders and hurled him like a rag doll. He slammed into the cliffside, the impact knocking the air out of him. Struggling to breathe, he managed to see the white cub scrambling to its feet and running. The gorilla charged again, flattening everything in her path. He stared at her through pain-blurred vision, bitterness curling his lips. He muttered that it had been foolish to get into this fight at all. The memory shattered as the doctor's voice cut through. Why had he done it? Why risk himself? Our hero sighed and replied that he could not keep running forever. Constant escape solved nothing. The doctor stared, unsure how to respond. Then the boy smiled faintly and added that wherever one went, there was always a ruler. In the memory, he sat slumped against a tree, unable to move. The gorilla thundered toward him, ready to crush his skull, until a massive white wolf launched from the side, jaws snapping for the gorilla's throat. Stunned, our hero watched as the pack closed in, attacking from all directions. Blood smeared his own face, but he barely noticed. Darkness overtook him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he realized the wolves had not harmed him. The cub had circled him protectively. He concluded that the pack believed he and the cub belonged together, and so they defended him. Soon he learned the truth. The white cub was the pup of the Crimson Wolf Pack's leader. Under the dual full moons, their howls echoed across the forest. The wolves stood atop a high ridge and howled in unison. They sprinted through the forest with fierce harmony, and he ran with them, the white cub at his side. He wasn't just surviving anymore, he was becoming part of their world. Gasping for breath on a hilltop, he stopped. The cub stopped with him, tongue lolling as it panted. He scooped the cub into his arms and carried him as he ran once more with the pack. Time passed. The cub grew into a massive white wolf, and our hero remained by his side. 2 years had passed since he had arrived in this strange world. A lone wolf howled atop the hill, and the crimson wolves answered in perfect unison. He lifted his head and howled with them. He often thought the wolves must have accepted him as one of their own. Over the years he grew stronger, strong enough to sprint up sheer cliffs without struggle, and that was no surprise. It had already been 31 years since he first arrived in this strange world. A giant snake suddenly burst from the rocks below and slithered rapidly uphill after him, but he had anticipated this. Drawing his knife, he muttered that even after all this time he still had no idea how to escape this world. He had never found the slightest trace of civilization. With one swift motion, he slashed the snake open from its jaws almost to its tail. The wolves below leapt in to finish the job, tearing apart the rest of the creature. Soon after, they hunted a boar. Running alongside the wolves, he felt fully integrated into the pack, participating in their endless battles for territory. He swung from the vines while watching the wolves chase the boar. Then he leapt, letting out a hunting roar. Mid-air, he released the liana, drew his knife, and plunged down onto the boar's head. The blade slid in effortlessly. A flock of birds burst into the cloudless blue sky as he stood atop a hill. Realizing 120 years had passed, he was certain now he was the only human on this planet. He remembered mourning fallen wolves. He had made countless furry companions and lost just as many. Sitting on the cliff with a blood-soaked knife, he realized he no longer knew how long he had been here. Centuries had passed. He did not understand how he was still alive. The doctor's voice intruded on the memory, concluding that even after 500 years and becoming the wolves' leader, he had found no civilization at all. So how had he returned to Earth? Our hero Sit's gaze drifted back into the memory. On a moonlit hilltop, a pack of crimson wolves charged toward an opposing tribe of gorillas. Both sides bristled, growled, and prepared for war. He ran with the wolves, wearing crude boots he had fashioned over the centuries. The two forces collided, howling and roaring as the battle erupted. He looked like a beast himself now. Knife in hand, he pushed off the ground with all his strength. Suspended in the air, he drew back his arm to strike a gorilla. Then a thunderclap shook the battlefield. The sound was unmistakable. It was the same sound he had heard on Earth, all those centuries ago. He froze in disbelief. His consciousness twisted, spiraling away as the world distorted around him. Everything slowed. The battle, the roar, the charging gorilla. Lightning struck the ground where he stood and swallowed him whole. When the flash faded, he was gone. Only his ancient knife remained. Suddenly, a ruined city appeared. Cracked buildings lined a broken road where 3 people walked cautiously. A radio in one of their hands beeped repeatedly. One of them halted. Great. A woman with long hair turned and said, "We stature going this way." The device screeched louder. Her companion protested. "But Captain," she cut him off, explaining that the spatial energy readings were off the charts. "Send the coordinates to portal control. Now," the other man ordered. The youngest pressed a button on his instrument. Coordinates sent. A pillar of light exploded open before them. "The portal is opening," someone shouted. All 3 scrambled back. One muttered that they had no idea what might come out. Another admitted he had a very bad feeling. They sprinted away, but the shockwave blasted outward, throwing them like ragdolls. Coughing, one man screamed in terror that the portal had opened. Another clung to a wall, shouting that he didn't want to die. Only the woman stood firm. She turned toward the portal, hand gripping the hilt of her katana. "I selt buy time. Run," she barked. One of the boys fumbled with his device, calling the bureau for emergency backup. The portal glowed like a blazing red circle as the woman faced it head-on. "Come on," she thought fiercely. "Come out, I'll tear you apart." A silhouette stepped into view within the crimson glow. Her breath caught. Her defiance faltered. She stared as the haze dissolved and a human figure became visible. It was him. Her fear melted into stunned disbelief. "Is that truly a human?" she whispered, as a tremor ran through her body. Our hero, after centuries living like a beast, stumbled out of the portal in utter confusion. His instincts, sharpened by 1,000 years among predators, lashed out first. He opened his mouth and released a deafening scream. It sounded nothing like a human voice. It was the roar of a wild animal. The girl standing before the portal froze in absolute shock. Her hand gripped the hilt of her katana so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She had prepared herself to face an unknown enemy, but the creature emerging from the portal, this man radiated a primal, suffocating pressure that made her tremble. Steve snarled at her, his eyes sharp and predatory. She could hardly believe he was human at all. Her instincts screamed that this was a beast, not a man, but then the roar abruptly stopped. Steve's strength drained. He sank to his knees, then collapsed entirely as the portal's fading hum quieted behind him. The two men who had called for reinforcements approached cautiously. They stared at the unconscious figure on the ground, astonished that a human had come through. The girl's fear eased, replaced by bewilderment. What had she just witnessed? What kind of power did this man possess? She looked at his sleeping face and admitted silently that she had never felt such overwhelming pressure, not even in the highest level dungeons. She could not understand who or what he was. One of her companions radioed in, saying reinforcements were no longer needed. Someone had returned, and they needed medical support immediately. Steve sat on a hospital couch as the doctor switched off his recorder. The man smiled gratefully and said he would pass Steve's testimony to the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve's vitals were normal. He would be discharged soon. Steve lowered his head and quietly called the doctor by name. The doctor, already at the door, paused in surprise. Steve told him that for the first time in 1,000 years he was speaking to a civilized human being and thanked him for listening. The doctor replied that Steve had shared an extraordinary story and that the world should be thanking a hero who survived a millennia-long ordeal. Steve watched him leave, suspicion flickering in his eyes. The door clicked shut. Down the hallway, the doctor walked to his office, deep in thought. He found Steve fascinating. His story was so vivid and detailed that he could have been a novelist, but all the same, he had to file the report. The Bureau of Awakened People towered over the city, several high-rises with helipads dotting their roofs. In the captain's office, the girl with the katana, Jean, scanned a file. "Is this information correct?" she asked. The captain blinked. "What step's wrong?" "This says he sits rank F." The captain nodded. "A rare case. If he were rank E, the state would grant us benefits." John frowned. "Rank 5 means he sits basically an ordinary civilian. Someone like that shouldn't sit even be able to cross a portal." "Are you certain this isn't an error?" "Maybe he was lucky," the captain suggested. "Or hiding. He could have stumbled across a return stone by accident." He handed her a tablet. "Here." The Dr. Sip's report from the hospital. The diagnosis listed post-traumatic stress disorder and a prescription for antidepressants. Jean Sip's eyes narrowed at a specific line. "He exhibits wolf-like behavior." She remembered the man emerging from the portal, that overwhelming pressure, those wild eyes. At the time, she had trusted her instincts. Now she wondered if she had imagined it. Everything seemed too surreal. "This is his file," she confirmed. "Yes." Regardless of the details, the captain said, "We still treat him as a returned." Jean requested permission to deliver the documents personally. The captain stared, confused why she insisted, but she simply replied, "I need to see it with my own eyes." Though years had passed, the hospital looked the same as any other. Steve lay on his bed, thinking, 2 weeks since his return. 2 weeks in a world he once belonged to, yet now felt alien. He had long wished for this day, but now that he was here, he didn't know what to do. A nurse entered with a food tray, telling him it was time to eat. His stomach growled loudly. Only now did he realize he was starving. The dishes looked delicious, and he decided survival came first. A knock sounded. The door opened immediately, and Jean stepped inside. She stopped cold. Steve was squatting on the couch, eating like a feral animal. No cutlery, no restraint, just raw instinct guiding his movements. When he glanced at her, it was only briefly, as if assessing a presence near his food. Jan managed to greet him. Steve paused mid-bite and muttered, "That smell, that blonde hair." He crouched beside her, sniffing lightly. "You seem familiar." Jean stiffened. "I stepped the first person you saw when you returned." She remembered how he looked emerging from the portal, a predator. Even now, watching him devour food, she questioned her instincts. Was he dangerous, or simply broken? Steve licked the tray clean and set it aside. "The food is good." Then he asked, "What is this Bureau of Awakened you mentioned?" Jean blinked. "Why are you speaking so casually to me?" Steve stared in confusion, then replied simply, "I seppen 1,000 years older than you." Jean remembered the doctor's diagnosis, wolf-like behavior, and looked away. Reminding herself that Steve was technically still a patient, she placed the papers before him and explained that the Bureau of Awakened People existed to help individuals like him adapt. Everything he needed to know was written in the document. All he had to do was read carefully and sign the consent form. Steve picked up the pen and immediately sniffed it. Jean stared at him. "Why do you keep sniffing everything?" He replied, almost offended. 1,000 years have passed, and you still use pens." Jean snapped, "Sign it. Don't draw with it." He apologized softly and added, "Usups is still the same as you were 1,000 years ago." She muttered a curse, called him a Neanderthal, and thinking he really was just an idiot, pointed once again to where he needed to sign. While she waited, she noticed him doodling instead, sketching a wolf on the corner of the page. Slightly embarrassed to interrupt, she asked, "Did you learn to draw there?" "I already knew how," he replied. "And did you learn anything else?" she pressed. Magic, voodoo, martial arts? He blinked at her. I lived in the forest to survive. Jean finished the sentence for him, annoyed. So you spent 10 years running for your life. Steve stopped drawing. 10 years? What are you talking about? To become a real returnee, someone who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and absorb their spatial energy, but you probably just stumbled onto a travel stone. She sighed. I misread the situation. Steve repeated in disbelief. 10? I wasn't set in the jungle for 10 years. I was there for 1,000. John Sepp's voice rose. Stop joking. You Steph been gone since 2015. It's Sepp's 2025. 10 years. Steve snatched the documents, flipping through them frantically. The dates were there. Clear. Undeniable. Only 10 years had passed on Earth. He felt the world tilt beneath him. Jan tossed him a card. Your awakened ID. Half of your medical expenses will be subsidized, so read the documents, and when you recover, go back to your family. She left without waiting for a reply. Steve stared at the closed door. Family. A word he had forgotten. He clutched the documents, trembling as he read. If only 10 years had passed, were they still alive? His eyes widened when he reached the page listing his relatives. His mother, his father, both dead. The words echoed in the empty room. He whispered it again, hollowly. They Sept are gone. Hands shaking, he flipped through the document, until he found his younger brother's name. Chad, alive. Steve surged to his feet and ran from the room. He only had one thought. Find Chad. Nurses called after him, but he didn't stop. He burst into the doctor's office and shouted for Dr. Baldy. The nurse scolded him, but Baldy only looked up, startled. Then he smiled kindly. What Sep's wrong? Steve stood firmly. I need your help. My brother is alive. I have to find him. Please discharge me. The doctor folded his hands calmly. You stir healthy enough to return to society, but why not wait until your brother comes to visit? He stir calm. You don't understand, Steve insisted. I stem not here to ask permission. Baldy chuckled at his defiant tone. Is that so? He paused, running a finger down the crease of his trousers as he considered something. Then he said, all right. Steve blinked. Really? Yes, but on one condition. Moments later, Steve sat in the back seat of a taxi, thanking the doctor repeatedly and promising he would never forget the favor. Baldy stood beside the vehicle, looking rather pleased with himself. He instructed the driver, he hasn't set fully recovered. Make sure he arrives safely. The taxi pulled away, and Steve's journey to find his brother began. The yellow taxi rumbled away into traffic while Dr. Baldy and the nurse watched from the curb. The nurse crossed her arms and scolded him gently. You paid his hospital bill, bought him clothes, even paid for his taxi. Why? We usually just let frank patients take care of themselves. And why does he call you Dr. Baldy like you steer old friends? The doctor chuckled. Why? I stem not even sure myself. Maybe, he thought for a moment, smiling faintly. Maybe I want to keep listening to his story. The nurse blinked in disbelief. Why listen to that nonsense? They returned to the office. The door handle hung mangled, flattened like clay. The nurse sighed. I already called a repairman. I still don't know how it broke like this. A sudden image flashed, Steve gripping the handle in panic, crushing it as easily as a twig. Dr. Baldy didn't answer right away. He sat down slowly, hands on the chair sip's armrests, closing his eyes. This was the second door handle Steve had destroyed, and the doctor realized something unnerving. He hadn't smelled anything strange about Steve, yet the man had monstrous strength. Meanwhile, the taxi crawled through evening traffic. On the tablet mounted to the dashboard, breaking news interrupted the broadcast. A reporter announced that due to miscalculating a portal's appearance time, monsters had emerged into an unprotected field. The screen showed a towering, nightmarish creature with rows of teeth, and a second twisting mouth growing from within the first. The ministry had deployed the army and air force. The situation was contained in 50 minutes, but at a heavy cost. 2 tanks destroyed, 12 soldiers and awakened dead. The broadcast ended, replaced by the flashy intro to a fighting show. League of Zoom, a televised battle club for awakened warriors. 2 C-rank fighters appeared on screen. The commentator said the winner would challenge the world's second-ranked warrior. Steve watched quietly, not understanding any of it. The driver, however, was thrilled. Look at that footwork. If I were awakened, I set quit this taxi job and join a guild. Steve asked calmly. Are there hunting grounds here too? The driver nearly swerved. Hunting grounds? What, did you hit your head that hard? Steve didn't argue. He only said, just explain it without beating around the bush. So the driver did. 10 years ago, the day of the great catastrophe, portals opened all over the world, monsters poured in, helicopters tried to shoot them down, but it didn't matter. 10% of humanity died that day. Steve Sepp's chest tightened. Since then, the driver continued, the military can handle everything, so mercenaries awakened fight the monsters instead. They get licenses, get paid, join guilds. Steve asked, How does one get a mercenary license? The driver laughed. Not just anyone. You have to be awakened and pass the Bureau Sits exam. Steve absorbed this new reality. It felt more alien than the world of wolves. By sunset, the taxi reached the outskirts of the city. Narrow streets, small houses, old cars lining the curbs. The driver parked beside a two-story brick home. "This is it," he said. "Spend time with your little brother." Steve thanked him, swallowing hard. He approached the house slowly, heart pounding. Was Chad really just behind that door? An elderly woman at the window noticed him and leaned out, annoyed. "Who are you?" "I came to see Chad," Steve answered. The old woman froze when she heard the name. She stared at him closely, her expression shifting from shock to anger. "You brat," still wet behind the ears. "How dare you speak to your elders like that?" Steve blinked in confusion, completely lost. He waited for an explanation but none came. The woman simply glared at him like he had offended her somehow. And Steve, who had fought beasts and survived a 1,000-year nightmare, found himself utterly baffled by an old woman in a window. The old woman snapped that no Chad lived here and barked at Steve to leave immediately. She slammed the window shut, leaving him standing on the doorstep in pure confusion. Maybe he was at the wrong house. But then he heard shouting inside. "Those creditors keep coming here. I'm sick of it." And a child Sip's trembling voice answered, "Has that scary man come back?" Steve froze. A child afraid of a loan collector? His confusion deepened as he listened. The old woman soothed the child, saying the man hadn't returned yet. Steve couldn't understand how this world supposedly civilized could terrify a child who had done nothing wrong. He approached the front door. Inside, the old woman muttered that the boy's father worked non-stop, yet their debts only grew. The child asked, "Is Daddy drowning in debt?" And the woman quickly hushed him, telling him to keep eating. A mailbox hung crookedly beside the door, stuffed full of envelopes. Steve took one out. The name on it, Chad. The sender, a debt collection agency. Steve Sepp's stomach tightened. Chad, a debtor? He stepped away, unwilling to trouble the old woman further. As he walked down the street, he mulled over what he'd learned. In the wild world, strength was law, but here, money was strength. And without it, even a child suffered. His fists clenched. He needed power, real power, if he was going to survive in this world and help his brother. Lost in heavy thoughts, he arrived at the Bureau of the Awakened. He entered without issue, and approached the scanning terminal. When he placed his ID card down, a message appeared. "Does not match." A bored receptionist at the checkpoint looked up. "Your mercenary application was rejected. You don't meet the requirements." Steve frowned. "But I sep an awakened Frank." "Oh, you start rank F, alright," she said, "but you don't have enough awakening points." "I just came out of the portal 2 weeks ago," he insisted. She laughed. "Normal people can go through portals, they be ripped apart." "I felt that pain before," Steve murmured. "Leave the fantasies at home," she sighed. "Go to school or earn points in the field, then come back when you are properly awakened." Steve drifted toward the reward wall, reading the poster, goblins. $500 each. He read it twice, not understanding what goblins they meant. Exhausted, he stared blankly. He needed answers, and money. From above, the city looked divided, tall walls carved through every district. He remembered asking a taxi driver about them earlier. "Oh yeah," the driver said, "they surround the whole city. Check the Maps app." "What app?" Steve had asked, causing the driver to stare at him like he'd grown another head. The driver explained the city's structure, 12 districts, gates separating them, and gates leading out to the fields. Steve realized he absolutely needed a phone. The taxi stopped at a massive gate, marked 27. The driver pointed ahead. "This is the field gate. Good luck, man." Steve thanked him and stepped out, staring at the towering structure. According to what he had learned, crossing through these gates meant entering the hunting grounds, hostile zones filled with monsters. He walked through the checkpoint cautiously, then approached 2 armed soldiers guarding the entrance. "What brings you here?" one soldier asked. Steve replied firmly, "I in here to hunt." The soldier scowled. "License?" Steve lowered his head. "I don't have one." The second soldier stepped forward. "Civilians are banned from entering the field." But before anything else could be said, a loud commotion erupted from the entrance. "Close the gate," someone shouted. "It's too late," another voice yelled. An SUV blasted out of the field, smashing through barriers. A grotesque creature clung to the driver's neck, its fangs buried deep. The vehicle swerved violently, flipping and slamming into a concrete wall with bone-shattering force. A soldier grabbed his radio, screaming, calling Special Squad. "We have a breach." The others advanced slowly toward the overturned vehicle in a tight formation, weapons raised. The commanding officer barked orders to establish a line. Something inside the SUV twitched. The soldiers held their breath. Steve stood behind them watching the scene unfold, yet compared to the horrors he had survived for centuries, he felt a familiar deadly calm settling over him. Something was coming out. The soldiers steadied their rifles as something inside the overturned SUV began to move. "Take aim," the commanding officer shouted. A massive green hand, bleeding, clawed, and inhuman, smashed through the shattered window. Then the creature pulled itself out, its long fangs glinting as it growled. "Fire!" The soldiers unleashed a deafening barrage. Explosions of gunfire echoed through the gate as dozens of bullets tore into the creature. It screeched, shaking under the impact, its body shredded with holes before collapsing atop the wreckage. "Cease fire. All clear. Call an ambulance." Only then did one soldier notice something strange. "Where steps that guy? The one who came in a taxi? The crazy one? He ran away. Must have been scared." But Steve hadn't set run from fear. He had slipped through the gate. He walked slowly down the broken road, whispering to himself, "Is this really a field?" He closed his eyes and let his senses open. He could smell everything, hear everything. The field was alive, and he felt all of it. He climbed a rubble-covered hill, staring at the ruined buildings stretching across the horizon. The sun painted the sky orange as it set behind the shattered silhouettes of a fallen city. Darkness soon followed, and he stood still beneath it, feeling a familiar comfort. Night. A world he understood. He stepped forward off the cliff without hesitation. His body plummeted. His eyes closed. Now, the hunt begins. He landed hard, one knee striking the asphalt. Dust exploded around him. The ground cracked beneath the force, yet he rose smoothly, ignoring the damage. Hand to the ground. Leaning forward, he lunged. The pavement detonated beneath his feet as he surged ahead. So fast he became a blur. The dust trail behind him was the only sign of his passage. He leapt upward, ascending the height of an entire building. But midway, something felt wrong. His breath faltered. His strength dipped. He barely managed to grab the edge of the roof. Panting, he pulled himself up and wondered if returning to Earth had weakened him. Under the full moon's glow, he stood at the rooftop edge, hands tucked in his pockets. Concentrating, he sniffed the air. Something answered. He turned his head toward it. He jumped off the building, landing lightly, then sprinted toward the source of the scent, the same building he had noticed earlier from atop the hill. Inside that crumbling structure, a white wolf, its fur stained crimson with blood, was cornered. 3 monsters surrounded it, their eyes gleaming with triumph. The largest growled deeply, savoring its imminent kill. But the wolf refused to bow. It pressed itself against the wall, snarling defiantly. Steve approached quietly, step by step. The wolf met his gaze. "Do you want help?" he asked silently. And in the wolf's eyes he saw the answer. Yes. The monsters lunged. Steve smirked. He rushed forward with a speed that blurred his outline. "You're all my prey now," he growled. His fist connected with the first monster's skull. Crack. And it dropped instantly, its head splitting open like a crushed watermelon. Suddenly, a glowing message materialized before his eyes. "Searching for your class. Searching for your class. System error." More windows popped up, multiplying rapidly. "What?" Steve muttered. "System error?" He waved dismissively. "Delete." And they vanished instantly. Along with his distraction went the monster's patience. A pack surrounded him, teeth bared. One monster charged. Steve struck once. Its teeth shattered into powder. Another lunged. Steve slammed a fist into its skull and sent it flying. The third tried to flee, scrambling up the wall in terror, but a sound behind it made it turn. Steve was already there. He grabbed its head with one hand, stopping it cold, and hurled it down. The creature hit the ground with a heavy broken gasp. The battlefield fell silent, except for Steve's steady breathing and the soft growl of the white wolf behind him. The hunt had only just begun. The monster's neck snapped on impact, its body collapsing in a heap. Steve leapt down after it, landing lightly beside the corpse. Dust settled around him. And then another glowing window appeared. "Your class is derailed. Resetting statistics. Impossible. Failed to obtain new abilities. Fatal error." Steve stared at the last message, his eyes widening. He remembered this error hundreds of years ago in the jungle. When his constitution reached its maximum, the system had stopped increasing it. No matter how much he trained or fought, he never received another improvement message. And now he realized something else. Statuses existed on Earth too. "Maybe that's why I feel weaker," he muttered. Another window blinked into existence. "Access to store. Open." "A store?" Steve whispered, stunned. He pressed the button. A new interface appeared. Velk points. 7. Water bottle. 1 Velk. Bread rye. 2 Velk. "That's it?" Steve groaned. Still, he chose water and bread. A bottle and bun materialized in front of him, hovering in midair before dropping softly at his feet. A faint whine snapped him out of his thoughts. The white she-wolf, bleeding heavily, lay against the wall, a small wolf cub crying beside her. Steve approached slowly so as not to frighten them. Kneeling beside the she-wolf, he stroked her muzzle. She was dying. Her breaths were short and ragged. "Poison," the cub whimpered. Steve sighed. I didn't come here to be a babysitter, he said softly. Talk to me. But the she-wolf could no longer respond. Her eyes fluttered shut. The wolf cub stared at him with impossibly sad eyes. Steve sighed again. Fine, I get it, he muttered. Maybe this meeting was meant to be. Instead of taking the water, he reached into his jacket and pulled out the rye bun. He placed it gently in front of the cub. Eat. While the cub ate, Steve returned to the battlefield. 7 dead monsters. He counted them all. A car would have been useful, he said with a tired exhale. The sun rose over the ruined city, painting the world gold. Steve stood with his eyes closed, soaking in the warmth. Later, he sat beneath a large tree. The cub slept curled in his lap. Before him lay the freshly covered grave of the she-wolf. He stroked the pup's back. It's time to go. At gate 27, chaos erupted. Cars were backed up. Drivers argued with soldiers about quarantine procedures. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Heads turned. Eyes widened. A soldier whispered, "Is that?" From the gate, Steve walked out, calm, steady, carrying a wolf cub in one arm, and strapped across his back. 7 monster corpses, still dripping blood. A driver gaped. He carried all that by himself? Another choked. Did he kill them alone? The soldier finally recognized him. It's Tim. Steve marched straight into the Bureau of Awakened People and returned to the clerk who had denied him earlier. Her jaw hung open as she calculated his earnings. For 7 goblins, that sips $350,000. 3 heliotrope minerals, $60,000. Quarantine and puppy vaccinations, deducting $200. Total payout, $410,000. Steve blinked. What sips heliotrope? She held up a glowing red stone. This is taken from a goblin sit's heart. Value depends on size and energy. She added, since you don't have a bank account, you get cash, but you should open one. You said we're capable. Steve stared at the thick stack of bills in his hands. If I keep hunting, money won't set to be a problem. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a white van pulled up to a small corner store. The driver greeted the owner. Where's Chad? Haven't seen him lately. Part-time job, the young man replied. Poor kid suffering from debt. Field work is tough, Chad admitted, but the pay worth it. The owner handed him a chocolate bar. Bill likes these. Chad handed over a bottle of beer. Count that too. The van rolled off again. Chad, cheerful and humming to himself, was on his way home, completely unaware that his older brother, whom he thought long dead, was finally back in the world, and getting closer with every step. Suddenly, someone behind Chad called his name. He turned, startled by the familiar voice, but before he could react, a baton struck him brutally from behind. Chad collapsed, the groceries spilling out of his bag across the ground. The man holding the baton grinned cruelly, saying he was glad to see Chad again. He added that they were starting to think Chad had abandoned the child and run away. Blood trickled down Chad's forehead as he stared at the group of men in terror. The quiet neighborhood filled with sobs and the dull sound of blows. The man with the baton looked Chad over and commented mockingly that the boy's face had improved. Then he lowered the baton to his shoulder and began shouting. He complained that he had lost count of how many times he had come here for the money. Chad apologized repeatedly, trying to endure the pain. He held out a wad of cash. Everything he had earned, $240,000. The man counted it aloud, $160 for the month, $120 in interest, gasoline, dry cleaning. He sat down on the steps, unimpressed. Too little. 2 more men stood behind Chad, blocking his escape. Hearing this, Chad trembled violently, tears welled in his eyes. I get the rest, I swear. 3 days, please. I get it in 3 days. The man struck him again. And do you know how much interest builds in 3 days? He raised the baton once more. If you lie to me again, he never finished the sentence. A voice cut through the street like a blade. Hey, freak. Everyone turned. Steve approached with calm, steady steps, and beside him padded a small white wolf cub. The man frowned and demanded to know who he was, but Chad had already recognized him. His breath caught. His eyes widened. His voice broke. Big, brother. Steve's face was carved in stone. No smile, no softness, only a cold, controlled fury burning behind his eyes. He saw only one thing, his little brother on the ground. Chad rose shakily from his knees, unable to believe who stood before him. The bandit stared between them, confused. Steve took one step, then another. He stopped before Chad, knelt down, and looked him directly in the eyes. Chad, he whispered with a tenderness that contradicted his intimidating presence. Is it really you? Chad stared back at him, overwhelmed. The only word he could form was brother, and with that single word old memories resurfaced, memories Chad had buried long ago. He remembered being beaten by 4 bullies at school. One searched his pockets while another mocked him. Chad pleaded that he had nothing left. The boys didn't believe him. He looked up then, and saw Steve walking by holding bags of trash. "Steve," Chad screamed. "Help me." The bullies turned in surprise, but Steve only walked past them toward the dumpsters. He didn't even glance at his brother. He simply threw away the trash and walked back, ignoring Chad as he begged. The bullies resumed beating him, telling him that real friends were supposed to help with money. Chad cried through the pain, watching Steve walk away. His brother had abandoned him once, and Chad never forgot that feeling. Later, when the red domes appeared over the city and monsters began crawling out, Chad was home watching the news. The broadcast was interrupted by a violent knock at the door. Chad ran in fear, thinking, "Mom?" But it wasn't his mother. It was his aunt and uncle. They said they couldn't reach his parents and asked where Steve was. Before anyone could answer, an explosion ripped through the hallway. The blast threw Chad across the room. The wall collapsed, stones flying everywhere. A monster with 3 long snake-like necks rose above the destroyed street. As people screamed in terror, Chad lay bleeding on the floor, paralyzed with fear. Through the broken wall, a giant monstrous eye stared directly inside. He held his breath, certain he would die. But the monster didn't see him and moved on. Sitting in the wreckage, Chad thought bitterly that he no longer cared if Steve vanished from the world entirely. And now, seeing his brother standing before him after 10 years, he realized that these were the exact thoughts he had carried all this time. Steve smiled faintly. "You still gotten older, Chad." Chad still stared at Steve in disbelief. For 10 years he had truly believed his older brother was dead. Now Steve stood before him, alive. Their reunion was interrupted when the bandit crouched beside Chad and mockingly asked if he had hit his head. Pointing at Steve, he sneered, "How could this brat possibly be your older brother?" That was the moment Steve's expression changed. Before anyone could react, Steve grabbed the man's head and slammed him toward the ground. Then, with effortless force, he hurled the bandit backward. The man flipped through the air and crashed against the wall, knocking a stack of wooden rods onto himself. Chad watched, stunned. He had never seen anyone move like that. The 2 other thugs growled at Steve, furious that their leader had been tossed aside so easily, but Steve didn't even acknowledge them. He looked only at Chad. "Are you hurt?" Chad shook his head. "I stamp fine." The bandits took Steve's calmness as disrespect. One rushed forward and kicked Steve in the neck. Steve didn't flinch, didn't react, didn't even look at him. A heartbeat later, the thug screamed as he was launched sideways, his leg twisting into an unnatural shape. He collapsed onto the pavement, clutching his shattered limb. The last thug froze where he stood, trembling. He immediately understood. Steve was awakened. Steve turned his gaze on him. "You, come here." The boy backed away in terror, babbling that he never attacked anyone and had tried to stop the others. Steve wasn't interested in harming him. He pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and dropped it on the ground. "Take it," he said coldly, "and get out." The boy bowed repeatedly, scooped up the money, and fled. Steve helped Chad to his feet. Together they walked home in silence, the wolf cub trotting happily beside them. When they arrived, it was already dark. Stars glittered above the small old house. The same elderly woman who earlier shouted at Steve now stared at the brothers in complete shock. She looked from Steve, to Chad, to the wolf cub, then back to Steve. Is this really your older brother?" she whispered. Chad grinned and nodded. "Yeah, it's Steve." Steve handed her a bag. "This is beef." Suspicious, the woman opened it. Fresh, good quality meat filled the bag. Her eyes widened before she muttered a quiet curse under her breath. She sighed and ushered them inside. "You should have told me sooner you had family." The boy fell asleep waiting. Inside, Bill, the little boy, slept on the floor. The wolf cub immediately padded over, sniffing his hair curiously. Steve knelt beside him. "Is he your son?" "His name is Bill," Chad said softly. "He sets everything to me." "What about his mother?" Chad's smile faded. "She chose a different life." "It's my fault." The wolf cub gently licked Bill's head, comforting him even in sleep. Steve watched them both with sadness. "Let's get a drink," he suggested quietly. Chad accepted. Later, in a small diner, the brothers clinked glasses. Neon lights reflected off the table. Chad still couldn't believe Steve had returned, and returned stronger than any awakened he had ever seen on TV. Steve Sepp's tone shifted seriously. "How much do you still owe?" Chad hesitated. "About $5,000. Steve grinned. That amount didn't worry him anymore. "I can cover that, now that I have a job." Chad blinked. "A job? What job?" Steve tilted his head. "You tell me. What's your job?" Chad drank from his glass, embarrassed. "I loader, a delivery driver. No one else takes the dangerous routes, so they pay me well." "Is the truck yours?" Steve asked. "No, it belonged to the old lady Sepp's son. She lends it to me." "And what does her son do now?" Chad Stett's face darkened. "He died during a delivery. She took care of his boy Bill, like her own. She saved us." Before Steve could respond, Bill woke up back home. The wolf cub licked his face, making him giggle. He ran into the kitchen with the pup in his arms. Daddy. Chad turned, smiling brightly. You. Star awake. Bill stared curiously at Steve. Who sets that? That Sep's your uncle, Chad said proudly. Bill shyly waved. Can I play with the puppy? Steve couldn't help but smile warmly. Of course. Bill Sep's squeals of happiness echoed through the house. As he played with the cub, Chad laughed. He Seps wanted a puppy for years. Yusef made his whole world. Steve didn't respond at first. He simply watched them, his family, with a quiet, unfamiliar warmth growing in his chest. After a moment, he looked at Chad. Why don't we work together? He said. Chad blinked, stunned by the offer. Work together? What do you mean? Steve insisted he would handle everything himself. All Chad had to do was help with the truck. Chad blinked in confusion, asking what job Steve was even talking about. With a dark, confident grin, Steve revealed his plan: monster hunting. Chad was sure he'd misheard and asked again, only to get the same answer. The next day, Steve arrived at the Bureau of the Awakened. The receptionist looked over his documents with clear excitement. She told him he was officially registered as an Awakened, and immediately boosted his level. He received his new identification card, stamped with his class. Druid, rank F. She explained that he would now receive government payments directly to that card. Then she handed him a box containing a phone, a gift for newly awakened hunters. She reminded him to download the mandatory application, which would send him mission details and available hunting locations. If he captured enough monsters, his rank would rise to E, earning him extra bonuses. She added that with persistence like his, people like him could help save the land. Finally, she informed him that the system errors in his status screen had been resolved and told him to try opening it. A translucent window appeared before Steve, filled with numbers and attributes he didn't fully understand. Some values, like harmony, were shockingly low, and he wondered how difficult it would be to raise them. Meanwhile, on a sunlit highway, a white delivery van sped between mountain shadows. Chad's phone, mounted on the dashboard, rang. The screen displayed a single word: brother. Chad congratulated him on the new phone and asked if he had finished registering. He explained he had only one last delivery before coming to meet him. When he learned Steve still needed to pass the mercenary exam, he warned him that being rank F would make killing monsters difficult. But Steve cut the call short, irritating Chad, who wondered how his brother could have changed so drastically. As Steve walked through the city checking his phone, he received a notification for monster hunting bonuses, and unknowingly passed by an active portal. At the gate's entrance, traffic was backed up. Drivers honked and shouted for the line to move faster. Among the stopped cars sat a green SUV that blended easily into the crowd. Inside were young men in white jackets. The man in the passenger seat stared tiredly out the window, while the three in the back trembled nervously, preparing for their first real battle. The driver tried to calm them, reminding them that as awakened, they had nothing to fear. If they passed this trial, they would be accepted as core members of the Shinra Guild. Determined, they promised to do whatever it took. The man in the passenger seat scowled at their enthusiasm. He believed they had no real ability, and were only present because of their wealthy families. In his mind, they were destined to fail again. At the checkpoint, a soldier reviewed his monitor and called for the next person. When he looked up, he was startled. Steve stood alone in a fresh tracksuit with no visible equipment. The soldier asked if he was entering the gate by himself and requested his pass card. When Steve tapped it to the terminal, it flashed green. The soldier noted his name and rank F status. As Steve approached the entrance, the soldier tried to stop him, asking if he understood how dangerous the gate was. Inside the SUV, the passenger noticed Steve walking straight toward the gate. The soldiers debated whether they should even allow someone with no equipment to go in alone. Then another soldier recognized him as the man who had killed 7 goblins at Gate 27 the previous day. The SUV's occupants overheard this, stunned that he intended to enter again and without gear. Once the system unfroze, the soldier waved the SUV forward. The man in the passenger seat abruptly ordered the driver to chase Steve, startling him, but the driver obeyed, accelerating through the gate. They turned the same corner Steve had taken, but as the SUV screeched to a stop, the men stared in disbelief. The path ahead was empty. Steve had vanished completely. The driver looked around in confusion, trying to understand how someone they were seconds away from catching had disappeared without a trace. The man watching from the shadows wore a sinister smile, convinced he had found an easy target. But at that very moment, Steve was already sprinting through the forest, kicking up clouds of dust with every long, powerful stride. When he finally slowed to a stop, he planted one foot forward, bent over with his hands on his hips, and tried to catch his breath. The run told him everything he needed to know. His body truly had weakened. Opening his status menu only confirmed it. If he wanted to survive, training was unavoidable. Then he heard something ahead. Steve straightened, focusing on the faint noise. Voices. Human voices. One snarled, "Come on, attack, coward." Another shouted back, Do you want to die? From the sound of metal clashing, Steve guessed they were sword fighting. He glanced left, pinpointing the direction, and a predatory smile crept across his face. This wasn't monsters fighting. This was a clash between awakened. He couldn't resist watching. A scream cut through the forest as a severed hand, still gripping a sword, sailed through the air trailing blood. Someone roared, "Attack!" Steve broke into a run and climbed onto the top of a ruined building overlooking the scene. Below, chaos unfolded. 3 men in green uniforms were surrounded by a group of rough-looking bandits dressed in brown, while one bandit barked threats, demanding they drop their possessions and leave. The men in green clearly didn't want to fight. Steve watched silently, noting their trembling stances and unwillingness to engage. A blue pickup truck suddenly pulled up beside the confrontation. A large, muscular man stepped out and planted his foot in the dirt. "Why is it taking so long to deal with them?" he demanded. The boys in green froze when they saw him. Someone whispered his name, Shiek, the notorious C-rank robber, with a 400 million bounty on his head. That number caught Steve's attention. 400 million. Even he couldn't pretend that wasn't impressive. The bandits mocked the green uniformed boys, saying they should have surrendered earlier. Now it was too late. Sheikh rubbed his hands together and smirked, introducing himself and daring anyone brave enough to catch him. The boys in green panicked, realizing the stories were true. One even begged to leave everything behind if they'd be allowed to walk away. Sheikh dashed forward without warning. Too late. That's not fun anymore. One of the green uniformed boys tried to stop him, voice full of terror, insisting they didn't care about their belongings anymore. Before Sheikh could strike, a figure dropped from above. Steve landed between the two groups with a heavy thud, hands still buried casually in his pockets. Dust billowed around him. Everyone froze. Sheikh, the boys in green, even the bandits in brown. Steve stepped forward as the dust settled. Sheikh asked who he thought he was. An angel descending from heaven, but Steve ignored the taunt. He pointed at him and asked only one thing. Is the bounty really 400 million? Towering over him, Sheikh demanded to know who he was. Steve replied with a cold seriousness, I just need the money. The bandits recoiled, dumbfounded. The boys in green stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. Shang burst out laughing, delighted by the absurdity. With a sneer, he asked if Steve actually thought he was from the commission. Steve didn't answer. He simply stared. Then Sheikh's eyes glowed red. He told Steve that anyone who looked into his eyes for 5 seconds would be unable to move. Steve stood frozen in shock as his own body began to glow a faint shade of red. He couldn't understand what was happening. One of the boys in green recognized the technique and went pale with fear. Sheikh chuckled, confident his ability had worked, and ordered the green uniformed boys to seize Steve. Cautiously, the boys approached him. Why did you interfere? They demanded. Behind them the bandits stood ready, though far less certain. But then something impossible happened. Steve moved. In one swift motion, he struck Sheikh. Everyone froze. The bandits gaped. The boys in green stared wide-eyed. No one understood how Steve had broken the immobilization skill. And the most shocked of all was Sheikh himself, unable to comprehend how this newcomer, this rank theft nobody, had just landed a blow on him. Steve tightened his other fist, preparing to strike again. His lips curled into a feral, animalistic grin. That's just magic, he said, as if dismissing Sheikh's ability entirely. Sheikh flinched at his tone, staring at Steve in disbelief. Teeth clenched. You're funny, Steve added, raising his fist as his eyes glowed bright blue. Sheikh's own red eyes widened in fear. He tried to regain control, roaring, Stop. His eyes flashed red. To everyone's surprise, Steve's body froze. His fist halted mere centimeters from Sheikh's face. With a smug smile, Sheikh taunted him, claiming he wasn't so simple after all. Drawing a knife from his belt, he swung it, and advised Steve never to let his guard down. But before the blade even reached its target, Sheikh's nose smashed against Steve's rising knee. The knife tumbled from his hands. What else can you do besides that pathetic trick? Steve asked, almost disappointed. Anything more interesting? He threw a punch at Sheikh's face. The man tried to trigger his magic again, starting the incantation, but never finished it. Steve silenced him with a brutal hook, knocking out several teeth. A second blow crashed into Sheikh's solar plexus, forcing the air from his lungs. The final kick struck his ribs, folding him over. Steve grabbed Sheikh's jacket, and with a single decisive movement, flipped the large man over his shoulder. Sheikh crashed through a nearby window, shattering the glass and scattering shards across the ground. Breathing evenly, a faint smile on his lips, Steve said, Too easy. The men in green stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Steve had taken down Sheikh so effortlessly. With Sheikh unconscious, Steve turned to the brown-clad bandits holding their swords out defensively. Are you planning to attack? He asked. They vigorously shook their heads, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Steve ordered them to gather together, and they rushed to the spot he pointed to. He then asked the green-uniformed boys if they had any rope. One grinned nervously and said he did. Steve turned back to the bandits and asked how much they would pay for their freedom. They panicked, babbling that there was no bounty on them, that Sheikh was the only wanted man, and that they were victims who had been threatened. Meanwhile, Sheikh regained consciousness and listened in outrage as the men claimed Steve was now rich thanks to capturing him. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted that they were traitors, leeches who clung to him for their share. Steve looked down at him, surprised he was awake already. The green-uniformed boys spoke up, insisting the brown-clad bandits were lying and that capturing all of them would earn a higher reward, but the bandits objected, insisting they were only servants. Sheikh tried appealing to Steve directly, asking if the government's rules didn't bother him. He said that inside this place, Steve was free to do anything, and if Steve spared him, he would consider Steve a king. Before he could finish, Steve's sneaker slammed into his face. "Sleep a little longer," Steve said. Sheikh collapsed again, unconscious, a clear imprint of Steve's shoe marking his cheek. Steve turned to the bandits. "There's a reward for them too?" he asked. The green-uniformed boy confirmed they were all criminals. The bandits wilted with despair as Steve commented that there were far too many of them. One of the green-uniformed boys brightened suddenly, saying they had a truck. Steve liked that idea. With a wicked smile, he wished the bandits good night. The forest filled with the sounds of fists, groans, and desperate protests, some insisting there was no bounty on them even as they were knocked out. Soon a red pickup truck sped down the ruined highway, its bed stacked with tied-up bandits like firewood. The driver glanced gratefully at Steve. "Thank you for saving us," he said. "I didn't want to save you," Steve replied flatly. The boys in the back protested, saying that, whether he wanted to or not, he had helped them. That made him their savior. Steve sighed and accepted it since arguing seemed pointless. On the way, he asked the driver about his abilities. The man said he had the skills of a fencer, a stalker, and a scout. Steve was stunned. 3 abilities. The driver explained he had started with one and learned the others through practice. Steve sat back thinking, skills could be acquired? The idea intrigued him. The driver was equally confused, wondering how Steve didn't already know something so basic. Remembering the moment Shaq had shouted, "Stop," and how effective it was, Steve concluded that learning a magic-type skill might be a very good idea. As the pickup sped through the ruined forest, something ahead caught Steve's eye. Through the cracked buildings and leaning trees, a massive blue dome shimmered against the pink sky. The truck was heading straight toward it. "Is that the portal?" Steve asked. The driver stared at him as if he had asked where the sun came from. "That SIP's a level 1 portal, the easiest kind. It SIP's where we were headed in the first place." Steve sighed, disappointed. "Too bad I don't still have a mercenary license yet. Otherwise I could go in." The driver almost choked. "You don't still have a license? At all?" Steve, missing the shock in his tone, simply answered, "Not yet." The driver kept glancing at him in disbelief. He explained that when portals opened, the military would bombard them first. Only a fraction of monsters survived the initial strike. Level 1 portals gave very little experience. To grow stronger, hunters needed level 2 portals, but those were filled with terrifying creatures. That was why the driver couldn't understand how someone who had never cleared even a level 1 portal had managed to defeat a level C criminal like Sheikh. Only now noticing the man's expression, Steve asked, "What SIP's wrong?" The driver struggled for words and finally managed, "What level are you?" "F," Steve said. The driver nearly veered off the cliff. Before he could say more, Steve leaned forward. "I have a request." The driver tensed. Up ahead, the military had set up a perimeter around the portal. Tanks, armored vehicles, and ambulances were stationed nearby. As the haze inside the portal thinned, the first silhouette appeared. One of the boys from the green SUV. 4 others followed him, and one supported a blonde teammate, whose arm had been reduced to a bloody stump. The team hurried toward the medics. The captain, jaw clenched with rage, complained loudly that guilds accepting members like this should be wiped out. Another tried to calm him, saying many younger awakened behaved this way now, but the captain wasn't comforted. He believed rich kids bought monsters through underground brokers, pretended to finish them off, then hired bounty hunters to boost their levels before joining guilds. When monsters were stronger than expected, casualties followed. He was tired of a world ruled by money. As he approached the soldiers, he asked why there was so much noise in the level 1 zone. The soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, among them the notorious Sheikh. The captain was stunned. Who captured him? Someone high-ranking? No, the soldier said. A boy, rank F. The captain and his partner froze. How? The soldier explained casually. He beat him up, broke his nose, cheekbones, ribs, both sides. The captain immediately remembered the lone figure who had entered the gate without equipment. His blood ran cold. Where is he now? He demanded. The soldier pointed toward the portal. He entered just now, I think. Without another word, the captain sprinted toward the portal, ignoring his partner calling after him. He needed to see the truth for himself. Reaching the checkpoint soldier, he shouted his rank. The soldier turned, startled, and asked what the matter was. The man who captured Sheikh, the captain said. Did he enter the portal? Right then, Steve stepped out of the portal with one of the rescued boys. That didn't set hurt at all, Steve said, looking down at his clothes, and these didn't set disappear. The boy explained, items made in our world can set pass through portals. These clothes are crafted from otherworld materials. They set are extremely expensive. Steve wasn't listening. Something behind them caught his eye, a glowing doorway suspended in the air. What sets that? That sets the portal gate, the boy said. Inside the portal splits into 38 subportals. We entered number 24. As Steve watched, the glowing door vanished. Why did it disappear? He asked. They need to clear the area first, the boy replied. Then it reappears. Clear it? You mean kill everything inside? No, just the boss. Steve rolled his shoulders, warming up. Wait here. I still be quick. Wait, what? How could I stay here alone? But Steve was already sprinting forward, ignoring him entirely, ready to dive into the next fight. A crater blasted open where Steve had stood, dust rising in thick pillars. The boy he left behind watched him vanish into the portal's interior, stunned. What kind of person was he? Perhaps one of those exceptional fighters, but then he reminded himself, someone who defeated Shikaran Says could surely handle a level 1 dungeon. Suddenly, horror struck him. He had forgotten to tell Steve something vital, the location of the exit door after the boss died. If Steve didn't reach it in time, he would be trapped in the dungeon forever. Panic poured through him as he sprinted forward, praying he could catch up. Meanwhile, at the portal control booth, a soldier stared at his monitor reading door 24 closed. He reported the update to the captain. The captain cursed loudly. Steve was sealed inside. Inside portal number 24. A faint fog drifted through the forest. 3 goblin-like monsters patrolled between the trees, weapons raised. One heard a noise and spun around with a growl, only to have its head crushed by a single punch. The second monster was struck in the gut and flung sideways. The third collapsed when Steve drove a blow into its stomach, dropping its knife. Steve picked the weapon up, examining it with mild interest. Pretty good, he muttered. He crouched beside one corpse and stabbed the knife into its chest. Even behind his bandana, the rot smell of monsters filled his nose. He retrieved a red mana stone from the creature and studied it. 1 stone from 3 monsters. Money isn't a problem anymore. His priorities had shifted, but leveling up is more important. The boy finally reached the battlefield and stared at the heap of slain monsters. How many had Steve already cut down? His eyes glowed white as he activated his tracking skill and located Steve's direction. Steve, meanwhile, was examining his status screen. He had enough points to buy 2 skills, Beast Taming and Tree Spirit Summoning. He opened the description for Beast Taming, but 2 monsters crashed down on him from above. Steve sensed them instantly. He spun, smashing one in the face with his fist and striking the other with his elbow. Both monsters spiraled away through the air. A new notification appeared. Achievements, 545, breaking another monster sip's jaw. Steve grinned. He leveled up again, but then a red error message flashed. Irrecoverable error. Additional synchronization initiated. Again, Steve groaned. But this time, after the glitch, his stats increased. His level rose by 1. He unlocked the skill menu. Tree Spirit Summoning, 100 points. I'll take it. A bright orb appeared before him, glowing softly. Inside floated a tiny winged creature, a fairy-like being Steve vaguely remembered seeing near the jungle before, thinking it was a firefly. Tree Spirit, he said, find the remaining goblins. The spirit darted off and hovered, projecting a beam of light into the soil. It read the memories of trees and plants, but slowly, its level was low. Steve browsed the remaining skills and bought reconnaissance with the rest of his points. Kneeling, he placed his hand on the ground. White light filled his eyes. Tracking. The information came, but it was all about the dead. Then, something deeper in the forest caught his attention. Not goblins. Something bigger. Something hostile. He grinned. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the sound. After sprinting across the forest, Steve climbed a small rise and scanned the clearing. Below, the boy who had followed him was pinned against the ground. A massive goblin, twice the size of the others, was about to drive a spear into him. Steve appeared beside him in an instant. "What are you doing here?" he asked calmly, as if they weren't seconds away from disaster. The boy's eyes widened with relief the moment Steve appeared. A massive goblin hovered over him, its knife descending toward his face. Steve frowned. "I told you to wait for me." The boy trembled, clearing his throat. I was attacked." Obviously, he muttered in a helpless plea for help. Steve smiled faintly. "Yeah, I see that." The knife crept closer, grazing the boy's skin. He screamed as the blade nearly touched him. At that exact moment, the goblin sensed danger and spun around. It barely managed to lift its shield, just in time to block Steve's brutal kick. The shield saved its life, but not its balance. The force hurled the monster several meters sideways. The goblin staggered up, refusing to surrender. shield raised as it prepared to counterattack. It never got the chance. Steve's kick shot upward, smashing into its jaw. Bone cracked loudly, and the creature flew backward into a boulder. Stones shattered around it. Steve didn't set pause. He sprinted after it. Bleeding heavily, the goblin bared its teeth in desperation. Steve leaped high, raising the stolen knife overhead, and drove it down into the creature's chest. A notification flashed. Level up. Plus 120 experience. Steve chuckled. Generous today. Behind him, the boy stared, stunned by Steve's effortless brutality. Steve turned. So, will the exit door open now? The boy snapped out of his daze. Yes. Of course. Right on cue, the door reappeared. The two stepped through and returned to their world. Soldiers noticed them immediately. Hey, isn't that the guy who caught Shiek? One asked. Yeah. The other replied. The captain set's been looking for him. He glanced at the monitor, then laughed in disbelief. No way he cleared it that fast. The rescued boy thanked Steve and returned to his group. Steve simply nodded. Good work. Feeling hungry, he headed toward the storage room to retrieve his belongings. The captain approached him, an imposing man with a sharp expression. Good to meet you, he said. I Stemp Morris, commander of the 27th Attack Squad. Steve blinked. Who? Morris smiled and introduced himself again, handing over a business card for Sillig Guild. Then he invited Steve to talk. They sat in a diner, sipping coffee. Sillig is a top guild, Morris said proudly. You Stet have excellent opportunities to grow. Steve calmly shook his head. Not interested. Morris stared at him, baffled. No one refused invitations from major guilds. He tried again, leaning forward. If you Citra already committed somewhere else, we can offer formal transfer terms, very generous ones. No. Steve took another sip of coffee. Morris sists patience frayed. Sillig is ranked 4th nationally. That is not a low standing. Whatever you want, the guild can match. Steve set his cup down sharply, smiling wearily. I just don't want to work for anybody. Morris froze, unable to respond. He had never met someone so strong yet so uninterested in power or prestige. With the conversation over, Steve stood and left. Steve arrived at his younger brother's house, but no one was inside. He looked around. Guess they steer out. He climbed to the roof, lay back on a table, and basked in the warm sunlight. Maybe Chad and his son were spending time together. The thought made him smile. An elderly woman climbed up with a basket of laundry balanced on her head. What are you doing lazing around in the middle of the day? She scolded. Steve grinned. Perfect weather for a nap, Granny. Wanna join? She huffed. Can sit you see I sit been busy hanging laundry. Steve stood and began helping her. She supervised, occasionally correcting his technique. After a moment, she became strangely serious. Are you really Chad Sit's older brother? Yes, Steve said, still hanging clothes. Her face brightened. Amazing. You actually grew up? Steve pretended to be offended. I've grown up plenty. You rascal, she laughed. Steve couldn't help smiling back. The old woman shook a sheet, her voice softer now. She said it would have been strange if Steve hadn't changed. After all, monsters had attacked, people had died, and the world itself had turned upside down. Then, thoughtful and worried, she added that since he had returned after 10 years, he needed to take care of himself so as not to cause Chad grief. Steve realized she wasn't worried about him. She was worried about his brother. He gave her a grateful smile. I Stemp fine. I one set die that easily. Those who say that, she replied dryly, are the first to die. Chad and his son Bill came home just then, greeting the old woman on the stairs. When she told them Steve was on the roof, they hurried up, Bill rushing ahead with the puppy. Steve placed an envelope on the table. Chad held it, confused. What sep's this? $40,000, Steve said casually. Pay off all your debts. Chad opened the envelope, stunned. Where did you get this kind of money? Steve only smiled. Go pay it off. Then let's Sets have dinner. Chad Stitt's eyes grew misty. How can I repay you? Steve looked at Bill rolling around with the puppy. I don't need anything, just come back soon. Chad turned away, wiping tears, murmuring that he understood. Steve suddenly called out in a conspiratorial tone. Chad turned, still sniffling. Pick up some meat and booze on the way? Chad laughed through his tears. I get everything. Watch Bill for me. Steve agreed. While Bill played with the wolf cub on the roof, Steve opened his status menu. Object detected. Assign name. He turned to the boy. What should we name him? Pecky, Bill answered immediately. Steve repeated it. Pecky? Yeah, that sip's good. He confirmed the name. A window appeared. Pecky. Level 1. Combat power. 3. Steve threw a ball, and Pecky shot forward at incredible speed, startling Bill. The boy praised him, calling him back, and Pecky returned wagging his tail happily. As the sun set, the two lay down on the table, exhausted. Bill murmured, Why is Dad taking so long? Steve stared downward. He should be here by now. He noticed Chad's truck had arrived in the parking lot, but Chad wasn't coming out. Let's go meet him, Steve said. Bill sprinted ahead and called out joyfully to his father's silhouette, but as they got closer, their smiles died. Chad was soaked in blood, it dripped from his head, nose and mouth. Bill froze. Dad? Chad swayed, barely staying upright. He whispered his son's name before collapsing. Bill screamed and ran to him. Steve froze in shock. Then something in him snapped. Bill's desperate cries pulled him back, and anger surged through him like fire. Across the city, in a dim shop on the first floor of an old apartment block, a sign hung, "Trust interest-free loans. Instant approval." Inside, men in suits played cards while another worked at a computer. "How's betting this week?" the computer operator asked. His partner listed numbers. They discussed match results. Male versus Jorans, the insane upset from last time, the guild beyond the horizon, and the gambler's expectations. Then a noise outside. Everyone fell silent. "What's going on out there?" the man at the computer barked. Two men went to check. The door slammed open. A figure stepped in, face covered in blood. They stared at him. "It seems," the man said shakily, "Yusuf got a problem." A hand clamped over his head from behind. He screamed as he was yanked backward. His body vanished from the doorway, flung like a rag doll into the darkness. Panic erupted. "What the hell was that? Is someone attacking us?" "This is an intrusion." Two men rushed forward, only to have the wounded man's body suddenly drop on top of them, smashing them into a table and scattering cards everywhere. The remaining men grabbed weapons, shouting at the unseen attacker to show himself. Then, slowly, a silhouette filled the doorway. Only the eyes were visible. Glowing blue. Steve stepped into the loan office like a storm breaking through a wall. Literally, he tore the front door off its hinges with one hand and lifted it above his head. The suited men stared in terror. "Psycho," one yelled. The door flew at them the next instant, smashing into bodies and furniture alike. Men toppled like toys. Windows shattered. Glass rained across the room and the office dissolved into chaos. Steve didn't slow. He tore through desks, overturned chairs, and slammed anyone who stood into the floor. His foot came down on one man's face, blood pooling from the crushed nose. The man at the computer trembled, unable to look away from the carnage. He and his assistant watched as Steve approached with cold fury. "Who is this guy?" the man whispered. I think he sips awakened," the assistant stammered, "and I think I sip seen him before." He never finished. Steve kicked the table they sat at, sending both men crashing backward with screams. One howled that his leg was pinned under the heavy wood. Steve swept the monitor and keyboard aside, climbed onto the table, crouched down and asked, voice low and dangerous, "Are you Mr. Scott?" Mr. Scott, drenched in sweat, nodded wildly. Yes, I stem Scott. Who are you?" Steve slammed an envelope onto the table. "I sipping here to pay off Chad Sip's debt." Scott Sepp's eyes bulged. He sputtered that Steve must be insane, that awakened ones couldn't just attack innocent civilians. "You once get away with this." Steve Sepp's palm smashed across his face. Teeth flew. "Is that," Steve said calmly, hitting the other cheek, "how you treat someone who comes to pay you?" Another slap. Another. Scott's head snapped from side to side as Steve lectured him. "You could have taken the money and stayed quiet, but no, you had to act tough. You had to cross the line." Blood dripped from Scott's mouth as he begged for mercy. Steve Sepp's eyes glowed. "So what will it be? Accept the payment quietly, or get beaten to death?" "I'll do it. I'll do everything," Scott cried, lisping through broken teeth. Every man in the room dropped to his knees, heads bowed. In trembling unison they shouted, "The debt of Mr. Chad has been paid." "Louder," Steve ordered. They screamed it this time. Steve nodded. "If I ever see you again, you die. Avoid me." They collapsed into deep bows as Steve jumped down from the table. As his footsteps faded, Scott seethed. Rage twisted his swollen face. One of the men peeked up. "He set's gone." Scott grinned despite the blood. "Does Steve really think he has no connections? Those two are dead already." Morris entered another office where two analysts sat. He told the manager it was urgent. The kid at the computer asked what he needed. "Pull up a profile," Morris said. Steve Sepp's information appeared on screen. "He sets a top-level newcomer," Morris said. The kid blinked. "Rank F. Registered today and still top level?" "Exactly. Impressive. Isn't said it." But when they attempted to access classified details, the screen flashed. "Access denied." Both stared at it. "Why would his file be locked?" the kid asked. "Try digging illegally," Morris said. The kid rummaged through hidden systems, bypassing firewalls. Finally, got it. They read Steve's history and stared in disbelief. He sets really level F. And missing for 10 years. Why is all this sealed? They scrolled to his combat data. The kid choked. "What kind of bread and water is this?" "What?" Morris demanded. The kid pointed at the entry. "It says he beat Sheck using only bread and water." They both imagined Steve throwing buns and water bottles at the giant criminal while Sheik begged him to stop. Suspicious, the kid muttered. 10 years gone. Restricted data. Maybe he sips a government agent. Or a hunter, Morris said, eyes narrowing. Either way, Steve Yinning was far from ordinary, and the world was just beginning to notice. The man in the office didn't want to accept the boy's conclusion that Steve might actually be a government agent, but the boy smirked, saying that at this point it was almost guaranteed. He had already dug up everything he could about Steve, and Morris realized that Steve's cold, distant demeanor now made more sense. With a sigh, Morris suggested they go out for coffee, though his mind still churned. Why would an agent get involved in something like this? He didn't have an answer. He merely asked the boy to keep watching Steve. The boy insisted Morris surrender instead, completely misunderstanding the captain's intentions. Morris snapped back that he only wanted Steve monitored for unusual activity, but the boy stubbornly refused to understand, thinking Morris was trying to hide something. Steve arrived at the hospital. Chad sat by the window, head wrapped in bandages, but smiling when he saw him. Steve placed a pile of fast food on the table. "Why did you buy so much again?" Chad asked. "It'll help you recover faster." Steve shrugged. Chad chuckled and said the bandages would come off tomorrow. He asked if Steve's exam was also the next day. "Yeah. If you pass and join a guild, it'll be great," Chad said hopefully. Steve closed his eyes. In the jungle, he had been the king of the forest, living by his own strength, not relying on others. Could he really join a guild and live under someone else's authority again? Chad sensed his hesitation. "Want me to research guilds for you?" "No need," Steve said. "I'm planning to start my own guild." Chad stared at him. "You stared creating one? Not joining?" Steve just nodded. The day of the exam. The exam was held at the Bureau of the Awakened. Jean, the blonde swordswoman with a katana, was walking through the corridor when the department head called her name. He immediately launched into frustration. 2 riots in your district this week. If a portal had opened, the entire city would have been wiped out. Jane wasn't surprised. "Can't you handle anything without me?" His anger turned to pleading. "Please. I am dealing with portals every morning. I am exhausted." "Write a resignation letter," Jean said dryly. The man pretended not to hear her. Then he suddenly snapped again. "Why are you destroying perfectly good swords?" "Again, I just can't focus lately," she answered calmly. "I've had enough of your stories," he shouted, shoving a paper into her hands. She looked at it and scowled. "You sending me out again? I wanted to rest today." "You're not the only one suffering. And it's not your first mission," he complained. Jean sighed heavily and turned away. "I've had enough." "Enough of what?" he yelled after her. "The whole atmosphere is suffocating. And stop firing the new recruits. We need one more in the team." Jane shot back that when they took anyone they died on missions. That only angered him further. Inside the exam hall, crowds filled the hall, buzzing with tension. Some muttered that they had to pass this time. Others groaned that it was already their 4th attempt. A young live streamer talked to his camera. "I set him at the Awakened exam. Wish me luck. If I pass, I'll start filming hunting content. Thanks for the $20 donation. Link is in the bio." Just then, 3 exam instructors in red caps entered. The boy cursed filming was banned. He cut the stream and turned around, only to see Steve standing silently behind him staring at the phone. "You've never seen someone broadcast before?" the boy asked. Steve blinked. "Who were you talking to?" The boy waved him off. "Forget it, old man." "Old man," Steve repeated. "You're interesting," Steve commented. "You're weird," the boy shot back. The show began on the podium as the instructors stepped forward. The lead supervisor addressed the crowd. "I'll be overseeing your 3-day exam. These 21 guards behind me will accompany you for the next 3 days and 2 nights." The hall fell silent. The survival test was about to begin. The hall erupted into movement as examinees formed lines. Everyone prayed not to end up under Jean's supervision. Her squads were notorious. Anyone assigned to her was usually thrown out immediately. The man on the podium announced that all entrants had received numbered tickets. Assignments would be decided by a lottery. As he read off names, each person hurried to their designated overseer. Donnie, the live streamer, heard his name and wilted when he was placed under Warden number 15. Steve Sepp's name followed. He approached Station 15 and froze in pleasant surprise. Standing beneath the sign wasn't just any warden. It was Jean. The blonde swordswoman stared straight ahead, ignoring everyone, until the sense of being watched pulled her attention sideways. Then she saw him. Steve, smiling at her like they were old friends. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. The assignments finished, and examinees were sent to their dormitories. Groups murmured anxiously, complaining loudly if they had drawn the blonde. Others peeked around curiously at the rooms, impressed there was even a training hall. Donnie walked with his head down. He muttered to himself that he must have cursed his luck. Assigned to Jean again, in front of his subscribers he'd bragged, but in reality he felt doomed. Examinees filtered into room 15. Some changed clothes, others sat nervously. Steve noticed Donnie sulking on a bench and sat down across from him. "You were giggling a minute ago," Steve said. "Why so sad now?" Donnie glared. "Why should I be happy?" "What do you mean?" Steve asked genuinely. "Do you even know what that blonde is like?" "They call her a witch," Donnie snapped. Steve frowned. "A witch? Jean?" Donnie groaned. "If she steps in a bad mood, she sets a ruin the whole squad. There goes my $2,000. Steve didn't understand. "If you fail, that means you set her weak. What does the warden have to do with it?" Donnie stared at him as if slapped. "What did you just say?" He decided instantly that he hated Steve. "Why are you talking to me like that?" Donnie barked. "You look younger than me." Steve smiled. "Want to deal with me? This is the perfect place." The locker room went silent. Donnie shot to his feet. "You think I septum weak? Are you serious?" "Yes," Steve answered calmly. The word lit Donnie Sepp's fuse. "You stir dead. Come on." He stormed toward the training room, tearing off his jacket. The others, excited and terrified, followed. Inside the cage, Jean entered the locker room and found it empty. Her irritation flared instantly. Where did everyone go? Meanwhile, her entire squad crowded into the training hall around a massive metal cage. Donnie and Steve stood inside. "If we get caught, we're finished," someone whispered. Another sighed. "We star in the blonde Sips squad. We star if finished anyway." Donnie scowled at Steve. "You jerk, acting all cool. You haven't heard of Stone TV, a Thistuma rising YouTube fighter." "What Sep's a YouTuber?" Steve asked. "Some kind of food?" That nearly made Donnie faint with rage. "You stir mocking me." Behind them, the crowd cheered. "Go Donnie, get him." Donnie threw a series of flashy punches at the air. "Straightening out idiots like you is my hobby. I've got tons of views on my exam videos." Steve listened quietly, expression unreadable, and then said, "Interesting." Donnie Sepp's vein popped. "Stop talking nonsense, you psycho." He lunged. "Take this." He swung at Steve Sepp's face with everything he had, and Steve didn't move an inch. Then, "Enough." The voice cracked through the air like thunder. Everyone turned. Jan stood there, eyes cold as winter. Donnie swallowed hard. "Blonde witch. Out," she barked. Every examinee exploded out of the training room as if chased by demons. "We stir dead. We stir so dead." Jean strode toward the cage, glaring. "Do you idiots want to be eliminated on the first day?" Donnie forced a smile. No, of course not. Just stretching." Jean cut him off. "Then let's get rid of one of you immediately." Both boys froze. A sinister smile curved on her lips. "Whoever loses is expelled. Begin." Silence shattered into panic. The fight, now official, was about to start. Donnie forced a shaky grin. She's insane, he thought. But Steve understood the order perfectly, and had absolutely no objection to carrying it out. Donnie puffed up his chest and glared. "You asked for this." Donnie set cry afterward. Steve smiled warmly. "I actually feel sorry for you." "Shut up and move already," Donnie shouted, swinging a wild punch. He never finished. Steve's fist slammed into Donnie's face faster than anyone could follow. The boy collapsed flat on the mat, unconscious in a single hit. Silence. Steve kept his fists raised, expression calm. Jean's eyes widened. She had expected Donnie to lose, but not like that. She looked sharply at Steve, instantly convinced he was the instigator. She remembered him from the portal, the strange smell, the unsettling sense of familiarity. From day one, he had irritated her. But Steve only tilted his head and asked, "What about you, want to try too?" Jean blinked. "What?" "If you want," he repeated, "you can come up here." Understanding dawned and fury followed. Steve offered a deal. If he won, she wouldn't expel Donnie. John stared at him as if he were an idiot. Impossible. Still, she removed her katana, set it aside and stepped into the cage. She moved like someone born in battle. Tilting her head, she asked, "Are you unusual?" Steve blinked. "What do you mean unusual?" She didn't answer. Instead she attacked. "Survive," she said, "and I still tell you." She burst forward. Steve dodged the first blow easily, slid aside from the second and blocked a third with effortless precision. Jean accelerated, fists, elbows, knees, striking with deadly rhythm. He avoided everything. Then she switched to kicking, unleashing a flurry so fast the air cracked. Steve blocked them as if swatting away leaves. Then, Steve Sepp's posture shifted. He sensed danger. Jean's eyes flashed. She prepared a technique he couldn't dodge. "If you win," she whispered, "you can ask for something else." She flipped backward through the air and kicked Steve full force in the chest. He flew across the cage, limp, showing no sign of life. She landed lightly. Something felt wrong. She turned her head toward the trajectory, only to hear a voice above. "You stir stronger than you look." Steve had landed on the bars instead of crashing into them. Jane Sepp's breath caught. How did he withstand that? No time to think. She lunged. She was smiling now, alive, exhilarated. This time I won set hold back. Her heel drove into Steve so hard the floor cracked, splinters bursting. Steve fell onto his back. Jean descended from above, ready to finish him. He rolled aside easily. Her punches rained down. He blocked each one. She spun into a low, sneaky kick. He stopped it with a single hand. Then he crouched, one hand blocking, the other curling into a fist. He smiled, waiting for his moment. He struck. Jean barely had time to curse. A blue glow erupted around her torso, a barrier formed by her awakened ability. Steve's fist smashed into it. The shield shattered like glass, sparks flying in every direction. She was thrown to the floor. Blue lightning like sparks danced around her as she struggled up, stunned. He broke my shield. Steve was already raising his fist again. My turn. John sat on the ground, staring at him. You Stetcher insane. But Steve only shouted with bright-eyed excitement. This is fun. A mischievous smile tugged at her lips. You really are unusual. My intuition was right. Steve didn't understand. He just blinked at her, confused, fist still raised to attack. She suddenly stood straight, extended her hand toward him, palm out. Her expression was serious. I lose, she said. Steve froze. Why? It was just getting fun. But Jean had made her decision, and the entire squad would soon learn why. Jean let out a long exhale and said the fight had to end. Not because she couldn't continue, but because the room was far too small to use real skills. Next time, she added, we shall fight somewhere with more space. Steve nodded with a sad little smile, genuinely disappointed. He hadn't planned to continue the fight anyway. Jean growled in irritation. Say whatever you want. I already admitted defeat. Steve looked at her curiously. Are there many strong women like you in this world? I don't think so, she answered. Steve Sepp's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Then I choose you, he said. Please bear my child. Jean froze. What did you just say? Steve repeated the offer calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A slap cracked through the cage so loudly that Donnie woke up on the floor. John marched out, muttering curses, glaring daggers at Steve. Donnie blinked in confusion. Why was Steve getting hit? Why was he lying on the floor? Slowly, memory returned. The first punch, the instant defeat, the threat of expulsion. He collapsed to his knees. How humiliating, thrown out before even taking the exam. Then he noticed Steve walking past and glared at him. You feel better after humiliating me? Donnie snapped through tears. Steve gave him a gentle smile. You didn't lose. Donnie blinked. What? From above, unseen by the students, a surveillance camera quietly recorded everything. In another room, the man with glasses stared at the footage, stunned. Did Jean really lose? Back in the training room, Steve told Donnie, go on, and walked away. But Jean said the loser gets kicked out. How am I supposed to stay? Donnie shouted after him. I asked her not to kick you out. Steve replied simply. Donnie stared blankly, his cheeks still swollen. What? Why did she hit you then? He added. Steve only shrugged. None of your business. He kept walking, leaving Donnie behind in dazed confusion. Then a thought struck Donnie. Did they agree that I could stay if Steve survived her strike? Tears welled up, his face twisted with gratitude. That man, he's a real man. He burst into tears. Brother. Wiping his eyes, he ran after him. Let's go together. Suddenly a voice echoed through the speakers. Awaken Steve Yinin, report to the Warden Sip's office. Both boys froze. Is that your name? Donnie asked. Seems like it, Steve replied. Steve knocked, entered, and sat across from the man who had just witnessed the entire fight footage. The warden placed a recorder on the table. Everything said in this room will be recorded. Steve swallowed nervously. I just saw your sparring session with Jean. She Sep's a B rank awakened. Are you unusual? She asked me the same thing, Steve replied. What does that even mean? The man stared. You really don't know. He began explaining. There were 3 known planets connected to Earth through the bridging portals. Aruka, a peaceful world of elves and dwarves, where Earthlings learned magic, crafting, and artifact making. Kushan, a divided world where the Man tribes and the Chungwan people battled for dominance. If the portal opened in Man territory, war. If it opened elsewhere, exchange. Midul, home to warlike orcs and terrifying monsters. When a portal opened there, battles erupted instantly. People who return with powers from these worlds, he continued, cannot be measured by normal awakened rankings. We call them unusuals. Steve listened with polite boredom. When the explanation ended, he said, that Sep's all pretty complicated. But then he added quietly, actually, it's Sep's not just 3 planets. The warden blinked. What do you mean? His mind raced. He can be from one of those 3. Was he raised in a dungeon? No. That wouldn't make him capable of defeating a B rank. Where did you come from? The man finally asked. Steve answered plainly, I already told that bald doctor everything. I lived 1,000 years with wolves. The warden dropped his pen, and the recorder kept running. The warden stared at Steve in stunned silence, replaying the wolf story in his head. 1,000 years. Wolves. B-rank defeat. None of it made sense, and yet Steve had said it with absolute sincerity. Steve tilted his head. So is the conversation over? The man jolted out of his thoughts. Yes. Yes, you may return to the dormitory. He tried to smile, but his face twitched. Steve thanked him and left. The moment Steve closed the door, the warden slumped back and muttered, so the rumors might be true. Just then, a man entered and saluted. Senior Sergeant Sheldon reporting. The warden instructed Sheldon to take over as Warden 15. Sheldon blinked. Jan isn't set coming? The warden clicked his tongue. She ran away. Ran away? How? The warden adjusted his glasses. Because Steve is in Team 15. Sheldon stiffened. He was ordered to keep a close watch on Steve during the entire exam and file a detailed report afterward. A voice echoed through the dormitory. All examinees, put on your uniforms and assemble at the stadium. Groans erupted. It begins. At the stadium, each warden stood beneath their squad numbers. Sheldon stood at 15, and the moment the group saw John wasn't there, cheers exploded. She sips gone. Thank the heavens. Sheldon replaced the witch. Sheldon introduced himself with a grin, and announced today's tests. Run 100 meters, in 9 seconds. Complete 40 triathlons in 1 hour. Easy, right? The group erupted in complaints. That sip's unfair. People have different builds. Not everyone is a sprinter. Nearby, a chubby girl finished the 100 meters in 13 seconds. Eliminated, the warden declared. I am a healer. Lower the bar. Monsters won't slow down for healers, he replied. Then he called, Group 15, Donnie, to the start. Donnie swaggered forward. 9 seconds, child's play. His teammates panicked, but Donnie grinned and flashed a victory sign at Steve. The whistle blew. Donnie exploded forward, feet kicking up dust. He crossed the finish line triumphantly. 8 seconds, Sheldon read. Passed. Donnie cheered, until Sheldon called the next name. Steve Yaning. Steve stepped up calmly, set his feet on the blocks, and stared down the track. Donnie yelled, Let's go, brother, while the rest watched nervously. The whistle blew, and Steve vanished. All they saw was a shockwave of dust exploding behind him. The finish line sensor beeped before anyone could register what had happened. Donnie Sip's jaw dropped. He Sips not human. Inside the administration office, a phone rang. The warden picked it up. Sergeant Sheldon Sip's voice came through. Sir, Steve passed. His results are beyond shocking. Sending video now. The warden tensed. What about journalists? Sheldon turned, and froze. Journalists were already alive with excitement. Cameras aimed at Steve like hunters spotting prey. A phone rang again. A woman answered. Returnee Management Bureau. This is Manager Kim. This is Major Swan, the caller said. ISEP sent you 2 videos. Please review immediately. She opened them. Steve's run captured in full detail. Her eyes widened. What? What is this? On screen, Steve's figure tore across the track at impossible speed. The Major Sep's voice echoed through the phone. Seems the doctor wasn't lying after all. Manager Kim bit her lip. If this man is truly unusual, if his answers were real, then Steve may be a returnee from a 4th unknown planet. She slammed her hand down. Stop all journalists. Block all access immediately. The assistant checked his phone. Too late. There's Sep's already an article about Steve Sep's record-breaking run. Shut it down, she snapped. Clear every article. But outside it was too late. Journalists surrounded Steve like bees around nectar, cameras flashing, microphones shoved toward him. Just one comment. Sir, how did you run that fast? Please give us a moment of your time. Are you the returnee from the unknown planet? They piled closer and closer, and Steve stood at the center of the storm, as calm as ever. Steve stared blankly at the wall of shouting journalists, unable to understand why they were screaming his name. He didn't say a single word, he simply blinked, confused. Meanwhile, Manager Kim was piecing everything together. The timing of the portal incident, the unexplained energy dispersion, the chaos at the center. If Steve had crossed a 4th unknown world without a protective suit, the system would indeed have registered him as F rank. That meant every strange error in his data matched the theory. It also meant her department would gain full authority over him. But before she could strategize further, a squad of security guards stormed into the stadium and began dragging journalists away. They blocked every passage, ignoring the reporters' desperate pleas for interviews. Inside the cafeteria, the examinees gathered at tables, buzzing about how Steve had drawn such media attention. Behind the frosted windows, journalists hammered at the glass, shouting questions. Steve didn't care. He calmly devoured a mountain of food while Donnie stared with sparkling admiration. Of course, Donnie thought, I couldn't have been knocked out by some normal kid. I should Seth recorded that fight. Steve caught Donnie staring. What are you looking at? Finished eating? Donnie jumped. I stroll get you something to drink. You story probably thirsty. As Steve polished off the last of his enormous lunch, Donnie hurried away thinking, just looking at the way he eats, you can tell he's built differently. Back in the locker room, Steve sprawled across a bench. Donnie sat opposite, scanning the half-empty rows of lockers. So many people failed already, Donnie muttered. Then he gasped, remembering something. Steve sat up. What is it? The next exam is a dungeon. It seems better to go in a big group. I hope they redistribute squads. Steve lay back down and closed his eyes. It sets fine, I don't need anyone. Donnie nearly applauded. He seems so confident. And he has every right to be, he thought. Yeah, but dungeons are unpredictable. Different skills help. Steve answered, that sips, and cut himself off, suddenly switching topics. When we first met, you were talking to yourself on your phone. What was that? That, YouTube. Steve sat up. What is YouTube? Donnie stared. You really are from the mountains, aren't you? You could say that, Steve replied. To demonstrate, Donnie showed him his phone. This is YouTube. This number is subscribers. This one is views. Steve pointed to a particular video with hundreds of thousands of views. What is that? A mukbang. People eat a lot of food on camera. On screen, a woman lifted a huge piece of meat and bit into it. Steve leaned forward, fascinated. Donnie sweated nervously. His appetite really is inhuman. I know a lot of YouTubers like this, Donnie said. I could get you into a collab video. Steve nodded firmly. I remember the promise. Donnie blinked. His enthusiasm, his intensity, it was overwhelming. You're a good guy, Steve said out of nowhere. Donnie flushed, remembering how much attention Steve had drawn from journalists. He really could become a superstar. Strong, handsome, viral potential. Steve added, join my clan. Donnie froze. Your what? My clan, Steve repeated calmly. I am creating one. You can join. Donnie stared speechlessly. His mind stalled. His childhood flashed before his eyes. The cheap boxing gloves, the endless sparring, the constant failures in the license exam, the friends who told him awakening was his only way out. Now that boxing couldn't feed a family. And now, this. The most talked about awakened of the year, asking him to join his clan. Donnie Sip's breath hitched. His eyes trembled. Steve waited patiently for his answer. Donnie had clung to YouTube like a lifeline back when none of his friends believed he could succeed. And now, watching Steve, he felt as if luck had finally started favoring him. This was the kind of content people loved, and he was thrilled. With absolute sincerity, he declared that he'd follow Steve to the ends of the world. Steve said he appreciated that, then gently reminded Donnie about the mukbang video. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes as he promised he wouldn't forget. In his heart, he whispered to himself that success was built on connections. Steve noticed the sudden tears and asked why Donnie was crying, but Donnie brushed it off and asked him not to pay attention. Then he composed himself and explained something important. You could only start your own clan with 3 members. Before Steve could reply, the locker room door burst open. Someone stepped inside. The boys turned around, confused, studying the figure in the doorway. It was a bald man dressed like a monk, a weapon strapped across his back. The boys eyed him warily, waiting for him to speak. Donnie broke the silence first, asking where the monk had come from. The man introduced himself as Munch from Team 15, ending his sentence with a calm Muma Buddha. The boys exchanged surprised looks. Donnie asked how a Buddhist monk could possibly be a hunter, but Munch didn't answer. He simply stared at them in silence. Before the tension could settle, a voice echoed through the speakers. Everyone was ordered to assemble in the briefing room after changing into their combat suits. The boys were stunned. Donnie grumbled that not only were they being dragged out at night, but they also had to show up in combat gear. Steve wondered aloud if the dungeon raid wasn't supposed to happen tomorrow. Munch quietly explained that depending on the situation, the raid could be moved up. Mumata Buddha, he added again. Donnie was horrified. How could they start a raid without proper warning? In the briefing room, the head warden announced that it was time to begin. The major stepped forward and explained that their test would take place inside a dungeon located at the 5th station, currently under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When Steve asked about the guild, Donnie explained that although the Phoenix Guild wasn't among the top elites, it was still quite respectable. But Steve focused on something else. He asked what under surveillance meant. Donnie was baffled by the question and finally became convinced that Steve truly wasn't from around here. He explained that the state couldn't manage all the portals that appeared and disappeared daily, so it hired private clans to guard them. When a clan signed a contract with the government, it became a guild. The more dungeons a guild managed, the more people it attracted. Steve summarized it simply. It was like a hunting game where the state earned money. Donnie confirmed it. Hearing this, Steve thought about his own desire to form a clan. He missed the feeling of being part of a pack. He even joked that maybe he could rule an entire state someday. Donnie continued explaining that owning a dungeon was great, but only if you had the proper permissions. Steve barely reacted. He was already fixated on their real goal, creating their own guild. Donnie laughed nervously and reminded him they had to pass this exam first. Steve stared blankly, and Donnie wondered if he was dealing with an idiot. The Major resumed the briefing. On the screen appeared an image of the dungeon abandoned for 15 days, level 1, and structured like a labyrinth. He explained that weaker monsters meant less danger, but also meant a greater abundance of spatial energy. The raid briefing officially began. Donnie swallowed hard. The problem with labyrinth dungeons wasn't the monsters, it was getting lost. One wrong move and you were trapped. Clutching his head, he muttered that he could really use an intelligence-type skill right about now. Steve overheard and casually revealed that he had such a skill. Donnie was thrilled for a moment, then froze. The exam hadn't even begun, and Steve already had a skill worth more than 20,000. A dangerous thought crossed his mind. What if Steve was actually rich? Meanwhile, Munch sat quietly, lost in his own thoughts. Donnie turned to him next and asked what his awakened skill was. Munch hesitated, debating whether he should speak. Finally, he answered with just a single word, but that one word drew him deep into his own memory. He remembered the temple, the Buddha statue, and the Tibetan bowl in his hands. He had been meditating, producing a resonant sound that echoed through the hall, but the sound had drawn something else. Monsters began gathering outside, dozens, then hundreds. Another monk had rushed in, shouting for him to stop immediately. Confused, Munch had asked what was happening, but the man only yelled for him and the other monks to escape. Behind the monk, a monstrous creature emerged, ready to strike. Munch's mind snapped back to the present when the Major announced that the briefing was over. Donnie whispered to Steve that something was seriously wrong with this guy. The Major laid out the final instructions. They would proceed to the target point, engage the monsters under guard supervision, and read the manual carefully. He wished them luck, and the buses rolled out. They soon arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light while a helicopter hovered above. Guards hurried the boys along, warning them that anyone who wasn't prepared would not make it out alive. The warden checked on Team 15, and Donnie leaned toward Steve, advising him to secure his gear properly. Sheldon told them that once they entered the dungeon, they could act freely and pretend he wasn't even there. But he also warned them that even if the team performed well, they could still be left behind because the exam was based on individual scores. Donnie grew uneasy. With only 3 people on their team, he asked if Sheldon would help them if something went wrong. Sheldon just gave a knowing smile, said nothing, and told them to keep moving. When they stepped off the bus, Steve asked Donnie why he looked so nervous. Donnie forced a guilty smile and insisted he wasn't scared, though he failed to finish his sentence. Even Munch, the monk, remained calm as he asked the warden whether he could use his personal weapon. The warden confirmed that he could, and the boys headed out. Donnie was stunned. This was only an exam, yet the monk already carried a weapon made of dimensional matter. At the portal, the guard directed the 14th team inside, then told Team 15 to proceed through the right entrance. Sheldon smiled with satisfaction and ordered them forward. As they stepped into the portal, the warden announced that their team had officially entered. Steve took the lead, which made Donnie panic. Why was he walking in front? It was dangerous. Donnie hurried to warn him but instantly regretted speaking. Making noise before reaching the safe zone would lower his score. Suddenly, a skeletal monster in a robe lunged out from the side. Steve didn't flinch. With a single blow, he shattered the monster's skull. Donnie said the creature must have been attracted by his own scream, but at least they took it down. Impressed, he declared Steve perfect. As expected, Donnie then asked if Steve would use his recon skill if anything else went wrong. Before Steve could answer, a soft click echoed through the hall. A tile under Munch's foot began glowing. Donnie recognized it instantly. He opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't even finish the word trap before a storm of arrows came raining down. Munch reacted immediately. He reached behind him, grabbed his weapon, and began deflecting arrows with incredible speed. The moment triggered another memory back at the temple, when his meditative chant had drawn a horde of monsters. The military had responded with missiles, and his mentor, badly wounded, had fought desperately to protect him. Munch had begged for forgiveness, believing the catastrophe was his fault. The missiles wiped out the monsters, and the temple along with them. Back in the present, Munch continued deflecting arrows with that same weapon he had carried ever since. Donnie watched in awe, praising his skill. Then another click sounded. A second tile lit up bright white. The floor beneath the boys dissolved, sending all 3 plummeting downward. They hit the bottom hard. Steve and Munch landed on their feet, but Donnie lay in a heap of rubble, groaning loudly. He stared blankly at the ceiling, mourning the fate of his ambitions, but then a growl echoed from deeper within the tunnel. Donnie jumped up, horrified, and declared that they must be cursed magnets for monsters. Munch apologized, explaining that his monk abilities naturally attracted them. Donnie froze. His skill attracted monsters? Steve, on the other hand, was delighted. To him, this was perfect. Now he wouldn't even have to go looking for enemies. He stared ahead with a calm smile and said it was even better this way. He was too lazy to hunt them one by one. Munch stared at him, stunned. Steve suddenly leapt upward, flipping effortlessly through the air as though weightless. Donnie gasped and wondered aloud if Steve was even human. Standing atop the rocks, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. Munch blinked, unsure he'd heard correctly. Meanwhile, the sound of dozens of approaching monsters filled the tunnel. Steve turned to face them, eyes narrowing. He activated his reconnaissance skill, and a blue glow flickered across his pupils. Instantly he located the primary target, a skeleton draped in a red robe. In a single burst of inhuman speed, Steve sprinted toward it. Donnie stared at the horde in horror, convinced they were doomed. Just then, a long staff crashed down in front of him. It was Munch's. From above, the monk shouted for Donnie to grab it. Donnie seized the staff without hesitation. Setting aside all fear, he suggested they lure the monsters into the pit, and then hunt them from above. Groaning, he hauled himself out of the hole with Munch's help. Once they climbed out, they stared at the battlefield in disbelief. Dozens of monsters lay dead. They could hardly speak. Donnie whispered that it was insane. Up ahead, Steve calmly told them to clean up the monsters along the route and follow him. Inspired by his confidence, Munch and Donnie charged forward. Donnie grinned and said with absolute conviction that Steve was definitely crazy, and somehow, that made him the perfect leader. Munch effortlessly scattered the attacking monsters with sweeping strikes of his weapon, sending them tumbling in every direction. As he fought, he wondered if Steve had detected the trap using his reconnaissance skill. The monk was impressed, both by the speed of the reaction and by Steve's overwhelming strength. One of the monsters crept toward Steve from behind, crawling along the wall. Steve defeated the creature in front of him, then turned toward the faint sound behind him. The skeletal monster didn't get the chance to reach him. Munch's staff shot through the air and buried itself in the creature's neck, all while Donnie shouted encouragement. Steve finished the job with a single kick that sent bones flying across the stone floor. Far away, at the observation headquarters, a soldier suddenly reported that a team was exiting the dungeon. His partner was confused. Only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan approached, explaining that teams were usually allotted 5 hours. He asked which team it was. Watching the footage of the boys walking out of the portal, the soldier replied that it was Team 15 and that their vitals looked normal. Swan immediately called Sergeant Sheldon, demanding to know why the boys were already returning. Sheldon, who had been monitoring them, casually explained that they were done. He added that it was hard to gauge level 1 stats from the footage, but even so, Steve's performance was exceptional. Meanwhile, the city street buzzed with activity. People strolled, rushed, talked, argued, and in the middle of it all was Donnie, filming with a camera in hand. He spoke enthusiastically to his viewers, promising a behind-the-scenes look at life inside Steve's clan. He read a comment aloud asking what he would show that day, and with great excitement he announced that they were celebrating a housewarming party. From inside the newly registered clan building, Donnie's cheerful voice introduced the clan's food manager, an unofficial breadwinner. A grandmother appeared on camera chopping greens. Donnie asked her to greet the viewers. Her focused expression twisted into a fierce glare as she raised her knife and told him to leave before she made him part of dinner. Donnie froze as his ear began to bleed slightly from fear, but he didn't dare argue. Inside, Bill sat at the table with his father and asked why the grandma wanted to let someone in for dinner. Donnie read comments, insisting she looked like a gangster, and he hurried to clarify that she wasn't one. Another viewer asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie explained that it belonged to the third member of the clan, the monk they had seen before, whose mysterious power attracted people. He walked into another room with the camera and greeted the others. Steve turned to wave. Donnie pointed the camera at Munch, who was sitting at a dining table piled with food. Donnie introduced him as the clan's monk and asked him to say hello. Munch looked embarrassed, unable to speak. Eventually he gathered the courage to lift his staff and show it to the audience, saying he'd been through a lot. But before he could finish, a loud scream interrupted him. A white truck screeched to a stop in front of the house. Chad leaned out the window and shouted to Steve that everything was ready. The boys ran outside, grinning. Donnie rushed after them asking about the bill. Soon a white van was speeding through a rundown district, with a quadcopter hovering above, filming. Steve spotted it and asked what it was, offering to smash it. Donnie sighed and admitted he didn't even know what a drone was. Inside the van, the driver announced that they were headed for the 4th station, the 30th Gate quest. He pointed out the glowing blue portal and explained that this would be the clan's first official quest. Donnie, smiling, said his skill was video memory and promised to upload everything to YouTube later. The boys stepped through the portal. Immediately they were surrounded by bats. Steve was baffled. Donnie explained that this dungeon belonged to the bats. He then asked whether Steve had a long-range skill. Steve said no. Donnie frowned, wondering how they were supposed to catch airborne monsters without one. Munch, who had been silent this whole time, told them confidently to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie exchanged skeptical looks. Then Munch knelt, placed his bowl on the ground, and began striking it with his staff. A sharp ringing sound filled the cave. Above their heads, the bats began to move strangely, forming tighter and tighter clusters. Donnie stared upward, asking if the monk's ability was causing this reaction. The bats gathered into a massive flock, and then dove toward the boys. Every single one of them aimed straight for Munch. Calmly, the monk rose to his feet and lifted his staff. Flames erupted as he swung it, creating a blazing ring in front of him that incinerated the swarming creatures. Then from the darkness, an enormous bat emerged, far larger than the rest. Donnie shouted with exhilaration that they had finally reached the dungeon's final challenge. Steve struck the giant bat with a single decisive blow, slicing the creature cleanly in half. As the remaining bats fell, Donnie exhaled in satisfaction and declared the mission complete. Seated atop a mountain of monster corpses, Steve quietly noted that the door ahead had opened. They should hurry. Donnie, still thrilled, said he would record everything. Back at headquarters, a young man approached a girl who was staring wearily at her monitor. He reported that they had examined all 4 headquarters stations, capable of completing 20 missions per day, and now Steve's clan had gone so far as to incinerate a nearby dungeon. Reading the storm of comments under Donnie's latest video, the girl clutched her head, frustrated. They had barely imposed an embargo, and yet Steve's clan already had a streamer broadcasting everything. The young man added that the video had jumped to 3rd place in trending and asked if they needed to step in. The girl replied that she was aware of its popularity, but then something on the screen caught her eye. It was a clip of a fight, a Russian fighter, known as the Bear, squaring off against a mysterious figure called Hero. The video claimed Hero had defeated him with a special move, and was now naming his next opponent. The next challenger, a tall dark-haired man, looked powerful, confident, and strangely unusual. The clip posed a question: what would happen if the authorities were forced to intervene, and what if this opponent marked the beginning of Hero's reappearance? Suddenly the girl rose from her seat and told the young man to prepare for contact with Steve. Grabbing her jacket with determination, she announced that she would handle the meeting personally. The market square bustled with life, vendors shouting, customers bargaining, children running between stalls. Steve, Donnie, and Chad sat together at a cafe table. Chad asked if Munch was joining them. Donnie confirmed he was, though he wondered aloud where the monk had disappeared to since there were no temples nearby. Chad explained that Munch was living in the city with the surviving monks from his temple. Donnie complained that without Munch their efficiency dropped dramatically. Chad suggested taking a day off since their clan's progress had been extraordinary. Donnie lit up at the idea. Chad added that their capital had already reached 80,000. Donnie cheered again. He had earned 2,000 simply collecting stones, and now they could enter 2nd-level dungeons. Steve raised an eyebrow at Donnie's proud grin. Donnie proudly looked at his monitor, admiring the reward he'd earned. Next to his name, Steve noticed Donnie's rank and profession displayed on the screen. Steve folded his arms, thinking to himself that he had spent only 3,000 on skills, and already surpassed most people. With that in mind, he smiled and agreed today would be a day off. Chad shut his laptop and said he planned to take his son and grandma to the park. Steve's eye caught a sign beside him that read "No information." The grandmother entered carrying food for the puppy, and the same message appeared next to her. But next to Pecky, the puppy, there was detailed information on level and power. Steve wondered if dogs could awaken too. After thinking it over, Steve called his younger brother. The boy answered in surprise, saying he had been repairing his old car lately, but it was expensive and difficult. Steve smiled and suggested that he simply buy a new one. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. With a sly grin, Steve agreed to help. He called Pecky as well, and the puppy's tail wagged furiously. At the dealership, the manager presented a blue Hyundai Dragon. Chad's face glowed with excitement. Every mercenary dreamed of owning one. The manager explained that it ran on heliotrope fuel and cost 80 million, making it the best machine on the market. Steve asked his brother if he liked it. The answer was immediate. Of course, Steve told the manager he would pay in cash, and asked if they could take the car immediately. Soon the brand new blue car shot through the ruins of the city. Chad was ecstatic, declaring that the vehicle was incomparable to his old van. Steve agreed, saying even the passenger seat felt incredible. He added that he should have bought something like this sooner. Chad finally asked why they were headed toward the 4th station, entrance 23, an area that had been closed for a long time. Steve grew serious. He explained that a long time ago Chell had told him he couldn't awaken because he had no money. Chad's smile faded. He looked at Steve, confused, not understanding where the conversation was headed. With that same steady seriousness, Steve replied, "He sets'll awaken today." Chad froze when he heard Steve's words. Sweat broke across his face as the blue car continued down the ruined road, passing collapsed buildings overgrown with grass. His hands trembled on the steering wheel, fear and panic rising in waves, but he kept driving. He didn't dare say anything. Suddenly, Pecky, who had been quiet in the back seat, bristled and let out a low growl. Steve smiled faintly and asked the pup whether he could smell goblins. Chad's voice trembled as he insisted he wasn't ready, begging Steve to leave before anything happened. But Steve ignored him. He stepped out of the car, saying he'd be back soon and instructing Chad to wait. Panicking, Chad lunged toward the door and begged him not to go. but the only thing left where Steve had stood was swirling dust. Steve had already vanished into the rain. Chad stared at the empty air, overwhelmed. His brother's speed was unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the instant loan office, Steve and Chad's video had caused quite a stir. The employees had watched the YouTube clip over and over. One asked if that really was Steve. Another confirmed it, adding that he was now a growing internet star. The supervisor growled that someone like Steve couldn't be measured or controlled. The men argued about how dangerous this made him. Finally, the man at the computer ordered a list of cooperating guilds. The other replied that if this was Station 4, then the job would fall to Mr. Vincent, a mercenary known for removing debtors without hesitation. He'd already taken care of 6. The supervisor smirked darkly and commanded them to call Vincent and pay him whatever he asked. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, gathering into a storm that promised violence. Rain caught Chad's grandmother as she shopped with his son. She urged the child to hurry. Then a black car slid to a stop in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits stepped out, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached, flashed an ID, introduced herself as part of the bureau, and asked where they could find Steve. The grandmother said nothing. She simply stared at the badge in silence. The same storm hammered down on Chad, still waiting in the new car while rain smeared the windows. He muttered that he couldn't see anything, and that Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Once again, Pecky growled at something ahead. Then the head of a giant goblin slammed into the car door window, shocking Chad into a scream. The monster's body slid down the glass, leaving only a clawed hand and harsh breathing visible. The car door suddenly swung open. It was Steve, telling Chad to get out. Chad stumbled out, still shaking but calmed slightly when he saw his brother standing there. The wounded goblin lay on the ground, growling and trying to rise. The monster lunged at Chad. The boy screamed and shielded himself with his arms. A knife dropped onto the wet pavement, the metallic clatter echoing through the empty street. Steve turned to Chad and ordered him to follow and kill the monsters. Chad picked up the knife with trembling hands and begged Steve to stop. Steve turned sharply and demanded to know what was wrong. Stammering, Chad asked if he truly had to awaken now. But Steve was unyielding. "If you are weak," he said, "and you one set survive, then kill." Chad lowered his head in despair. There was no arguing with him. Suddenly the goblin sprang upward again, jaws wide. Little Pecky stood between them, baring his teeth and ready to fight. Before Chad could react, Steve commanded, "Pecky, bite." The pup hurled himself at the monster, sinking his teeth into its arm. Despite the creature's massive size, the goblin seized Pecky's head with its huge claws, trying to rip him off. Steve didn't move. He calmly stated that Pecky was still young, and that if Chad didn't intervene, the puppy would die. Crying, Chad begged Steve not to force him to do this. Lightning tore through the sky. With it came Steve Sip's roar. "Kill him." Chad's breath came in panicked bursts. He stared at the knife, clutching it with both hands. The goblin ripped Pecky free and prepared to bite down. Chad screamed as he swung. He knew that if he didn't set act, Pecky would die. The blade drove into the goblin's skull. Blood exploded across the pavement. The monster collapsed, lifeless, freeing Pecky. But Steve wasn't finished. He shouted at Chad to continue. Fueled by fear and rage, Chad struck again and again, stabbing until he could no longer lift his arms. At last he threw the bloody knife aside. Rain mingled with the stream of blood on the ground. Chad fell to his knees, gasping for air. He stared at his stained hands, trembling, horrified by what he had done. Steve stepped in front of him, towering over him, and ordered him to hold the blade again. Tears ran down Chad's face as he shook his head, saying he couldn't. But Steve refused to relent. "If you don't set kill," he said coldly, "they will kill you." Pecky suddenly leapt forward, growling with a ferocity Chad had never heard from him before. Chad's eyes widened in fear as he realized the puppy was growling at another monster creeping toward them through the rain. Steve's voice came cold and emotionless. He told Chad to kill the monsters quickly. They didn't have much time. Without looking back, Steve turned and walked away, abandoning his younger brother in the storm. Chad called after him, voice trembling, but Steve didn't stop. A memory hit Chad like a punch. Years ago he had been bullied by older kids, beaten and mocked, while Steve walked past with his head down, pretending not to see. Back then, as now, Chad had reached out for him, begging him not to leave. And just like the past, Steve kept walking. In the present, the rain blurred Chad's vision, but not enough to hide Steve's disappearing silhouette. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks, and he called for his brother again, knowing he would not turn back. Then something changed. The fear on Chad's face hardened into determination, and his trembling gaze sharpened. He no longer called for Steve. Chad reached down and picked up the blood-soaked dagger he had thrown earlier. The goblin facing him growled, snapping its teeth, ready to kill him. Moving like someone in a trance, Chad slowly rose, gripping the dagger tightly. He whispered to himself, not to anyone else, that Steve had always been like this. Lightning split the sky, and Chad burst forward with a scream. He He drove the knife into the goblin's skull with such force that the blade pierced through the other side. His eyes snapped wide open, glowing red, while he hissed at the monster to shut up. The goblin shrieked, but Chad only shoved the knife deeper into its mouth, unaffected by the blood spraying across his face. There was no fear left in him, only pure, burning hatred. He pressed harder, shouting for the monster to be quiet. The blade burst out of the back of the goblin's head, splitting its skull in half in a fountain of blood. But Chad wasn't done. He leaned over the corpse screaming "Die!" as he stabbed the dead body again and again, slashing wildly until the ground was painted red. At last he stopped, panting, the rain mixing with the blood on his hands. Lightning flashed again, revealing Chad's deranged smile as he raised the dagger. He looked unhinged, almost joyful. Another goblin lunged at him, grabbing the hand that held the blade. Its dripping jaws snapped inches from Chad's face. They toppled to the ground together. Chad thrust the dagger into its mouth and sliced upward, severing the creature's artery. Another geyser of blood drenched him. With the monster dead, Chad stood, muttering to himself about the sticky feeling on his arm, the sensation of cutting through flesh. His smile twisted into something unrecognizable. He whispered, "Nonsense. What are you doing? Donset, save me." Then he burst into manic laughter. High above, Steve sat on a rooftop, watching the transformation. He saw Chad's awakened status appear, cold-blooded killer. Even Steve was taken aback. Looking down at the drenched, laughing boy, he commented casually that his little brother was cute. Then, louder, he asked Chad whether he had been working part-time at a slaughterhouse. Chad was nearly unrecognizable, eyes wild, filled with murderous hunger, but Steve didn't react to any of it. He simply told him to get up. Still giggling, Chad obeyed, though the madness in his gaze remained. Steve declared the battle finished. Behind him, the ground was littered with half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and twitching in the rain. After clearing the monsters, the brothers headed to the Bureau of the Awakened. They approached the front desk. Steve looking annoyed, Chad drenched entirely in blood. The receptionist stared in disbelief before asking why they were there. Steve pointed at Chad and said he had just awakened. The receptionist instructed that Chad needed a shower, then a quarantine check, and finally a strength measurement test on the 3rd floor. As they climbed the stairs, Chad asked what the measuring room was. Steve explained that there was a device that measured physical strength. If the number exceeded 100, Chad would be officially registered as an awakened fighter. Steve added he had scored 96 last time and failed. Chad didn't believe him. Inside the measuring room, Chad lay on the device wearing a special suit. The machine activated and displayed 111. The examiner told him he was eligible to proceed to the Hall of Ability Manifestation. The doctor then turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to test his strength as well. Steve agreed and lay down on the device Chad had just used. Steve closed his eyes as the machine hummed around him, measuring his strength. Suddenly a strange vision flashed before him. Countless eyes watching him, and a message saying someone was observing him, yet large parts of the information were hidden. When he opened his eyes, the number 189 glowed on the screen, but even that impressive score didn't shake him as much as the eerie vision he'd just experienced. The doctor examined the readings and murmured that the rumors were true. Steve's strength was rising at an impossible rate, and soon he would reach level E. Steve wasn't interested. Instead, he asked who created the machine. The doctor laughed at the odd question, saying it was built by scientists. Steve frowned and asked again which scientists specifically, but the man only chuckled. Downstairs, the receptionist handed Chad an awakened ID card inside a small box containing a phone. She explained the phone was a gift and that he'd scored high enough to qualify as a mercenary. Steve congratulated him, and Chad shyly thanked him. Steve asked whether Chad had seen anything unusual during the test. Chad shook his head. He'd seen nothing. Steve assumed it meant he was simply too sensitive. He then asked what Chad's awakened skill was. Chad lowered his head, clearly disappointed, and muttered, "Decapitation." Before Steve could comment, a familiar blonde woman passed by with several subordinates around her. Steve immediately noticed and ran after her, calling out with cheerful excitement, "Blondie!" Her subordinates froze, shocked. One demanded to know who dared address their leader like that and whether he had a death wish. Another recognized Steve, and suddenly all of them realized who he was. With an innocent smile, Steve apologized casually for his earlier words, explaining that he wasn't used to speaking with civilized people, but the woman cut him off, saying she understood, and suggested they never meet again. She walked off with her group. Her subordinates gossiped while following her, saying something had to be going on between the two of them. One even joked she was practically getting married, while another insisted Steve would be the one to save them all. Jean snapped at them to hurry, and they immediately picked up the pace. Steve watched her leave, muttering that it was a shame she had the temper of a shrew. A black car sat parked outside the building labeled Steve's Clan. Inside, Grandma and Melissa, the same blonde, sat together at the table. They clinked glasses, almost spilling their drinks. Melissa tasted the strawberry liquor with delight, saying it was perfect. Grandma grinned, explaining that young people always loved it, though her son-in-law had begged for it for 10 years and never managed to try any. Melissa finished the drink and declared passionately that she wished all monsters would die. Grandma praised her for speaking beautifully. Then Melissa tasted the dumpling soup, calling it the best she'd ever had. Grandma nodded, saying it paired perfectly with the drink. Melissa glanced at the door, noting that Steve was late. At that moment, Grandma announced that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room, surprised to see Grandma and Melissa sharing drinks. Bill ran over joyfully, excited that his dad and Pecky were back. He jumped into Chad's arms, asking why he took so long. Chad asked if he'd had fun while they were gone. While father and son talked, Melissa approached Steve. He tensed and asked who she was, but he already saw her name and rank displayed above her, rank A2. She introduced herself as Melissa, a manager from the Bureau of Awakened Repatriate Administration. Steve asked why she had come, and she said she wanted to make a deal with him. Steve blinked, unprepared for that answer, and asked what she meant. Melissa leaned closer and asked if he knew the official name for a repatriate. Steve admitted he had no idea. She explained that repatriates like him were officially called coordinators. The title surprised him, yet it intrigued him. She then asked whether he had returned through a red portal. Steve said he had. Melissa explained that a red portal meant the repatriate had fulfilled the condition for safe return. Steve didn't understand, so she continued a portal that turned red would appear again and would work both ways. Steve asked where it would appear. Melissa raised her finger and pointed directly at him. Steve stared back, confused. Melissa clarified, the portal appears next to the coordinator. In this case, next to you. Steve rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Memories of the wolf pack he had lived with for 10,000 years flickered through his mind. He wondered if he could see them again. Melissa continued, their administration believed Steve's portal led to what they were calling a fourth new planet. If their theory was correct, their country would possess the only planetary portal to this fourth world. Steve didn't care about politics. He only cared about one thing. When will the portal appear? Melissa answered calmly, in 99 days. Steve asked Melissa directly what she wanted from him. She replied calmly that until the portal opened, Steve would be forbidden from leaving the country. Steve wasn't expecting such a restriction, and demanded to know why. Melissa didn't sugarcoat it. She said they couldn't allow him to become the second hero. Steve frowned. He didn't recognize the name. He asked who Hero was. Melissa stared at him, surprised he didn't know the story. She explained that Hero was the strongest awakened in the world, rank 1, and he had once been a citizen of their country. Steve asked what that meant. Melissa explained that in the early days of the disaster, the government had detained many repatriates due to the unknown risks. Hero, who had returned as a rank B, escaped confinement. The portal to planet Kachun, now located in another country, was created by him. If Steve activated a portal while abroad, the dimensional industry could collapse, and their country would face catastrophic losses. Steve quietly processed everything. Then, with typical bluntness, he asked the only thing that mattered to him, so what do I get in return? Melissa was ready for the question. She asked what he wanted. Steve answered without hesitation. He wanted to elevate his clan into a guild and expand its territory. Donnie, listening secretly from behind the wall, nearly fainted from shock at the scale of the negotiation. Melissa did not object. She told Steve he could ask anything else. Steve then remembered his most important question. How will I know when the portal appears? Melissa explained that they would send an agent who specialized in detecting small energy fractures. One of their best. Steve was intrigued. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the bureau, Jean was training furiously in the gym, still angry about Steve's earlier comment that they should have children together. She punched the bag with so much force that its stuffing exploded out. Her colleagues watched in disbelief, wondering what had triggered her this time. Jean muttered that he should have been charged with harassment. Melissa appeared beside her and calmly asked who she planned to charge. Jean dismissed the question, saying she was simply in a bad mood. Melissa asked when she wasn't. Jean snapped at her to stop stalling and explain why she was here. Melissa handed her a mission file. Jean read it, and began trembling with anger. She demanded why she had been chosen. Melissa answered without hesitation, she was picked because she was a professional. Jean asked again, louder. Melissa replied because she was the best. Jean glared at her, wishing she could overturn the assignment by sheer force of will. Melissa asked what Jean thought would happen once the portal opened. Jean had already seen the footage, and answered quietly that hell would break loose. Melissa nodded. If Jean detected spatial cracks, she was to leave immediately with Steve. Until then she would have to stay with him at all times. With a mischievous grin, Melissa repeated, always, emphasizing every syllable. Then she walked out laughing, leaving Jean fuming and threatening to file her resignation. Elsewhere, Chad sat in his room, clutching his head as obsessive thoughts circled through his mind. Don't leave, they'll kill you. Don't leave, they'll kill you. His son's voice finally snapped him out of it, calling him to dinner. Later, the clan gathered at a cafe beneath the newly hung wall clan sign. Someone inside shouted in excitement. Chad asked what was going on, and Donnie proudly announced that their clan was thriving, now eligible for second-level dungeons. Steve was pleased by the progress, but Chad pointed out they needed rank D to enter those areas and didn't yet have enough fighters. He suggested they farm first-level dungeons for a while. Donnie agreed, but added that with Steve around, second-level dungeons weren't a problem. Steve decided they would build up funds and strength in first-level dungeons first, then recruit new members. Everyone agreed. Footsteps approached their table. Donnie turned. Munch stood beside them, greeting everyone with folded hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if he had eaten. Bill waved in excitement. Munch replied that he had and suggested they depart. His level indicator showed F5. At the dungeon entrance, traffic was backed up. Cars honking, people yelling. Many teams crowded near the portal, eager and energetic. In the bustling crowd, one man recognized Steve's group and called out to them. The four entered the dungeon together, with Chad taking up the rear. The man greeted Steve warmly. Steve shook his hand, and the man happily said he'd heard all about the creation of Steve's clan. The adventure continued. Steve asked Jim what happened to the teammates he'd been with last time. For a moment, Jim's smile faded and a rigid seriousness crossed his face. He hesitated, deciding how much to say, then forced a smile again and claimed everything was fine. Steve pressed further, asking why he was alone. But before Jim could answer, his new teammates called out that it was time to enter the portal. Avoiding the question, Jim excused himself and promised to contact Steve later. Steve waved and said he'd wait. Munch asked who the man was. Steve replied that Jim was a friend he'd met in a previous dungeon. The four stepped into the portal together, their bodies engulfed in a blue glow. All of them were filled with enthusiasm and ready for battle. None of them noticed the figure watching from a distance, the mercenary Vincent observing Steve's clan with sharp interest. In another part of the crowd, Jim's own team prepared to depart. One teammate recognized Steve, while another said they needed to hurry. Jim, however, was troubled. He couldn't bring himself to tell Steve the truth about his clan's collapse. Two of their core members had quit under the excuse of needing rest. When the core left, the entire clan dissolved overnight. Null clans were easy to form, but just as easy to break. The stress of killing and nearly being killed had shattered his former partners. They might never return to mercenary work at all. Entering the portal, Jim's captain called him to the vanguard, hoping he could carry the team. In this world, clanless mercenaries formed temporary one-day parties to clear dungeons. Some of them forged bonds and eventually rebuilt new clans. Jim hadn't given up. He vowed to start again. Meanwhile, a motorcycle sped through the city. Jean rode it, crimson suit gleaming in the wind. She reported that she had left Steve's clan headquarters and heard they went into a dungeon in the morning. Melissa replied that she would send the coordinates to her. When Jean received the location on her helmet display, she accelerated toward the site, her long hair whipping behind her. Inside the dungeon, Steve's team fought fiercely. Monsters flew in all directions, as Munch unleashed a powerful spell. A dragon, glowing blue, surged across the battlefield, his brand new summoned spell Dragon Chase. Nearby, Chad slashed through enemies with his knife. Donnie narrated proudly, explaining that he recently earned a clan nickname, Bounty Hunter, and his new skill, Chase. Donnie warned Chad to look behind him. A monster dove at Chad from above. Chad reacted instantly, thrusting his blade upward and tearing open the creature's belly. A feral smile spread across Chad's face, one dangerously close to a beast's grin. Donnie saw it and wondered in fear if Chad actually enjoyed the killing. Up above, Steve watched the battlefield with satisfaction as his teammates handled the monster horde together. Not far away, another team wasn't so lucky. A series of explosions ripped through the forest. One reckless mage hurled fireballs at a swarm of frogs, giant monsters with long red tongues, without caring that his own teammates were caught in the blast. Jin fell, injured, cursing the mage for nearly killing him. Before he could get back up, a frog monster wrapped its tongue around the mage's waist and dragged him away. The rest of the team was devoured as they screamed for help. Jen, barely conscious, thought of Steve's clan and felt a painful twist of jealousy. Surely they wouldn't accept a washed-up E-class mercenary like him. By then Steve's team had already finished and stepped out of the portal, glowing in blue light. Donnie said happily that this run saved them time and spared them exhaustion. Munch added that he had tested skills he didn't even know he possessed. Steve praised them and said they would begin splitting into groups to attack more efficiently. At that moment, a stranger approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Steve immediately asked who he was, eyeing him with suspicion. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG guild and handed over his business card. Donnie nearly choked. BDG was a rank 5 guild. They owned 4 stations and even possessed a personal portal. They ranked 20th on the national list. Steve examined the business card and asked what Vincent wanted. Vincent smiled politely. He said that since BDG shared territory with Steve's rising clan, they wanted to give them a welcome gift. Everyone was stunned. Vincent explained that he'd heard the clan leveled up recently, and wanted to congratulate them by offering tickets to a second-level dungeon under BDG's direct jurisdiction. Donnie's eyes sparkled. Second-level tickets were extremely valuable. Vincent asked if they wanted to go immediately. Chad hesitated, pointing out they should probably prepare first. Vincent waved the concern away, saying BDG would provide everything they needed as part of the gift. Donnie was amazed. Such support guaranteed success. But Steve declined. He said they would farm first-level dungeons to train teamwork. He alone would handle the second-level descent for now. It would be more efficient. Vincent smiled, a little too satisfied, before hiding it. The clan agreed with Steve's plan. Vincent gestured toward a brown SUV and invited them into his vehicle. Their next challenge was about to begin. The SUV rumbled toward the dungeon entrance, passing destroyed buildings tangled with overgrown vines. Vincent radioed ahead, saying they would use entrance #47. The operator confirmed they were cleared to enter immediately. Steve noticed the empty surroundings and commented that there were no mercenaries nearby. Vincent agreed, explaining that this portal had appeared only recently. He had taken care of all the arrangements, so Steve could step inside without delay. Steve said it was very kind. Vincent smiled and replied that if Steve's clan continued using BDG portals in the future, they would consider it a favor repaid. Steve, after a moment of thought, said the two guilds were indeed neighbors. When they arrived, Vincent asked a worker if everything was ready. The worker nodded and handed Steve a backpack filled with supplies. Steve slung it over his shoulder, turned to Vincent, and said that if he came back alive, they'd have lunch together. Vincent waved and promised they would share a drink when he returned. Steve pressed a switch on his suit. A helmet materialized around his head. With steady confidence, he stepped into the portal, swallowed by blue light. Vincent's expression twisted into a satisfied whistle. The smile froze when he heard the roar of a motorcycle behind him. A woman in a red suit skidded to a stop. She yanked off her helmet. Sheen. She demanded to know whether the person who entered the portal was Steve. Vincent confirmed it and asked who she was. Jean didn't bother answering. She sprinted toward the portal and declared she was going in after him as a member of Steve's clan. Vincent shrugged and told her to go ahead. As she disappeared into the blue glow, Vincent remembered a conversation with a creditor. He had quoted a fee of $2 billion to handle both Steve and the girl. The creditor complained it was too expensive. It wasn't even murder. Vincent argued that killing Steve wasn't simple work. A public figure brought public consequences, risks, costs. Jean, unaware of any of this, entered the portal boldly. Earlier that day, she had arrived at Steve's headquarters and asked the others where Steve was. Chad explained that he'd gone into a dungeon. Jan jumped on her motorcycle immediately and followed the SUV. Melissa watched everything remotely via monitor feeds. When Jan asked why she had to chase after him, Melissa said she needed to observe Steve's skills personally. Jan protested. She wasn't even suited up, but Melissa reminded her about the bracelet. Jan snarled that she treasured her equipment. Melissa coolly said she'd double her bonus. Jan cursed and stormed into the portal. Inside, Steve had already arrived. He stood still, noting how different the atmosphere felt here. The portal flashed again behind him. Before he could turn, Jean Sepp's furious voice pierced the cavern. Dawn Sepp, turn around. Stay still. Steve obeyed, facing forward while glancing sideways at the portal. Jean pressed her bracelet. A dark substance spread across her hand, forming a combat suit over her body. She muttered angrily about her terrible mood. She swore she'd demand triple pay for this assignment. Then she noticed Steve staring directly at her the entire time. Outraged, she screamed that she told him not to look, and called him a pervert. Steve flushed and insisted he was just admiring her bracelet. Did it have inventory functions? Jean's face turned red. She demanded to know how long he had been looking. Her rank, B8, appeared beside her. Steve suddenly remembered something. On the day he returned from the other world, she had seen him naked too. He grinned smugly and said they were even now. Jean snapped that she hadn't seen him by choice back then. Steve changed the subject and asked why she had come. His first guess was, "Did you want to fight me?" Jean said Melissa had sent someone to monitor him. Steve remembered and said Melissa promised to send a professional. Jean, flustered, admitted that she was that professional. Steve raised an eyebrow and said, "It doesn't seem like it." John bristled and said she rushed here in casual clothes because she didn't want to be late. Steve told her seriously. Dawn Sepp interfere. Jan replied she wouldn't. She was only an observer. Then, something pulsed through her nerves. A warning. She said they had company. Steve turned and a lumbering monster came into view. A giant orc in a loincloth, holding an axe. Its aura alone was far stronger than any creature from earlier dungeons. It didn't charge immediately. It watched. Jan whispered that this orc was incredibly strong. She said Steve was extremely unlucky to meet an orc boss at the very start of a second-level dungeon. But Steve remained unfazed. "There are 4 of them," he said. Jan Sepp's head whipped toward him. "What?" Roars erupted around them from every direction. The ground trembled as more orcs approached. Jan stared at Steve in disbelief. This can set be real. Not in a second-level dungeon. Steve smiled. Second-level dungeon? That sip's what you sip are calling it? John froze. What? What do you mean? Their situation was about to become much worse. Steve asked Jean if she hadn't felt the abnormality when passing through the portal. Was she truly a pro? Jean bristled with irritation and tried to excuse herself, saying the disruption was because of the bracelet. Steve stepped forward, preparing to sprint. He told her to stay out of his hunt. The next instant, he shot forward with such explosive speed that the ground cracked apart beneath him. The shockwave knocked Jean off balance. Shielding her face, she stared in disbelief. What kind of insane speed is that? Steve appeared in front of the nearest orc, and struck its chest with a powerful blow. As the orc staggered back, dazed, Steve spun, seized the axe from its hands, and prepared his next strike. The creature dropped to one knee, rubbing its head. But the echoes of approaching orcs grew louder from every direction. Steve swung the axe. The orc's skull split cleanly in half. Another orc charged forward, enraged by the death of its kin. Steve swung again, driving the axe through its body and unleashing a fountain of blood. Yet another orc barreled toward him. Steve leapt onto a rock, sprinted along its edge, and the monster ran below, searching for him. After a short sprint, Steve launched himself off the cliff toward a tangle of vines. Grabbing them mid-air, he watched the orc scanning around in confusion below. Steve released the vine and dropped straight behind the creature, unseen. Meanwhile, far away, Vincent called the client. He said they should transfer the remaining payment. Even a sea-level mercenary would struggle to survive a dungeon like this. The client grinned when asked what level this dungeon actually was. Inside the dungeon, Steve plunged a dagger into another orc's skull. Jean watched from a distance, stunned at what she was seeing. Steve crouched beside the corpse, completely ignoring the next orc running at full speed toward him. Steve muttered with excitement that the dungeon's level didn't matter as long as he could kill everything inside. The new orc swung its axe inches from Steve's head, but Steve dodged effortlessly and struck its chest with enough force to send it flying. A second strike crushed its skull. Helmet soaked in blood, Steve stared at the dying orc and saw a notification plus 32 points. He grinned. This dungeon was a treasure trove. Without looking, he tossed Jean the backpack he'd received earlier. She caught it. Startled, Steve asked her to help collect bloodstones. Then he walked off toward another corpse, leaving her baffled. Jane watched him with a mixture of confusion and growing horror. He was just an F rank, yet he was massacring the battlefield. The conclusion formed itself: Steve was completely insane. A twitch ran up Jane's spine. She sensed something and turned her head sharply, activating her reconnaissance skill. Her eyes glowed blue. Steve, meanwhile, pried a massive bloodstone from a corpse and proudly showed her its size. Jane ground her teeth. Not now. Steve blinked, confused, and asked why. Jean threw the backpack to the ground and said that even if he killed 4 orc bosses, the portal still wouldn't open. The bag only contained stones. Steve began stuffing bloodstones inside, saying that in that case, he'd put them all there. Jean rubbed her head in frustration, wondering what exactly was wrong with this man. Unable to take it anymore, she snapped. This is a 4th level dungeon. If the difficulty were any higher, even together we wouldn't get out alive. Steve froze. So Vincent had sent him into a 4th level dungeon for free. Jane watched him, horrified. Half of what she'd said had flown over his head. Steve, delighted, shouted that if he survived, he would definitely pay for Vincent's dinner. Jane stared at him like he was out of his mind. Are we actually idiots? A sudden pressure hit her senses. Jean spun around just as a monster lunged at her with a weapon. She reached instinctively for her sword, but the sheath at her hip was empty. She'd forgotten it on her motorcycle in her rush. Before she could react, Steve slashed the monster's head clean off. The corpse collapsed beside her, splattering blood everywhere. Steve smiled and told her he was strong, though he'd been stronger before. Jean stared at him skeptically. Another pulse. Jean's eyes widened. She and Steve turned simultaneously. Jean activated her clairvoyant skill. Her eyes shone blue. Through infrared vision, she saw dozens of monsters rushing toward them. She cursed. A mob of orcs was closing in, and fast. Their path was sealed. Jean asked in panic if there truly was an entire army of them. Steve only smiled. Even without Munch here, the monsters were coming straight to him. Jean snapped at him to be quiet. The first wave arrived, orc riders mounted on snarling wolves. Jean shouted that it looked like nothing but orcs. But Steve wasn't listening. His eyes sparkled. He was thrilled by the sight of the harnessed wolves. The ogre drew closer, raising its massive weapon. Steve dashed forward, telling Jan not to touch his monsters. Jan snapped back that he should be worried about other things, but still activated her shield skill, successfully blocking an incoming strike. Steve didn't stop. He rushed past her, splitting the next orc's skull cleanly in two. Before its body even hit the ground, Steve was already charging another target. Jean summoned her sword from her inventory and struck the orc attacking her, but the monster merely stared at the shallow cuts on its body, confused. Jean clicked her tongue. She had grabbed only the blade, not the heavier weapon she usually carried. Before she could finish the thought, Steve bounded toward them shouting, "I told you. Don't touch mine." He leapt from above and kicked the orc off its wolf mount. The beast crashed to the ground, rolling across the dirt. Steve landed lightly behind Jean and launched himself forward again, cutting through the approaching monsters like a falling meteor. But then, everything shook. A colossal club slammed into Steve's side, sending him skidding violently across the ground. The attacker was enormous, even compared to the other orcs, draped in a fur mantle with ornaments hanging from his neck. He looked every bit like a commander, if not the orc general himself. Steve hit the ground hard. His dagger slipped from his hand. The ogre general loomed over him. But Steve sprang up, grinning in excitement. "So you stir the boss of all of them?" The orc general didn't answer. He simply stomped, sending dust exploding upward, and swung his club again. Jane sprinted toward Steve, shouting that they had to eliminate the general first. The club crashed down, but Steve dodged. The second strike barely missed him as he vaulted upward, ending up above the giant Sip's head. He plunged his dagger down with every bit of strength, and it lodged deep into the monster Sip's skull. Sean gasped. He actually did it? Steve yanked the blade free, and saw it had snapped in half. The orc general, still alive, finally connected a blow. The club smashed into Steve's stomach, launching him backward like a rag doll. Jane froze. Steve had actually been struck. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of the Awakened, Melissa received a call. Her subordinate hesitated. "May Stom isn't set something strange." Melissa asked what he meant. The man said that Steve and Jean's phones were now far apart, too far, and neither device had sent any signal for nearly an hour. According to their data, Steve appeared to be in a level 1 dungeon. Before he could say where Jean was, he faltered. Melissa felt a growing dread. "What are you talking about? They should be together." Elsewhere, Steve's clan returned to their truck to rest. Donnie peeked into the SUV and saw Steve's phone still lying on the seat. Jean's phone, still on her motorcycle, rang endlessly. Melissa, unable to reach her, ordered her subordinate to check again. Where were they? He swallowed and answered. "I found Jean in a 5th-level dungeon." Melissa's stomach dropped. She remembered Jean forcing her way into the portal. Was it worth risking so much for this mission? She steadied herself and demanded to know who managed that dungeon. The subordinate replied, "It belonged to the DGB Guild," and sent their details. Melissa immediately ordered a full history of all entries into 5th-level dungeons, then told him to connect her to the guild leader immediately. Back inside the dungeon, Steve crashed into a stone wall and slumped, dazed. More monsters surged forward, growling with weapons raised. Jean screamed his name and sprinted toward him, but Steve didn't respond. Then a voice echoed in Steve Sepp's mind. "Get up." His eyes snapped open. He saw the mob of monsters rushing at him, and his grin returned. This is getting fun. He dug his hands into the ground, sprung upward, and grabbed the nearest monster. With a twist of his body, he hurled it into another orc. Both tumbled away. Steve snatched 2 axes from the ground and leapt into the air, hurling them with immense force. They spun through the air and buried themselves in 2 orc skulls. Those 2 fell instantly. But the rest kept advancing, undeterred. The real fight was only beginning. Jean sprinted towards Steve as a rain of arrows fell from above. She was stunned. This orc army even had archers. She rolled into a forward somersault, narrowly avoiding several arrows, but stopping even for a moment allowed a swarm of monsters to close in around her. She didn't panic. Activating defensive bomb skid, she released a burst of blinding light from her hands. Every monster caught in the blast disintegrated into dust, but more surrounded her immediately. Just as the circle closed in, Steve grabbed her wrist and yanked her forward, dragging her through the gap. The orc boss watched their escape from afar, letting out a furious roar. Jean demanded to know what Steve was doing. He told her they needed to run without letting go of her hand. She shouted angrily that they were surrounded. How exactly were they supposed to run? Steve pulled her toward the mountainside, saying it was empty. She looked ahead and saw only a cliff, and answered in terror that she couldn't go there. "That's why we are going there," Steve replied. When they reached the edge, Steve suddenly lifted her into his arms. Jean screamed, asking what he was doing. Steve only told her to hold on tight. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. They plummeted downward. Several orcs leapt after them, but only to fall to their deaths. Steve landed on both feet, the impact cracking the earth beneath him. The orcs that followed crashed against the ground around them, their bodies shattered. Jean clung to him in shock, realizing she was still alive. Steve sighed, dropped his hands, and let her fall unceremoniously to the ground. "We're still going to die," he muttered, already walking forward, leaving her stunned and breathless. When she finally looked up, she saw the dizzying drop they had survived. The orc boss glared down from the cliff above. Somehow, she and Steve had lived through that fall. Brief rest, and a grim realization. They found a cave to rest in. A long howl echoed through the barren forest. Inside the cave, Jean hugged her knees, complaining that the monster's cries were unbearable. Calling Steve Mr. Unusual, she asked what his plan was. Steve answered simply, "We kill more orcs, then we level up and push forward." Jean sighed heavily. Level ups had no limit, but stat increases did. Steve shrugged and replied that he had no limits at all. Jean stared at him, confused, and asked what he meant. Steve only gave her a calm smile. Meanwhile, the world outside fell into chaos. Two military vehicles sped toward the dungeon entrance. Crowds of journalists, soldiers, and onlookers swarmed the site. The authorities pushed them back from the portal. A reporter explained, they were at the 5th-level dungeon managed by the DGB Guild, where a deadly incident had occurred 2 days prior. Steve's clan knelt nearby. Donnie was crying hysterically, terrified for Steve's safety. Police dragged out Vincent in handcuffs. He claimed Steve and Jean had entered the dungeon voluntarily, but after interrogation, he finally confessed. Reporters shouted questions, demanding to know Steve's last words. Vincent growled in frustration. He had no idea Jean was from the bureau. The reporter continued explaining that Steve drew so much attention because he was believed to be a repatriate from the 4th planet, which had massive political and scientific implications. Back at the bureau, Melissa burst into her superior's office, furious. She accused him of allowing this disaster to happen, and demanded the criminals be arrested. The chief said they had already detained most of the conspirators, except for one assistant who escaped. Melissa argued that this was a 5th-level dungeon. How could the guild treat it so lightly? The chief countered, asking if shutting down the entire guild would bring Steve and Jean back alive. She exploded at his indifference. He said the belief that Steve came from a 4th planet was only a theory. Perhaps he originated from a dungeon instead. Melissa was horrified by his skepticism. A news broadcast declared that the government would impose stricter regulations on illegal guild activities, frustrating the chief even further. Melissa barely heard him. She broke down crying, confessing that she was the one who sent Jean after Steve. The chief looked at her in surprise. He tried to calm her, saying all they could do now was believe and wait. The reporter outside concluded grimly that survival chances inside this dungeon were extremely low. Melissa collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably, her mind filled only with thoughts of Jean. Fog thickened through the ancient forest. The trees were bare, though red and yellow leaves still clung to some bushes. Orc patrols searched relentlessly for Steve and Jean. One orc checked the area, axe ready. Suddenly a tiny fairy appeared before him, glowing a faint blue. The creature floated toward his face. The orc lunged to grab her, but she darted away. Frustrated, the orc roared an incantation. His axe glowed yellow as he swung wildly, trying to hit the elusive fairy. She flitted into the bushes, disappearing from sight. The orc growled, stepping forward, and Steve's blade dropped from above, splitting his head cleanly in two. Steve wiped the blood from his face and grinned. 3 more to kill. Then I level up. Jane used clairvoyance, her eyes glowing in blue infrared. She saw another orc hiding roughly 100 meters ahead. She relayed the information to Steve, who was already poised to sprint. The moment he heard it, he vanished, leaving a shockwave behind him. Jen gasped and ran after him, screaming that it was a trap, but it was too late. The orc triggered the mechanism beneath Steve's feet. Sharpened logs shot up from below and struck him mid-charge, hurling him backward. He slammed into a stone wall. The wind knocked out of him, and his dagger fell from his hand. Jen froze in horror as the orc grabbed a horn and blew a thunderous signal. All around the forest, the orcs heard the call and understood exactly what it meant. Steve had been found. The ground trembled as several hidden orcs emerged from underground, having lain in ambush. Jane sprinted towards Steve, shouting at him to get up. Her voice jolted him awake. He turned, anger flashing in his eyes, but his body felt strangely heavy and unresponsive. His limbs trembled, his vision blurred. The orcs closed in. Steve grabbed his chest, confused at why his strength was failing. His senses dulled, his stamina dropped sharply. Then it hit him. He had not eaten in 2 days. Jean arrived just as the first orc swung at Steve. She activated Defense Bomb, unleashing a violent burst of energy that vaporized the front row of monsters and mortally wounded the rest. The blast consumed her strength and she collapsed. Steve rushed to her side, scooping up a fallen axe as he passed. In one sweeping strike, he cut down 2 orcs. A wicked grin crept across his face. "One more," he said. "Just one more." He leapt toward the final target, but a massive blur struck him mid-air. The orc boss sits club. The blow drove into Steve's chest and sent him tumbling like a rag doll. At that moment, Jean regained consciousness. Groggy, she lifted her head and found a towering orc, the boss standing over her, growling, club raised. She muttered bitterly, "Just a fat guy." Meanwhile, Steve flew across the battlefield and crashed into another orc. The axe in his hand slipped and sank straight into the monster's skull, and Steve received a notification. Level up. Flat on his back, Steve stared at the glowing prompt. You have unlocked a new skill, beast transformation. He blinked in surprise. Should he use his newly gained points on this? Before he could decide, the orc boss loomed over Jean. She struggled to her knees, summoning her sword. She refused to die without fighting. Back in the city, the clan's home was quiet. Granny called Pecky, setting down a bowl of red stew. The puppy barked joyfully, unaware of the danger his master faced. Granny's voice cracked as she told the little dog they didn't know whether Steve was alive or not. Pecky happily dove into the food, not understanding any of it. In the dungeon, Jean parried the orc boss's attacks with the last of her strength. Steve activated beast transformation. Pecky, still eating, suddenly floated upward, glowing blue. Granny backed away in shock. Black smoke poured from Steve's back. Jean dodged a massive swing by leaping into the air. Steve's face distorted, elongating into a snarling fanged shape. Smoke wrapped around his body. John desperately tried to buy time, but the orc boss held overwhelming power. His swings were effortless. The smoke cleared. Steve Sepp's black fur changed to snow white. Jean misstepped. The orc boss struck her full force, sending her flying. Her sword clattered across the stone floor as she hit the ground helplessly. The orc boss charged toward her. She curled up, bracing for death. Something massive landed between them. A white-furred half-wolf clad in black armor slammed its claw into the orc boss, pinning him to the ground. Jean stared, stunned. The creature was as large as the orc boss, and effortlessly overpowering him. Steve unleashed a barrage of strikes, pounding the orc's head until it was nothing but pulp. Even after the monster stopped moving, Steve kept hammering, driving the corpse deeper into the earth. Jan could only watch in horrified awe. Steve then tore into the orc boss's body, devouring chunks of flesh. A notification appeared before his eyes, plus 45 points. When he finally looked toward Jean, the girl met his gaze in terrified silence. She studied the enormous werewolf. "Steve," she whispered. The beast opened its blood-stained jaws, barked. Once, then again, then several more times. Jean blinked. "He sits barking, so he sits not a wolf. He sits a dog?" The beast barked again, as if confirming it. A reporter announced that 3 days had passed since Steve and Jean fell into the dungeon, and neither had emerged. A lone motorcycle stood abandoned at the entrance. The reporter questioned the head of the Awakened Bureau. He explained to the audience, "This place is known as Orc Castle. It is recommended that at least a 30-man party, including no fewer than 10 A-rank mercenaries, enter." Yet Steve and Jean had entered alone, and no one knew if they were still alive. The broadcast continued. As the reporter explained the dangers of the dungeon, the camera operator muttered under his breath that this entire situation was a circus. He claimed the government had practically sent Steve to die just to get rid of troublesome guilds. He grumbled about how long he still had to film this interview. The host asked how many people Steve might disrupt if he somehow survived and returned. The operator scoffed. How could Steve return? He was no hero. He was only level F. By tomorrow, headlines would write about how their country had lost its standing in the rankings. Back at Steve Sepp's clan house, Pecky suddenly reverted into an ordinary puppy again, barking happily. Granny recoiled in fear, asking what on earth had just happened. Jean, like Granny, was shaken by what she had witnessed. Steve shifted back into human form and explained calmly that he could merge with the animals he tamed. It wasn't transformation, it was unification. He turned toward Jean, who stood frozen in disbelief, and asked why she was still staring. They had to collect everything they could and escape. But Jean answered in a trembling voice that it was useless. Steve frowned, unable to understand. Jean said quietly that this place would be their grave. Rain began to fall, drenching the sky in a cold gray haze. Steve asked what she meant. Jean pointed out that they had already killed the boss, yet the portal remained closed. What did he think that meant? Realization struck Steve. The portal hadn't set opened. He gestured toward the crushed corpse of the orc boss, and asked if she was seriously implying that this thing wasn't the true boss. John replied without hesitation, yes, someone even stronger existed in the dungeon. Steve grinned, intrigued, and demanded to know who this mysterious someone was, the one who made her talk about graves. Jean's expression hardened. In the pounding rain, she began her story. 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she joined a 20-person raid. 10 of them were A-rank mercenaries from the Bureau. Together, they descended into a 5th-level dungeon. Jean walked in the middle of the formation, her face tense with concentration. Suddenly, the man ahead of her, Tim, turned back and stared at her. Jean blinked, wondering what was wrong. Tim asked about her ankle. She flushed with embarrassment and said it was nothing. It had healed. Tim smiled warmly and said he was glad. From behind, Melissa teased them. She said they were a cute couple, and this was exactly why couples shouldn't join missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle. Explosives detonated, blasting apart one of the fortress walls. A horde of orcs charged out, racing toward them. An officer barked orders to push toward the tower. He assigned Melissa to defend the right flank at 3 o'clock. Melissa unleashed a flaming spell, turning dozens of orcs to ash. She shouted that the flank was secure. Another mercenary yelled that the defenses were weakening at 4 o'clock. He tried to report his position, but an orc struck him before he could finish. Jean picked up his call and screamed that they needed backup. Melissa sprinted toward Jean, demanding she hold out a bit longer, but Jean was knocked off her feet. She hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. A massive orc approached her, teeth bared, weapon raised. Jean froze, paralyzed in terror. Before the killing blow landed, Tim hurled a spell that turned the orcs surrounding her into stone dust. Melissa arrived moments later, blasting through the orcs with fireballs and clearing the path. Explosions erupted everywhere. But the orcs kept coming. Melissa shouted at Jean and Tim to look at the 2 o'clock direction. They turned and saw another squad of orcs rushing toward them. Tim smiled reassuringly and told Jean to keep moving. Jean tried to warn him, her voice trembling, but Tim grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying they could talk once outside. But something felt wrong. Jean sensed a presence, a crushing pressure watching them. Then she saw it. A towering orc with 3 eyes appeared in the distance. One blinding flash later, Tim's arm, still holding his sword, was severed and flung across the battlefield. Jane tumbled forward, barely catching herself before falling flat. She lifted her head just as a sword stabbed the ground inches from her stomach. Chaos erupted. Every mercenary turned, horror etched into their faces. Tim Sip's body lay behind Jean, face pale, blood covering him. Above him stood the real ruler of the dungeon. The Orc King, clad in iron armor, weapon raised high. Tim Sip's glassy eyes turned toward Jean. With his remaining strength, he whispered one word: sword. Jean didn't understand. But then she remembered their training in the dojo, and Tim Sip's voice echoed in her mind. Put part of your soul into the blade. Like a fan cannot live without the wind, your sword, your faith, and your heart must become one. The memory ended, and Jean trembled. She knew exactly who was waiting for them in this dungeon now. The 3-eyed Orc King. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Here sips the sword, Jean." The Orc King swung his massive spear downward, and blood sprayed in all directions. When Jean finished her story, she lowered her head and discreetly wiped away her tears. Steve placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and gently turned her toward him without saying a word. He rested his palm on her head, trying to comfort her, then pulled her close and murmured, "So that's what happened." Outside, far from the dungeon, the sword Jean had left behind on her motorcycle suddenly began to glow. Heat radiated from the blade and white smoke curled into the air as if the weapon itself mourned. On a live broadcast, Donnie sobbed uncontrollably, mourning Steve and shouting that he couldn't imagine life without him. Commentators argued heatedly over what had occurred. Some refused to believe Steve was dead, others insisted that even he couldn't survive a 5th-level dungeon. Still others loudly wished for him to slay every last orc and return triumphantly. Beside Donnie, Melissa sat with red, swollen eyes, silently grieving for Jean. The reporter announced that the great shaman would perform a ritual for the safe return of the missing. A volunteer raid force of high-ranking mercenaries was already assembling, eager for revenge. Among them was Morris, who thought bitterly that if Steve had joined a proper guild, none of this would have happened. Still, he believed this was the right thing to do. Far away, in another living room, a long-haired man watched the broadcast. A woman draped her arms around his neck and asked what he was watching. He answered casually that it was a channel from his homeland. The man was none other than the world-renowned hero. He scoffed that the shows in this country remained as boring as ever. Steve and Jean shared a makeshift feast in their cave hideout. Steve marveled that after leveling up, the store suddenly offered better food options. He handed her a steak sandwich, and Jean remarked that with such an assortment, he could open a fast food chain. Chewing through another burger, Steve teased that she was a secret foodie. Jean paused mid-bite and asked if eating 12 servings was really a lot. Embarrassed by her own appetite, she set the remaining burger aside and mumbled that she was full. Steve blinked, baffled at how she could possibly be done after so little, while he was already on sandwich number 22. He insisted she continue eating, but Jean gave him a soft smile and said she was grateful all the same. The glow of the campfire dimmed and was replaced by drifting fireflies. Steve asked if she had truly been the one who took up Tim's sword and defeated the Orc King back then. Jan answered with sorrow that she had lost consciousness. When she awoke in a hospital, she learned the Orc King had only been defeated after 2 elderly A-rank mercenaries sacrificed their lives. His power was like the combined force of 5 Orc chieftains at once. Steve nodded grimly. "So there steps an Orc like that here. Where is he?" Jane replied that the Orc King resided inside the Orc Castle, more than a kilometer away. As she spoke, the tiny fairy who had scouted for them earlier fluttered into the cave. It whispered something in Steve's ear, and he broke into a satisfied grin. "I found the fortress," he said. Jen Sip's eyes widened. "Already? That fast?" Steve stood, confidence filling his expression. "Let's go." Jean hesitated. "And the plan?" Steve Sip's smile hardened. "Find and kill." Jane let out a tired laugh, saying she would have smacked him for that answer if she had the strength. Chaos erupted within the orc castle. Roars echoed across the wooden battlements as the drawbridge lowered over the moat. Dozens of orc warriors thundered out on armored wolves. Then Steve burst from the bushes in the form of Taki, the great wolf, Jean gripping his mane tightly as she rode on his back. They sprinted at full speed toward the still open gate. The goblins stationed on the walls spotted them instantly. The mounted warriors turned back, raising weapons as they prepared to intercept. Jean shouted that an entire army was chasing them, and urged Steve to speed up. Ahead, the gate began to rise. Archers atop the walls knocked their arrows. A hail of arrows rained down, but Jean's shield spell blossomed like a dome, deflecting every projectile. They reached the half-closed gate. Jean screamed for Steve to jump. He leaped upward, catching the rising gate just in time, pulling them both through while the pursuing warriors stayed behind. But inside the walls, another battalion waited. Jan hurled a defensive bomb spell. A burst of light exploded outward, blowing apart the front line of orcs and clearing a path. Steve dashed through, dodging the survivors. Straight to the center, Jean shouted. Hold on tight, Steve told her silently. He surged forward, the shockwave knocking aside any orcs behind them. Running parallel to the wall, he used the stone as a ramp. Jean tightened her grip on his mane as several orcs leaped down from above. One collided with her, knocking her off Steve's back. Jean plummeted but twisted midair and grabbed hold of a nearby platform's edge. She hauled herself onto it just as a mob of orcs charged toward her. She didn't hesitate. Her sword materialized in a burst of blue lightning, illuminating her stance as she prepared to fight again. Steve continued running up the wall, while the orcs below could only watch and snarl helplessly. At the very top of the spire stood a solitary throne, exposed to the open air, with no walls surrounding it. Seated upon it was the three-eyed orc king. His eyes, once closed, snapped open as he sensed an approaching presence. Rising from his throne with regal menace, the monster strode toward the edge to see what had disturbed him. At that instant, Steve burst forth. With jaws spread wide and fangs gleaming, he lunged at the orc king, clamping down on his throat and savagely tearing at his neck. The impact sent both of them tumbling from the tower. As they fell, the massive body of the orc king was impaled upon a towering spire below, his chest pierced clean through. A message flashed before Steve's eyes, informing him that his level had increased. Fragments of stone broke loose from the shattered tower and rained down like hail upon the orcs gathered beneath. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from another tower. The orcs turned in alarm as bodies were flung into the air. Orcs and Jin were hurled toward the ground, and amid the chaos, the girl thought in despair that this might truly be how she died. Then, without warning, a white paw tipped with sharp claws seized her hand. She looked up in shock to see Steve. He yanked her toward him just before they struck the ground, then surged forward at full speed as the orcs gave chase. After they had gained some distance, the girl asked what had happened to the king. Steve answered calmly that he had killed him. He tossed her onto his back and told her it was time to leave. As he prepared to sprint, Jean grabbed his mane and demanded to know if he had truly slain the king. Steve told her to scan the area. Activating her clairvoyance skill, Jean stared in disbelief and announced that the portal had opened. She could hardly believe that Steve had defeated the Orc King and done so in such a short time. Meanwhile, far below, one of the monitoring devices began to beep, and a timer appeared on its screen. A member of the DGB guild could only groan in shock as he realized what he was seeing. He managed to mutter that this was the 127th dungeon. His partner, equally stunned, demanded to know what that meant. Donnie noticed the countdown hovering above the dungeon and asked in confusion what it signified. When Melissa heard the announcement that the portal explosion countdown had begun in dungeon number 127, tears filled her eyes as she realized that Jean might still be alive. Around the portal, the crowd erupted into thunderous shouts as the countdown began. Steve asked Jean if she had located the portal. Slightly disoriented, she replied that she had. Regaining her focus, she reported that it was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, with only 10 minutes remaining before the explosion. They surged forward at once, but the orcs were relentless and quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, Steve veered around a corner, catching a familiar scent. Jean demanded to know where he was going and warned that they did not have time for detours. Steve did not answer. He charged into a pen where a pack of wolves was confined and activated his taming skill, a sharp grin spreading across his fanged face. Jean cried out in disbelief, asking what he was doing and why he was taming them. At the command, the wolves froze, staring at him in stunned obedience. Steve turned and sprinted back toward the portal, ordering the wolves to follow. They leapt over the pens and ran after him without hesitation. Glancing back, Jean asked if he truly intended to take them along. Steve replied that he did, because from now on they were one family. This maneuver allowed the orcs to cut ahead, blocking their path. Jean observed that they were surrounded, as she had anticipated. Just then, a fairy fluttered up to Steve and whispered urgently into his ear. Steve relayed that there was a hidden passage nearby. Jean, surprised, immediately activated her clairvoyance and spotted a right-hand turn. She shouted for them to turn immediately, and Steve plunged into the passage, followed closely by the pack of wolves. The orcs stormed after them, roaring with fury. Ahead, Jean pointed to a massive gate and said they needed to reach it. Steve felt a surge of hope and declared that they were getting out. Accelerating even more, together with the wolves, they burst through the gate and raced across a bridge. Jean warned that there was only 1 minute left before the portal exploded. At that moment, a glowing blue door appeared before them. Overjoyed, Jean cried out that the portal was right there. She then shouted that only 23 seconds remained before it closed. From behind, one of the pursuers hurled a spear. Jean sensed the danger and turned just as Steve charged forward, unaware that the spear struck her squarely in the back. The impact sent her tumbling to the ground as the orcs rushed closer. The wolves had already vanished into the portal when Steve turned and realized that Jean had fallen. The spear had pierced her backpack, spilling stones that scattered across the ground and struck the approaching monsters as she struggled to rise. Steve wheeled around and sprinted toward her, rising onto his hind legs as he ran. Jean tried to stand, but her strength failed her. She lowered her head, accepting what she believed to be the end. Seeing Steve charging toward her, she shouted for him to stay away, but he did not slow down. He only ran faster, closing the distance with every stride. Jean screamed once more, desperately begging Steve to stay away. Instead, Steve seized the spear that had struck her down. An orc had already reached Jean and raised its weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow. Steve was faster. With a powerful throw, he drove the spear straight into the orc's chest, knocking it violently off its mount. On the other side of the portal, a reporter announced that only 8 seconds remained before the explosion. The crowd gathered around the portal began counting down together. Donnie and Melissa continued to cry as they waited, while an operator muttered that the situation looked grim. He added that the audience rating had reached 60%, and if the pair returned alive, it would become an unprecedented sensation. Steve rushed to Jean's side and lifted her up, carefully supporting her head. Weakly, she told him that only 4 seconds remained before the explosion, calling out to him by name. Steve's body seemed to glow faintly as he mentally urged her to hold on tighter. Another orc charged toward them and swung its axe. In the very next instant, the space where Steve and Jean had been was empty. A violent shockwave burst outward, hurling the attacking orc backward. The countdown reached 0. The crowd fell silent, unable to believe that no one had emerged. Near the portal, the orcs watched as its blue glow shifted to yellow. Moments later, the portal detonated. Orcs standing nearby were torn apart by the blast, and the survivors fled in panic. The presenter announced that the countdown had ended and that the spectators were frozen in stunned anticipation. Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Then sudden flashes of lightning burst from the portal, igniting excitement among the onlookers. The first figures to emerge were wolves. Shouts erupted from the crowd as the entire pack poured out, one after another, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Immediately after them, 2 figures shot out of the portal at bullet-like speed. The viewers could barely discern who had appeared, unsure whether they had even seen a human form. Military personnel and reporters rushed toward the impact site. A crater had been blasted into the ground, and at its center lay Steve, clutching Jean tightly in his arms. The crowd exploded with cheers, shouting that they had survived and wondering how such a miracle was possible. The wolves joined the uproar, lifting their heads and howling loudly. Ambulances sped toward the scene as the presenter declared that a miracle had occurred. 2 people had escaped a 5th-level dungeon after nearly 5 days inside. Later, in an office, Melissa showed the gathered group photographs taken at the scene and explained that Steve and Jean had been transported to the hospital. When asked why they looked so battered, she replied that the conditions inside the dungeon had been far from ideal. She then displayed an article reporting the miraculous return, claiming that an F-level individual had cleared a 5th-level dungeon. Someone asked whether Hero had challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and remarked that the article was deliberately provocative. Melissa said irritably that someone had leaked the information, adding sarcastically that they had done an excellent job. The boss replied that their responsibility was to act, not to hunt down whoever was responsible, and suggested moving forward. Melissa continued, explaining that news of Steve's survival had spread rapidly, drawing members of various organizations into the country, all attempting to reach him. The boss cursed angrily, calling them shameless opportunists. Melissa displayed photographs of several men, identifying them by name and affiliation. When the chief saw one of the images, his expression darkened as he recognized a particularly notorious agent. Melissa confirmed that he had arrived as well, adding that he was the same man who had lured Hero away previously. The boss stated that their priority was to secure Steve and asked if there was any way to do so without using a contract. A doctor who had spoken with Steve after his return explained that Steve's family was already present and that he would not abandon them. The boss asked in disbelief whether Steve truly valued family over money. The doctor replied that Steve had lived with wolves for nearly 1,000 years and deeply missed his family. The chief added that when Steve returned to Earth, he missed the wolves just as much, making him difficult to understand. The doctor concluded that the most important thing to Steve was being with his family, which was entirely understandable. He suggested providing Steve with a place to live alongside them and leaving him undisturbed. Under those conditions, Steve would not oppose the government. The chief agreed and asked whether they should act regarding the foreign agents. Melissa brought up an image of an abandoned house near the city. Confused, the boss asked why she was showing it. Melissa suggested giving the area to Steve and assigning personnel to monitor it, noting that its isolation would make it safe even if a portal were to open. The boss remarked that the house looked decent, though it required repairs, and then asked about Jean. Melissa replied that Jean was among the best in her field. When the boss asked whether she was awake, Melissa answered seriously that Jean was still undergoing treatment at the hospital. Irritated, the boss asked whether she was truly spending her time writing reports about Steve and relaxing instead of focusing on the situation. Melissa displayed a single phrase on the monitor and remarked that some people were already saying the same thing about Steve, calling him a scumbag. The chief's expression hardened, and he immediately issued an order to begin work. The scene shifted to a roaring arena where the crowd was in an uproar. The host stepped forward, greeting all SPFC fans with boundless energy. Dressed in a bright, eye-catching outfit, he declared into the microphone that this was the greatest competition on Earth, and that the long-awaited main event, the Match of Champions, was finally about to begin. The audience erupted, boys and girls shouting, waving their arms, and screaming themselves hoarse. In the darkness, the silhouette of a man appeared. He wore a cloak, and his long hair was tied back into a ponytail. Standing beneath a blazing spotlight, the host announced that the champions would now be introduced. A massive screen lit up, displaying the figure of a man as the presenter proclaimed that he was ranked #1 in the world, 211 victories, champion among all 45 SPFC divisions. The host shouted that he was the strongest man alive, and the hope of humanity. Continuing the introduction, the presenter added that he was an extraordinary SS-level fighter, the strongest magical swordsman. The long-haired man appeared clearly on the screen, dressed in a classic black suit. Black smoke gathered around his hands as the host called out his name, Hero. At the sound of it, the crowd exploded into thunderous applause. The smoke in Hero's hand condensed into a sword, and as if responding to the cheers, the blade ignited with black flames. Among the spectators, a long-haired girl watched the scene intently. As the host continued speaking, Hero leapt down from the pedestal, his body engulfed in black fire. Someone in the crowd exclaimed that this was the famous Phoenix Flame. Another voice expressed surprise that Hero intended to end the fight with a single sword, especially since he was facing male. Hero landed in the ring with tremendous force, cracks spreading across the floor beneath his feet. The host announced that he had officially entered the ring. Hero stood silently, unmoved by the deafening cheers, showing no reaction to the screaming fans. The presenter commented that Hero had appeared with his signature Phoenix Flame. The host then began introducing the second participant, a man-machine Class C, a rising star with 13 victories, ranked 32nd, the Russian brown bear, Mikhail. Mikhail appeared on the podium and was greeted by the crowd. He easily jumped down into the ring, the ground cracking beneath him as well. The presenter announced that he too had entered the ring. Male immediately charged forward, the weapons in his hands beginning to glow. Wearing a vicious grin, he told Hero that this would be the end for him. The weapons continued to charge as Male leapt into the air and slammed them down where Hero had been standing. Stone fragments flew in all directions, and Male was forced backward by the shockwave, raising his arms to shield himself from the dust. Seeing that Hero had dodged, Male cursed him as a little rat and opened fire. The host announced that Male had begun mana shooting. Shrapnel struck even the fence, yet Hero weaved through the barrage with astonishing speed. Spotting the next attack, the presenter shouted that Male was using a mana bazooka. A blast of terrifying power tore through the arena, obliterating everything in its path. Hero evaded it once again and closed the distance. The host exclaimed excitedly that Hero's sword strikes were landing, forcing Male to respond with frantic mana shots. Hero attacked again, but Male barely managed to block. Cracks spread across Male's weapon, and his breathing grew ragged. Hero gave him no chance to recover and pressed the assault, leaving Male with no choice but to defend. Suddenly a blade extended from Male's weapon, and he slashed at Hero, but the attack was effortlessly avoided. In an instant, Hero appeared behind him, both swords raised. Moving with blinding speed, Hero struck Mikhail repeatedly. When Male finally halted, he realized his entire body was bound in steel chains. Mikhail grinned smugly and declared that he had caught him. As he prepared to fire, he screamed that Hero Sip's bones would shatter. Hero replied calmly, "The seventh note, Male, you Stev already lost." In the next moment, Male let out a strangled wheeze as blood spilled from his mouth. Cuts opened across his entire body, blood gushing out as he screamed in agony. The audience stared in shock as the massive bear-like male collapsed to the ground. Hiro shook off the chains as if they weighed nothing. The crowd erupted. The host, stunned, demanded to know what had just happened, and then declared the result. Male had lost. The host announced that Male, who had been determined to win, had lost and could no longer get up. The match was immediately halted, and medical personnel rushed into the ring. Several men surrounded Male, attempting emergency treatment, but he showed no signs of life. One of the experts eventually shook his head, signaling that regeneration was impossible. The screen lit up with the result, declaring Hiro the winner, and the host confirmed that this marked his 202nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hiro's attendants quietly asked whether he had used a new method. Hiro replied calmly that he had struck with nothing more than an ordinary sword. He thanked everyone for their efforts and promised to have a drink with them later. However, the moment he entered the waiting room, a girl who had been watching the match threw her arms around him. Sadness filled her eyes as she asked if he had killed his opponent. Hiro answered just as quietly that Mikhail was one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl told him that he should not carry all the burden alone. Taking him by the arm, she asked if something else had happened. Hiro questioned her in return, and she said that nothing unusual had occurred, aside from a call from the administration. When he asked who had called, she replied that the boss had contacted her, told her to take care of herself, and advised her to pack up and leave. As Hiro changed his clothes, the girl mentioned that the man who had been trapped in a 5th-level dungeon had gotten out alive. Hiro froze and looked at her in surprise. She showed him her phone and explained that the man could become the 2nd hero, and that the news was already dominating every channel. She added that his name was Steve. She asked in disbelief whether Hiro truly did not remember him, reminding him that she had even collected articles about the incident. Hiro studied the photograph carefully, and said that he did not recognize the man at all. The girl asked again, astonished, whether he really did not remember him in the slightest. She suggested that Steve might be an awakened swordsman, but Hiro replied that such an awakening would only occur in a year. She then said that Steve was a druid, and if he truly returned from where the reports claimed, it might mean that a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hiro did not show it outwardly, but the mention of the 4th planet deeply unsettled him. The girl added that Steve was only F-level, making his return all the more unbelievable. Listening to her, Hiro concluded that it was simply impossible. He reflected silently that he had lived for over 500 years, and experienced 25 regressions. Because of this, he knew all the major awakenings and critical events in history. Yet Steve's name was absent from all of them. In all that time he had never heard it once. History could change slightly, he admitted, but the butterfly effect had limits. Mikhail was supposed to die 10 years later. Anna being alive, despite her destined death 2 years earlier, could still be attributed to that effect. However, the major events, such as the appearance of the 7th-level dungeon or the connection to the 4th planet, had never changed. This meant that the 4th planet would not appear within the next 5 years. The girl asked whether it would not be better to draw Steve to their side. Hiro thought for a moment and answered honestly that he did not know. She added that, for the moment, Steve was the most talked about man in the country. Hiro replied that they should simply observe him for now. As terrifying memories of giant monsters surfaced in his mind, Hiro felt that the end was approaching. Monsters devoured humans like snacks, and humanity, which had survived the initial cataclysm, began to collapse under the endless assault of dungeons. Enormous red wyverns filled the skies, attacking people and breathing fire. As monsters overwhelmed both land and air, mercenaries fought desperately, but for the awakened, survival often depended on the country they chose to flee to. That was why Hiro remained in this nation, even though he was labeled a traitor by his homeland. As long as the dungeons here were managed by truly capable people, this land would offer the greatest chance of survival. Refugees would arrive by boat, relieved to have escaped, and when they saw him, they would believe they were saved. He imagined that his surviving compatriots would one day call him a savior rather than a traitor. In his thoughts they would chant his name, calling him a hero, and a faint smile formed on his lips. The girl noticed the smile and looked at him in surprise. Embarrassed, Hiro said it was nothing, merely an act. Anna did not understand what he meant, and he explained that it was only a deception. She did not believe him, and said that it was not only the Ministry of Defense that was eager to claim him. Hiro replied that if Steve survived the coming end, there would still be time to recruit him, once again suggesting patience. Shinsum Hospital stood as one of the few buildings still intact in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, interrupting her reading. She approached the blonde and asked whether it hurt. Jean replied that it still hurt badly. Melissa did not believe her, remarking that something felt off, but Jean insisted once more that the pain was severe. The brunette scoffed and said that the entire hospital was gossiping about a masked man who visited her every night. She asked if it was Steve. Jean quickly changed the subject and asked whether Melissa had bought what she requested. Melissa placed a bag on the table and said she had been lucky enough to find both food and a man for her. Jean pulled the food and a jar of coffee out of the bag, but displeasure flickered across her face. She shook her head and said she wanted a different flavor. Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked at the box in disappointment and added that she wanted a different kind of chicken. Melissa's patience snapped. Her palm glowed white as she said sharply, "Eat what they give you." Despite her complaints, Jean ate the chicken and drank the coffee. Leaning back against the pillow, she patted her stomach contentedly and said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and remarked that since Jean was full, it was time to get back to work. Jean had already closed her eyes, however, and murmured sleepily that she would start after taking a short nap. Melissa's palm glowed once again as she leaned closer with an ominous smile and warned her not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the ward was flooded with blinding light, and Jean's scream echoed through the room. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, a large screen displayed the news that Hiro had finally defeated Mail. The man standing before the monitor stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Mail could have been defeated. Another man nearby commented that Hiro was steadily progressing and might soon reach the SSS level. The next report stated that after returning from the dungeon, Steve had not appeared anywhere, not even during raids. A photograph was shown, taken recently, depicting Steve feeding pigeons. The man examined the image and asked where the photo had been taken and what Steve was doing there. He was told that Steve went there often. The man asked whether Steve was lonely, surprised that he appeared to be talking to pigeons. The subordinate replied vaguely that it looked like unrequited love or something similar. The man grew irritated and said he could introduce Steve to countless beautiful women. He added that, regardless, it was impossible for Steve to be taken by anyone else and demanded confirmation that this was understood. The subordinate replied that earlier that morning, a special group had already been dispatched to the country where Steve lived. He hesitated and added uneasily that the sky was currently unstable. The man frowned, not understanding what he meant, and asked him to explain. High above, a massive airliner cut through the clouds beneath an azure sky. Inside, a girl sat beside her mother, staring eagerly out the window. Suddenly, she tugged at her mother's sleeve and pointed, saying a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from her reading and peered through the window. Curiosity quickly turned to terror as she saw a red monster with a fanged maw gliding alongside the plane. It was a small wyvern, circling the aircraft as if playing. Other passengers noticed it as well, and gathered near the windows, murmuring in confusion at the strange sight. Two men among them immediately recognized the danger. One whispered that it was a wyvern, and the other added that even a small one was deadly. One of them said that this meant the wyvern dungeon had opened, and that it needed to be reported as soon as they landed. His words cut off abruptly when an enormous wyvern, larger than the airplane itself, appeared outside the window. It rose alongside the aircraft, opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of fire. The plane ignited instantly, its structure beginning to melt. Having finished its attack, the wyvern flew onward, joining a swarm of monsters that darkened the sky. Soon after, the news reported that an explosion had occurred at the wyvern dungeon and that countless monsters had escaped. At the same time, two SUVs drove along a dirt road. Someone asked whether they had truly entered the wilderness. Chad, who was driving, replied that they had, but Donnie sounded doubtful, and soon others began to question it as well. Donnie stared ahead nervously and asked Steve whether the building in front of them was a cursed house. Steve saw nothing unusual. Donnie pointed at the two-story structure ahead, and Munch let out a heavy sigh. As they approached, someone exclaimed that the house really did look cursed. Ivy covered its walls, the windows were cracked, and a raven perched ominously on the roof. After getting out of the vehicles, everyone complained loudly, saying the place did not even look suitable for spending a single night. Donnie asked whether there was any internet reception, while Jean said in fear that she thought she had seen a ghost on the second floor. The group groaned at the idea of sleeping there, convinced the building would collapse the moment they stepped inside. Jean continued insisting that there was a ghost, prompting Jean to angrily tell Melissa that she could not live in a place like this. Melissa told her to quiet down and then turned to Steve, asking whether they were disappointed because they had expected something better. She smiled broadly and said that restoration work would begin the next day. Steve replied calmly that he did not need any repairs. He said he liked everything just the way it was, and asked if he could move in immediately. Jean grabbed him by the jacket and tugged him closer, demanding to know if he had gone mad. Melissa interrupted, remarking that people with wild instincts often had a unique perspective, and suggested that they mark the territory. Steve did not understand at first, but the girls explained that they could do whatever they wanted within their territory. Steve liked the idea, and his hand began to glow. Fireflies gathered around him as everyone else watched in weary silence. Melissa asked in surprise what was happening, and Jean replied calmly that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies pulsed, growing and shrinking, until tiny fairies emerged and scattered in every direction. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean answered that she had told him to mark the territory. The little fairies spread out along the perimeter, tossing seeds into the ground. Shoots sprouted instantly, and trees began to grow at an astonishing speed. The members of Steve's group stared in awe. Chad muttered that massive trees had appeared in the blink of an eye. Someone said in disbelief that they now had a fence. When the spirits finally returned, Steve announced that the work was done. He said the territory extended roughly a kilometer from the house. Melissa laughed nervously and said it was wonderful. Stepping closer, she declared that the area would be designated as Steve's guild territory, and that everything within it belonged to them. Steve replied that aside from the restriction on traveling abroad, everything sounded fine. Melissa immediately stated that the restriction was non-negotiable. She added that their first priority was Steve's family. Jean snorted quietly at the remark, though Steve did not notice and said he was satisfied. Melissa nodded and said that in that case he needed to sign a contract. She handed him a stack of papers and a pen. Jean stepped in and warned that it needed to be read carefully, but Melissa pushed her aside and pointed to where Steve should sign. Melissa praised Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. She shook his hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opened. Steve replied that he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. As she prepared to leave, she reminded Jean to behave herself. Jean retorted that she would run away if no one was sent the next day to fix the house. The two girls exchanged irritated glances, and Jean stuck out her tongue at Melissa's retreating figure. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa let out a heavy sigh, muttering that Jean was a brat. The driver asked whether it was really possible to manage such a vast territory with so few people. Melissa replied that if they could not handle it alone, reinforcements would be sent. She then ordered a raid list of level 5 or higher to be compiled and placed on standby. Far out at sea, several motorboats sped toward a large vessel and opened fire. A man shouted into the radio, reporting under the call sign Coral Emerald that they were under pirate attack and requesting immediate assistance. Another ship responded that it had received their coordinates, that help would arrive in 2 hours, and instructed them to shut down their engines once the pirates boarded. The pirates drew close and began climbing onto the ship. A soldier reported that they were already on board and that their numbers were increasing. The captain ordered the engines shut down, all power cut, and the crew to gather in the staff compartment. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, and the crew struggled to stay on their feet. In horror, they watched as something from the sea scattered the pirate boats in all directions. The next instant, a massive tentacle surged upward toward the ship. Red tentacles wrapped around the vessel, crushing the deck as if it were made of paper. Crew members were flung through the air as glass shattered around them. Within seconds, the monster tightened its grip, tearing the ship apart. Survivors fell into the water, only to find an enormous open mouth waiting beneath the surface. Compared to it, a human was no more than a grain of sand, with no chance of escape. As the tentacled monster dragged the wreckage to the ocean floor, another creature, resembling a shark with multiple tails, swam past and rejoined a massive school of similar beasts. Not long after, a relief ship and a helicopter arrived at the scene. They reported that despite patrolling a 10-mile radius, no trace of the vessel could be found. Moments later, that ship met the same fate, as tentacles rose from the depths and wrapped around it. Back at Steve's guild house, fireflies drifted among the trees, helping them grow even taller. The ringing of a phone echoed through the house, coming from Jean's room, where she slept soundly. Without opening her eyes, she answered groggily. Melissa's voice came through the line, remarking that she was getting a real taste of life. Jean scratched her stomach lazily and asked what she wanted, saying she was already working. Melissa demanded to know whether Jean was with Steve or not. Jean murmured that she did not know, still half asleep. Melissa lost her temper and shouted that the sun was already up, and Jean still refused to get out of bed. Jean glared at the phone as if her annoyance could travel through it, then hung up. After making herself some coffee, Jean stepped out onto the balcony and looked at the towering trees. Sipping from her mug, she thought about how much Steve had planted. Overnight, the tree nearest the house had grown several times taller than the building itself, surrounded by drifting fireflies. Nearby, Steve watched over the pack of wolves while opening his system interface. He assigned names to them, choosing food-related titles. Each wolf displayed an energy level and information about where it had been tamed. Reading one status warning that excessive energy could lead to a loss of sanity, Steve paused thoughtfully, realizing that reckless leveling could be dangerous. At that moment, Jean approached and asked what he was doing. Steve explained that he was naming new members. Jean looked surprised and asked if he meant the wolves. Yawning, she said he should have woken her and asked why he had gone out alone. Pico, now noticeably larger, ran over to them. Jean commented on how fast he was growing, and asked about the younger wolves. Steve replied that they had gone out for breakfast, and were probably near the dungeon. Jean praised their diligence, especially in such heat. Steve gestured toward the forest and asked her if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head in surprise and asked him again. In the next instant, Steve transformed into a massive white beast and extended a paw toward her. Jean jumped onto his back without hesitation, and Steve told her that he wanted to show her something. Smiling, she teased him, asking whether he really intended to boast about his achievements, but Steve ignored the question and simply told her to hold on tighter. In his beast form, Steve surged forward at tremendous speed. Jean struggled to keep her balance and shouted for him to slow down. The wolves sprinted after them, trying desperately to keep up, while Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. Not far away, within the forest where Steve's guild had settled, several journalists had set up tents. When they heard the wolves howling, one of them complained that there was nothing worth filming here and added that the heat was unbearable. Another grumbled that his company had sent him here for a story, yet he had not seen his salary in over a month. Turning to the others, he asked whether any of them had been in this forest before. One colleague pointed towards several cameras and said they belonged to the military police, adding grimly that before the police arrived, they might all be eaten by wolves. Someone else remarked that it was impossible to predict when a portal would open, which was why not only journalists, but also influential figures, had been banned from entering the area. Suddenly the SUV Steve had bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists immediately recognized it as Steve's car and began searching for him excitedly. The vehicle sped past them without stopping. Chad commented that even the scorching heat could not stop journalists, while Donnie wondered aloud whose channel was getting more attention, his or Steve's. Scrolling through the comments, he saw some viewers discussing Steve, astonished that he was only F level, while others were still arguing about the battle between hero and male. Donnie suddenly gasped, startling Chad, but when asked what was wrong, he awkwardly claimed it was nothing. In truth, Donnie was staring at the screen as donations from several major countries poured in, totaling 4 billion. He noticed that most of the funds were coming from Europe and hesitated, unsure whether to tell Steve. At that moment, the SUV pulled alongside a pack of wolves, led by Steve. Donnie shouted in surprise. Jean spotted the car and waved enthusiastically from Steve's back. Donnie waved back and jokingly called her his brother's wife, shocking Chad with the remark. Jean immediately clenched her fist and shot Donnie an angry glare. Donnie only grinned and said that they used the same toilet, ate together, and slept under the same roof. He then looked resentfully at Jean riding Steve and complained that he had never been allowed to ride like that. Steve suddenly accelerated, overtaking the SUV and leaving the two men stunned. Donnie laughed and urged Chad to push harder. Chad replied confidently that they would not lose. He shifted into sport mode and floored the accelerator. The car surged forward, briefly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that the loser would buy dinner, and joked that moving at the speed of light was against the rules. All at once, Jean sensed something and excitedly called out to Steve. Steve remained calm and asked whether she felt it too. Jean's eyes glowed blue as she confirmed that a crack had been detected within a 200-meter radius. Her thoughts drifted back to a conversation in the hospital, when Steve had quietly approached her. Exhausted at the time, she had still asked him what planet he came from. Looking out the window without turning back, Steve had replied that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean had asked whether there was truly nothing there but animals. Steve had answered that, in hindsight, it was a beautiful and romantic place, saturated with more than 700 times the energy of Earth. Jean had been stunned by the figure. Steve had continued, explaining that it was a realm of eternal survival, where the struggle for dominance never ceased, and that anyone who ruled had to be at least U-class. Even after becoming their leader, he still believed he needed to accept their challenges. Jean had mused that if a portal bridge existed, it might allow entry and exit without restriction, and if the beings on the other side were warlike, this world could soon become a battlefield. The thought of a war against beasts of Class C and above had filled her with dread. At the same time, Melissa sat in a cafe with her superior. He asked whether Steve's planet was friendly. Melissa replied that the risk was high, but the man said that was not what he meant. Raising his glass, he stated calmly that on that planet, Steve had been a king. Back in the present, Jean stared at Steve in horror and asked how he could say that so casually. She reminded him that he had been their king, so why could he not simply return? Steve replied quietly that if they realized he was no longer strong enough, would they not want to kill him? Jean cursed under her breath and demanded to know how things had turned out this way. Gripping Steve tightly, she ordered him to run at full speed toward the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction John pointed, his charge sending towering columns of dust into the air. Chad asked in shock where they were running, and Donnie immediately ordered him to follow. A massive bolt of blue lightning split the sky. Jean shouted that it had begun. Space itself was starting to twist and warp. Back at the office, Melissa answered John's call and demanded to know what was happening. Jane shouted over the noise that they were already near the lightning, and that a portal was forming right in front of them. Melissa, stunned, asked her to repeat that. Jane yelled for her to immediately send the portal's coordinates to the backup unit. Military vehicles were already racing toward the location. They screeched to a halt. Rocket launchers were deployed, and the commander reported that the brigade was ready to fire. As Steve approached the forming portal, he calmly stated that this was not the planet he had come from. Jane looked at him in surprise and asked how he could be so certain. Steve stepped closer and said he could feel it. This was not his world. Jane speculated that it might be because he could sense spatial gates used by repatriates. Then she remembered that when Steve returned previously, the energy of that portal had exceeded even that of a portal bridge. She dismissed the thought, assuming the device back then must have malfunctioned. Looking at the current phenomenon, she noted aloud that the energy was not nearly as oppressive. Steve confirmed her conclusion, saying that this was a dungeon portal. The journalists had seen the lightning as well. One asked whether it was a spatial wave, and another quickly agreed. Moments later, cars from the Bureau of the Awakened sped past them, followed by helicopters, leaving the journalists stunned. One muttered in disbelief whether a portal to a new planet was truly opening. The lightning condensed, forming a massive glowing sphere. Steve and the others rushed toward it, and Steve reverted to his human form. Jean stared at the portal, uncertain, wondering if it truly led to a dungeon. For the first time, she realized that Steve's perception might even surpass her own, despite him not being a trained specialist. An SUV pulled up near the portal, and an odd exclamation came from inside. Donnie jumped out and ran toward them, asking excitedly if this was a gateway to a new planet. Before anyone could answer, 2 more Bureau vehicles arrived. Soldiers stepped out, carrying equipment cases, and announced that they were the 11th team and would begin installing the measuring device. When asked what it was for, Jean explained that it calculated the dungeon's level and remaining time. She and Steve watched as the device was activated. A number appeared on the screen, 4,280. Jean froze in shock. The soldier explained that this indicated a 4th-level dungeon and added that it was not especially high tier. Jane let out a disappointed sigh, while Steve smiled faintly and said it was enough. Melissa, however, was the most disappointed when she received the report. As material spread over Jane's hand from her bracelet, she relayed Steve's earlier words. He had said this was not the place he came from, and they would need to enter to confirm it. The boss exploded in rage upon hearing that it was a 4th-level dungeon. Melissa insisted that nothing was certain yet, and that they needed verification. The boss snapped that enormous sums had already been invested. Melissa repeated that Steve's displayed abilities were far beyond 4th level. The boss countered that if the first portal to appear after Steve's return was merely a dungeon, then it meant he had come back from a dungeon, and asked if she understood what kind of people had trusted them with their money. Melissa asked whether they were not investing in probability itself, reminding him that Steve was abnormal and therefore valuable. The boss replied that if Steve emerged from the dungeon, the company's stock would skyrocket, and ordered her to stall for time. Melissa could only sigh heavily. He warned that if they failed to satisfy the investors, both of them would pay the price. Jean reported that there were 50 days left before the portal exploded, and requested that mobilization be suspended. At that moment, one of the soldiers turned to Steve and asked in surprise what he planned to do. He explained that a 4th-level dungeon usually required 5 or 6 clears, and asked whether Steve was afraid with his current strength. Steve replied calmly that he was not afraid at all. He added that it did not sound bad and casually asked how much the equipment cost. The soldier blinked and asked if he meant the measuring device. He explained that each guild had one, and that a new unit cost around 30 million. Steve remarked that it was expensive, and the soldier agreed. He then produced a contract, explaining that he had recently received approval to gift permanent equipment, and asked Steve to sign. Steve looked at him in surprise and asked why he was being given such a gift so easily. The soldier smiled awkwardly and chose his words carefully. He said that even if Steve never returned from a new planet, the government would never abandon him, and that foreign powers were already interested in him as well. Steve looked even more surprised. The soldier spoke with enthusiasm, saying that his country considered Steve family, calling him a priceless gem. The remark made Jean feel slightly sick. Steve replied that no one from abroad had contacted him, which shocked the soldier. At that moment, Donnie stepped into the conversation, his face glowing with excitement. Pulling Steve aside, he said that an actual war was raging overseas. Steve had no idea, since he rarely used the internet, but Donnie had been collecting donations sent by fans. Before Donnie could finish, Steve interrupted him calmly and asked a single question. How much had he collected? Donnie replied sheepishly that he had collected around 500 million. Steve placed a hand on Donnie's shoulder and turned to face him. He advised him not to become a slave to money, adding that a day would come when he would choose something far more valuable than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood, then smiled awkwardly, and admitted that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months earlier. Steve looked at him in confusion. Donnie asked nervously whether the hitman would kill him for failing to show the offer. Steve suggested that Donnie simply say he had shown it, and that Steve had not responded. Donnie's face lit up at once. As he left, Steve told him to get ready together with Chad. Donnie replied that he would spend a little of the money and deposit the rest into the guild's account. Steve agreed and then walked toward the portal. Donnie watched him go with a bright smile, thinking how terrifying Steve was, and how merely staying close to him brought profit. He skipped back toward the car, already calculating how much he would keep for himself. Steve's suit nearly enveloped his body as he announced that if everyone was ready, they could proceed. A soldier shouted that a team from the bureau was on its way, and suggested entering together. Steve replied that it would not be possible, surprising the soldier. He explained that the contract allowed only 2 people from the mobilized personnel to enter, and the same rule applied to hunting. Jean nodded and said everything was clear, urging them to move. The soldier turned to Jean and asked whether there would be enough personnel for the dungeon. She replied calmly that he could simply record the operation. Pico ran up to Steve, and Steve asked if he wanted to warm up as well. Giving the order to advance, Steve stepped into the portal. On the other side, the group paused to take in their surroundings. Jean asked what he thought, and whether this was the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he could not tell yet. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill while Steve studied the bare trees around them, saying that the place felt familiar. The soldier asked Donnie anxiously whether they could just keep walking without forming up. Donnie answered calmly that as long as Steve was in front, they only needed to follow. Suddenly Jean raised her fist and shouted for everyone to stop. The group tensed and stared into the forest ahead. She reported that a monster had appeared 70 meters away, or rather 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward, drawing his dagger and preparing for combat. The soldier also drew his sword and asked whether that was enough. Donnie snapped at him irritably, telling him to stop pestering. A monstrous howl echoed from the forest. Chad pulled out his sword as well, giggling as he advanced, which startled the soldier. He asked in fear what had come over Chad, but Donnie said nothing. Still laughing, Chad hurried after Steve. Seeing his younger brother's state, Steve struck him sharply on the neck with the edge of his hand. Chad collapsed face first onto the ground. The soldier stared in shock as Donnie stepped forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and administer a sedative. When the soldier demanded an explanation, Jean replied that Chad had a mental illness. Whenever he held a sword, he became a psychopath. Donnie struggled to give Chad the medicine and bring him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve continued forward. Eyes fixed ahead, he told everyone to stay behind him and drew his dagger. At that moment, a monster burst from the forest with a deafening roar. 3 lizard-like creatures wielding spears emerged from the trees. Donnie shouted that they were lizardmen, and Jean ordered everyone to defend themselves. Steve charged forward, his dagger glowing brightly. The soldier's eyes glowed red as he announced that he had begun recording. The 3 monsters attacked at once. Steve severed the first monster's head with a single strike. He sliced the second cleanly in half, as though it were paper. The third was stabbed through the stomach. Steve stopped, having finished them all, and received a message informing him that he had gained 84 experience points. The rest of the group formed a defensive circle, staring in disbelief at Steve, who had already ended the fight. The soldier wondered in shock whether such speed could really exist. Steve instructed Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. Donnie obeyed immediately, while Chad continued to chuckle. He butchered the corpses with savage enthusiasm, splattering blood everywhere, including onto Donnie. The soldier remarked in disbelief that Chad had seemed normal until he picked up a weapon. Jean snapped at him to move faster. Steve warned the 2 of them that next time they would need to manage themselves and told them to focus. As they extracted blood crystals from the monsters, the boys nodded in agreement. The soldier was deeply unsettled, wondering whether Steve truly intended to leave a fool and a psychopath alone among mid-level monsters. Steve then called Piku over, and the creature happily bounded to him. Steve ordered the little beast to head into the forest and lure more monsters back. The soldier could hardly believe his ears, but Piku understood perfectly and barked excitedly. In the next instant, he rushed into the forest, barking loudly and drawing attention. The soldier asked nervously whether this could be considered animal cruelty, and questioned Jean about what would happen if Piku brought back an entire army of monsters. Jean replied calmly that he should focus on filming. Donnie suddenly grew serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. From deep within the forest came groans and distorted, incomprehensible sounds. Hearing the sounds from the forest, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazed grin. The soldier was horrified and thought Chad was having another seizure. Donnie rushed toward him, offering another sedative, but Chad no longer heard him. Laughing wildly, he charged straight toward the approaching monsters. Steve turned back and shouted to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were closing in. Donnie immediately understood and sprinted forward. At the same time, Pecky burst out of the forest. While the growls of the monsters grew louder, Chad suddenly hurled his dagger forward, startling Steve. A spear flew right after the puppy. It slammed into the ground beside Pecky, making him bark furiously, while Chad's dagger struck one of the charging monsters squarely in the head. The lizard creature collapsed instantly. Another monster shouted something in its own language as it prepared to strike, but Chad was already rushing toward it, gripping 2 shining daggers. He closed the distance in a blink, slashing as the monster raised its spear. Steve arrived at that moment, knocking aside the arm holding the weapon. While Steve restrained it, Chad delivered a clean blow to the lizard's head. Beside them, Pecky sank his teeth into the monster, his jaws strengthening as his level rose. Suddenly, the soldier shouted in terror, warning of danger nearby. A massive tooth-filled maw opened beside Chad as he focused on killing yet another monster. Steve and Chad turned just in time to see lightning tear through the creature's head. Donnie stood in the distance, holding a sniper rifle and providing cover. He fired again, piercing the monster with multiple shots. Chad screamed and slashed twice, carving deep wounds into its body. The next second, the monster collapsed into 3 pieces, and Chad's level rose to E1. Chad continued to grin madly as blood poured from the corpse. Donnie also leveled up to E9 and laughed in delight. The soldier asked in disbelief whether this was truly a 4th level dungeon. Gene shot back, asking if he seriously thought it was 3rd level. Donnie exclaimed cheerfully that he was not worried at all. While Chad kept chuckling to himself, Gene cut them off, telling the soldier to stop talking and keep recording. Pecky suddenly bristled and growled, then rushed off again. Gene shouted to Steve that they were being attacked from all sides. Steve spun around and saw one monster charging at him with its mouth wide open, another rushing in from the opposite side, and a third leaping down from above with a long spear raised high. Steve was already prepared, dagger poised in his hand. Elsewhere, a white car approached Steve's house, but was blocked by journalists camping nearby. One of them stepped forward and saluted Melissa. She snapped angrily, asking what he thought he was doing and whether he wanted to die. The journalist replied calmly that he would move if she asked, and explained that he had seen Cedric arrive at the head of a squad. Melissa asked sharply what that had to do with anything. The journalist replied that Cedric's presence meant the dungeon was 4th level. Melissa said nothing, fixing him with a cold stare that spoke louder than words. The journalist quickly dispersed the crowd so the car could pass, waved politely, and thanked her. When the others asked what she had said, he replied that it was a 4th level dungeon, and that they should prepare. Inside the car, the driver asked whether this information was secret. Melissa asked why that mattered, and then questioned what was more important to them, Steve's life or the money. The driver hesitated before answering Steve. Melissa nodded and said that was enough. She added that once Steve was officially recorded as having returned from a dungeon, those parasites would stop bothering her. When the driver asked nervously whether everything would be fine, given what the boss had said, Melissa replied that this was exactly why they needed to find a loophole. Meanwhile, Squad 13 assembled at the portal and reported that they were ready. A tall, muscular man with white hair inspected them carefully and asked if everyone was fully equipped. They answered in unison that they were. Smiling broadly, the man said that it was time to have some fun. At that moment, an employee ran over and announced that they had been ordered to wait. Cedric scowled and demanded an explanation. A car arrived at the portal, and Melissa stepped out. She greeted Cedric with a polite smile, but he ignored it and asked bluntly what this meant. Melissa replied calmly that entry into the dungeon was currently prohibited, and that no one was allowed inside without Steve's authorization. Cedric bristled and asked what she meant by unauthorized, pointing out that his team had dropped everything to rush here. Melissa replied evenly that circumstances had changed. Cedric argued that the contract included reconnaissance rights and questioned the logic of blocking the team. Melissa smiled faintly and said that it simply meant a few more clauses would be added. She explained that she was there to prevent unnecessary trouble, and that she was acting on the boss's orders. Cedric cursed loudly, demanding to know why everything had to be so complicated. Melissa suggested they continue the discussion in the car. Elsewhere, the boss studied an article claiming Steve had returned from a 3rd-level dungeon and reassured the chairman over the phone, calling it a misunderstanding and asking for more time. The phone rang again immediately after. The chief clutched his head, saying he might die from stress, and shouted, asking whether anyone had managed to contact Melissa. Despite the chaos surrounding the portal, the city remained bathed in bright sunlight under a clear blue sky. In his office, the doctor scrolled through an article about Steve's return and the shattered dream of a new planet. He frowned at the mention of a 4th-level dungeon and wondered whether this was sabotage. As he read, he muttered that Steve's life was not some television drama. He recalled Steve's story of hiding on a beach, finding fruit trees, and surviving on abundant sea life. Steve had been attacked by monsters from the sea, which was unmistakably an ocean. The doctor frowned, thinking it impossible for a 4th-level dungeon to contain a sea. He considered the theory that dungeons could form from fractures within the planet itself. He remembered the day Steve burst into his office, breaking the door handle, and begged him to find his brother. The doctor had agreed on one condition, that Steve tell him the story of how he became king of the wolves and later went to war with the gorillas. An ordinary F-level repatriate, claiming to have ruled a planet for 500 years. Who would believe that? The doctor realized he might have dismissed something extraordinary too quickly. Meanwhile, Steve was cutting through monsters with terrifying efficiency, leaping high into the air and slaughtering them mid-flight. Heads flew, necks were severed, and bodies were torn open. By the time he landed, every monster lay dead. The soldier was stunned by the speed and coordination, noting that all the attackers had been neutralized almost instantly. Steve turned to the others and asked why they were still standing there, ordering them to gather the loot. After collecting the spoils, the group moved on, carefully surveying the area. Jean remarked that the place was strangely beautiful. Donnie added that the rocks glittered like diamonds, though the atmosphere felt heavy. Steve said this was definitely a new location, yet it felt oddly familiar. As they approached a large stone, they noticed an inscription carved into it, written in their own language. It read, "No way back. Leopard territory." Steve stared around in shock, as if trying to recall a distant memory. Jean asked whether Donnie was joking, but he denied it emphatically. She narrowed her eyes in disbelief, then turned to the soldier and asked whether he was still recording. He replied that the recording had ended. Jean demanded to know where their language had come from. Turning around, she realized Steve had already climbed ahead among the rocks. She ordered the others to move. The group followed Steve upward until they reached a cave entrance. Steve stood frozen there, confusion etched across his face. The others were stunned to find a cave in such a place, and the soldier grew tense. Fearing an ambush, Steve summoned the spirit of the tree and thousands of fireflies poured from his body. Everyone froze in shock as Donnie exclaimed in disbelief. The fireflies illuminated the cave walls, revealing that they were completely covered in inscriptions, all written in their language. The group stared in astonishment, realizing that someone like them had once lived here. Donnie read aloud, "I want to eat chicken. I want to eat soup," and asked whether some underground Robinson Crusoe had lived here. The soldier read another line slowly and intently, "I want to see a person." Suddenly, everyone went silent as they noticed another inscription carved nearby. "How I want a woman. I really want affection." The soldier muttered that this pervert had written an entire novel on the cave walls. Everyone studied the inscriptions and agreed that the author had been overflowing with desire. The soldier waved his hand and said he could not read any more of it. They laughed, and Donnie pointed at one of the drawings, asking what those burning mushrooms were supposed to be. Another inscription caught their attention. It read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see my hated father and mother, and my little brother Chad." Donnie froze and exclaimed in shock that Chad's name was written there. At that moment, the younger brother read the next line carved into the stone. Steve was here. The realization hit them instantly. The soldier and Donnie understood who the author was, and the smiles vanished from their faces. Jean, who had been quietly observing, turned with a composed expression. She looked at Steve, who had remained silent the entire time, staring at the inscriptions as if transfixed. Donnie remarked that the drawings resembled ancient cave art, and the soldier added that the creator had impressive skill. Jean stepped closer to Steve and asked whether this was the place he had once lived. Steve did not respond. His eyes were fixed on another carving. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became the ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve." Beside it was a roughly drawn map. Steve instantly remembered Kuro, the enormous black tiger he had fought countless times. In his mind he saw the beast's yellow eyes, just as vivid as they had been during their endless battles. Jean asked how he was feeling, but Steve continued staring in shock at another scene carved into the wall. It depicted the Third Lunar War, the guerrilla clan, led by Jack, rising in rebellion. When the third moon rose, the final battle would begin. He remembered the last clash with the gigantic gorilla, the certainty that only one of them would survive. Steve could hardly believe what he was seeing. Donnie continued exploring the cave, and announced that there were knives lying around. The group examined the blades and realized they were carved from stone, not artifacts. Suddenly Steve turned and sprinted toward the cave entrance, startling everyone. Donnie shouted after him, asking where he was going. Jean immediately chased after him, trying to stop him or at least keep up. Donnie yelled that Steve must be offended because the soldier had laughed at the drawings, but the soldier protested that they had all laughed together. Steve ran straight up the steep cliff, moving with impossible speed. He reached the mountain's peak and looked around, stunned. He could not believe his eyes and struggled to understand what had happened to the land. Jane climbed up after him and called his name. Catching her breath, she asked what he saw and whether this was the place he once lived. Steve answered slowly that it seemed to be, but something was terribly wrong. Jane pressed him to explain. Steve pointed in one direction and said there used to be a snow-covered mountain there. He pointed another way and said fruit trees once stood there. Then he gestured toward the fog-shrouded distance and said that there had been a sea there. Jean was genuinely shocked at the mention of a sea existing inside a dungeon. Steve explained that it was called the Sea of Roar, and that it was extremely dangerous. Jean could not believe that such a thing could exist in a fourth-level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the walls, whether he had left it himself. Steve nodded and said they were his notes, his attempts to remember civilization. He had written them while hiding from beasts, and even after changing habitats, he always returned to this cave to write more. Jean asked whether the lizardmen had existed back then. Steve replied that they had not. She then asked about his animal companions. Steve stared into the distance and quietly repeated her words. My friends. He said this was leopard territory and that they would never abandon it because of some lizardmen. Jean pointed toward the fog beyond the mountains and said that past that point was the end of the dungeon, an ordinary dead end. Steve was deeply shaken. He could not believe that where a vast sea once existed, there was now nothing. Suddenly, a noise echoed from below. Jean shouted that lizardmen were approaching. She activated her clairvoyant skill and reported that they were closing in. Counting quickly, she said there were more than 80 of them. The others climbed up toward the peak where Steve and Jean stood. Donnie said that if they were not together, they would all die. Jean shouted that 102 lizardmen were advancing. Furious that they were attacking all at once, she drew her sword. At the very bottom stood an enormous red lizard. Jean shouted that it was the Lizard King. The creature snarled, baring its teeth, and on its head was something like an animal skull mask. When Steve looked closely, his heart sank. The skull looked unmistakably like that of a leopard. Without warning, Steve told Jean to stay with the others. Before she could respond, he leapt from the mountaintop, shocking everyone. Jean screamed down at him, asking what he was doing, but there was no reply. At the same moment, far away in the city, an old woman fed a pigeon, smiling as she asked whether it was enjoying the food. Suddenly, the bird began to glow blue, lightning crackling around it, leaving the woman frozen in astonishment. Back in the dungeon, Jean stared in disbelief as Steve transformed in midair. Massive wings burst from his back, and he flew toward the advancing monsters. The Lizard King swung his enormous spear, hurling it at Steve. The weapon missed, slicing through the air as Steve descended and stopped directly before the king. Pecky began to glow as well, lightning dancing around him just as it had around the pigeon. In the next instant, Steve transformed into a massive white beast, baring his fangs. He seized the Lizard King by the throat, and together they plummeted down the mountainside. They crashed into the forest below with an impact like an explosion. Jean watched in shock and muttered that Steve was a psychopath. The others reached the peak moments later. Donnie said awkwardly that no matter how embarrassing it was, Steve should not have jumped like that. Chad stared in disbelief and asked whether that had really been his brother. Donnie added that it looked like Steve had taken a hard fall, which made Jean snap at him, shouting that Steve was fine. While they argued, the horde of lizardmen drew closer. Jean shouted that the enemies were only 30 meters away, and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The soldier hefted a massive rock and yelled that he was ready. Donnie raised his rifle, aimed it at the advancing monsters, and shouted for them to come on. Chad picked up a rock as well, but his attention remained fixed on his brother and the reckless leap he had taken. Donnie opened fire, cutting down the advancing lizardmen and sending several tumbling off the cliff. Below, Steve was locked in battle with the Lizard King. He smashed his elbow into the creature's jaw, followed by a crushing punch that made the monster's eyes bulge. Steve unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, beating the Lizard King into a bloody wreck. He bared his fangs and let out a furious growl. Grabbing the half-dead monster by the neck, Steve shook him violently, trying to force him back to consciousness. He tore the mask from the creature's face and flung it aside. Digging his claws deep into the lizard's flesh, Steve demanded to know where the leopards had gone. The monster did not answer. Instead, with what little strength remained, it clenched its fist and weakly struck Steve on the head. That feeble blow only enraged him further. Steve snarled, baring his teeth as the ground around them began to tremble. Wind howled violently as he rose onto his hind legs. Without releasing his grip on the Lizard King, Steve shot into the sky, leaving a streak of blue light behind him. On the mountain above, the others continued hurling stones at the lizardmen scrambling upward. There seemed to be no end to them. One boulder knocked a monster down, but two more immediately took its place. Donnie kept firing, screaming for them all to die. Under the combined barrage of bullets and rocks, some enemies fell, but it was impossible to stop them all. The soldier suddenly asked whether melee weapons might be more effective than ranged ones. Donnie replied grimly that firepower had its limits, and that efficiency dropped sharply depending on level. It was a hopeless situation. Jan gripped two swords and shouted at the others to focus and hold their ground. Chad drew his daggers, a manic grin spreading across his face as laughter escaped him once more. Donnie shouted that Chad had lost control again and warned that they could not let him charge forward. Someone suddenly cried out. Steve appeared in midair beside them, holding the Lizard King by the throat. Blue light wrapped around his legs as he swung the monster's body back, preparing to throw it. The group stared in stunned silence as the horde of lizardmen closed in. Steve hurled the Lizard King with all his might. The soldier realized what was about to happen and screamed for everyone to run. The body smashed into the mass of lizardmen, obliterating them and tearing the mountainside apart. Steve received a level-up notification and deactivated his wind control. The impact sent monsters flying in every direction as the mountain itself began to collapse. Cracks spread beneath their feet. Donnie screamed that they were falling. Jean lost her footing and only managed to shout for everyone to take care of themselves. The soldier fell as well, tears of terror filling his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the mountain split apart. Rocks and boulders cascaded downward as the peak broke in two. Jean managed to land safely on a remaining ledge, dust billowing around her. She rose quickly and searched for survivors. Spotting a hand sticking out from the rubble, she rushed over, asking if everything was all right. The soldier was buried under stones but managed to raise his hand and say his name was Henry and that he was alive. Donnie gasped that they had almost died. Chad lay sprawled on the ground as Pecky ran to his side. Suddenly, Steve appeared beside them in human form and calmly told them it was time to leave because the portal had already opened. Seeing him alive, the others rushed toward him in relief, having thought he could not have survived the fall. Henry tilted his head in disbelief and asked how that was even possible. At the portal, Melissa stood with her assistants and Squad 11, led by Cedric. One by one, Steve and his group emerged from the portal, bathed in blue light. Melissa smiled faintly and announced that they were leaving. Steve's group stepped out in heavy silence as the surrounding soldiers watched closely. Steve avoided everyone's gaze, confusion clouding his usually composed expression. Cedric asked if he was Steve and sneered that he could barely drag himself along, but Melissa ignored him and called out to Steve. He looked at her with the same dazed expression. She stepped closer, greeting him and about to speak, when before everyone's eyes, Steve transformed into a dove and flew away. The soldiers stared in disbelief. One asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. Another said he thought he was hallucinating, and Cedric joked that it would probably taste good fried. Melissa asked whether Steve had ever turned into a dog. Jean only let out a long sigh. Melissa asked Jean what had happened. Jean replied that if Melissa had come to negotiate, it was better to leave. The brunette frowned and asked about the video. Jean called Henry and told him to escort Melissa back to headquarters. She then added that the blonde should go as well. Melissa explained that surveillance on Steve had ended and that an order for Jean's transfer had already been issued. Jan exploded in anger, demanding to know where she was being sent this time. Melissa replied calmly that Jean was being reassigned to a frontline offensive near the middle line, where the situation was serious. Jean clenched her teeth but did not argue. Henry told the group that 4 people would remain behind to operate the portal and that it would be sufficient. Chad shook his hand and said he would treat them as guests. Henry suggested hiring staff soon. Chad thanked him and smiled warmly. Henry returned the smile though uneasily, wondering what Chad was truly like beneath the surface. Nearby, Cedric shouted in confusion, asking what return they were talking about. He complained that Melissa kept saying she needed to talk to Steve. Melissa replied that it would be better to return to headquarters and begin negotiating squad salaries. As she headed for the car, she said the boss was waiting. Cedric shouted after her that Steve had not even agreed to speak with them, furious that the guild had entered the dungeon alone. Donnie glared at him, and Chad curtly told him to leave. Melissa called her boss from the speeding car. He immediately began shouting, asking whether she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa replied that everyone except the management team was leaving, and that the situation could still be fixed. She suggested discussing it in person. The boss fell silent for a moment, and then asked what she meant. Sometime later, the group returned to the Bureau of the Awakened to submit their report. Henry displayed the cave inscriptions on the screen and said quietly that they were Steve's diary. Back at Steve's guild, the tree nearby had grown larger and larger, deer roamed freely, and even elephants had begun appearing in the forest. Refugees had set up camp near the guild, along with orphans sheltered by Munch. Everyone was astonished to see elephants wandering around, as well as an abundance of fruits and vegetables growing everywhere. The children stared at apples forming on branches, and asked excitedly whether they could really eat them. Munch calmly ordered that they would also need to dig a pond. The children cheered joyfully, running around and shouting at everything they discovered. Some pointed out clusters of grapes, while others yelled that they were going to eat all the bananas. Near the portal, the Bureau of the Reincarnated had set up modular camps. One official reported that 37 squads of 20 people had spent 28 hours inside the dungeon, while Steve's guild had cleared it in just 2.5 hours. Another added that the guild's 8th run had taken only 11 minutes. Melissa was furious. She calculated that if they ran the dungeon 10 hours a day, they would clear it entirely in 4 days. What angered her most was that she knew they had agreed too quickly. There should have been limits on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was proudly showing off his new weapon, the Hellblade. The others agreed that it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift, and asked whether he liked it. Jim was delighted. He said he loved it, especially since his old sword had grown dull, and Steve had simply handed him such a powerful replacement. Donnie added that the blade's true power would only be unlocked at rank B. Until then it would not reveal everything it was capable of. Jim smiled and said he would work hard to reach that level as soon as possible, thanking Steve sincerely. Munch then turned to Steve and said he wanted to ask for something as well. He complained that his staff did not deal enough damage, and that he wanted a weapon with a higher critical hit rate. Jim quietly asked Donnie whether Munch was really a monk. Donnie replied that he had once thought the man was a nun. Chad continued taking his medicine in silence. Munch explained that he wanted a winged spear, but his level was too low to afford one. Steve asked whether he meant the spear that cost 120 million and automatically upgraded with rank. A gleaming spear suddenly appeared in Steve's hand, shining brilliantly. The others gasped and excitedly confirmed that it really was a winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch, who immediately tested its balance with a few swings. Loudly, Munch declared his gratitude and swore to repay it with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jim quietly asked Donnie what kind of curses he meant. Donnie replied that Munch specialized in powerful debuffs. Steve then asked Donnie whether he needed anything. Donnie shook his head, lifted the rifle in his hands, and said he had already bought what he wanted and needed nothing else. The others began asking Steve why there was an elephant wandering around his house. Steve admitted he had no idea. Jim remarked that Steve needed to get used to the fact that an F-rank team was casually roaming a 4th level dungeon now. Steve turned to his brother and asked about the medication. Jim asked why it mattered. Donnie replied bluntly that if he did not take it willingly he would be forced to. 2 blades appeared in Chad Sip's hands, shrouded in a cold blue glow. The wild smile on his face deepened as he calmly said, "Let Sips begin." Elsewhere, Hiro was still waiting for an answer to his question about why he could not return to his home country. Anna explained that all air travel had been suspended. Hiro frowned, saying this was the first he had heard of it, and asked what had happened. Anna handed him a tablet and showed him the news. The report described how a wyvern nest had been destroyed, and a passenger plane had been shot down shortly afterward. She added that it was not only air routes that were affected, sea routes had also been shut down, and another article detailed a ship that had mysteriously gone missing. Hiro stared at the screen in disbelief. In his mind he questioned why the wyverns had broken out so early. At that moment his phone rang. It was the minister, and his tone was urgent. The minister said Hiro's group needed to depart immediately because a 7th level dungeon had just opened. Hiro could hardly believe what he was hearing. A 7th level dungeon was not supposed to open yet. Anna was equally stunned. According to their predictions, the dungeon should not have appeared for another 5 months. Hiro looked thoughtfully at the screen of his phone. He realized that events were accelerating. According to his notes, the wyverns were supposed to break out in 3 months, and the military would need at least another month to suppress them. But if the 7th level dungeon was not sealed now, a global crisis would erupt. Everything was becoming tangled and chaotic. If things continued at this pace, he would not have enough time to prepare. There was only one explanation. Steve. He must have returned from the future. If that were true, then the people around him could all become exceptional beings. Hiro thought of the time stone. There was only one. Had Steve gone back 20 years as well? Or had he come from a different timeline entirely? If so, Steve might know about Hiro and his future plans. Hiro clenched his fist. He could no longer ignore Steve. He had to meet him as soon as possible, and if Steve's goals conflicted with his own, then for the sake of humanity, Hiro would have to eliminate him. Turning to Anna, Hiro said that they would head to the 7th level dungeon first. Anna nodded and said she would continue gathering information about Steve. At the same time, Steve was already inside a dungeon. He instructed Munch to gather the monsters together. Munch began striking his bowl rhythmically, murmuring prayers under his breath. Donnie ran up to him and shouted for him to hit the bowl harder and pray louder. Jim stared in confusion at this strange tactic, but still reached for his sword. Donnie peered through the scope of his rifle and warned that the enemy was approaching. The entire squad focused on the depths of the forest. Donnie called out that the distance was 40 meters. Chad drew his blades, chuckling softly, and Jim unsheathed his sword as Donnie announced that the enemies were now 30 meters away. A moment later, a crowd of lizard men burst out of the forest, charging toward them with spears raised. Donnie shouted that there were 125 of them. Steve summoned spirits with one hand, sending them flying toward the monsters, while activating the tornado skill with the other. The lizard men were lifted into the air, spinning violently as water and wind twisted around them. Donnie yelled that one had broken free, but he calmly took aim and shot it down with a single precise bullet. Laughing, he announced that he had already earned 13 points, but the monsters kept coming, and Donnie shouted that there were too many of them. At that moment, Munch activated his Dragon Break skill. A massive blue dragon surged upward, lifting the horde into the sky. As the monsters began to fall back down, Chad rushed forward, plunging into the fray. Donnie turned to Jim and snapped at him, asking why he was standing there like a pillar instead of hunting. Jim had indeed frozen, but Donnie's shouts snapped him out of it. The lizard men regrouped, glaring at them as they prepared to attack again. Donnie fired continuously, yelling for them to die, while Chad slashed through the monsters, severing arms and limbs. Suddenly, one lizard man slipped through and rushed Donnie, thrusting a spear toward his head. Jim reacted instantly. He sliced the spear in half and beheaded the monster in a single motion. Donnie grinned and thanked him, then turned just in time to see Jim finishing off another monster in shock. When a third charged at them, Jim focused and cleanly severed its head as well. Donnie was astonished. The Hellblade was far more effective than he had imagined. Watching Jim fight, he felt as though the man had reached a completely different level. Jim himself recalled his past. when he had applied to a major guild and attended an interview at the Scylla Guild. No other guild would have sent an E-rank swordsman into a 4th-tier dungeon. With a satisfied smile, he realized that Steve's guild was different. Suddenly, a massive lizard man appeared beside him and roared directly into his face. Seeing the mask on its head, Jim instantly recognized it as the Lizard King. At that moment, Chad struck from behind, severing one of the monster's arms. Jim gathered all his strength at the tip of his blade and cried out as he swung. A flurry of slashes followed. The Lizard King's body exploded into pieces, shocking everyone present. Blood poured from the decapitated corpse as it collapsed. Jim stood there in disbelief. He could not believe that he had killed the Lizard King so easily. Donnie, however, let out a sorrowful complaint. He asked why they had to kill it so quickly, lamenting that now all the blood crystals would be wasted. It took Gene a moment to understand what Donnie meant, but when it clicked, he smiled awkwardly and apologized, saying he had gotten carried away. A portal opened beside them, and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes left before it closed. Steve ordered everyone to leave. The group obediently headed toward the portal. Donnie kept glancing back at the corpses, muttering that there were at least 400 million stones left behind. Chad told him to forget it, reminding him that they could come back later. Donnie said he was craving fish pies and suggested that Chad should have some too. Amid their chatter, no one noticed that Munch had slowed down. Sweat trickled down his face as pain flared in his bitten leg. Elsewhere, another team was conducting cleanup operations in the dungeon. At headquarters, a soldier asked Group 2 for a status report. They replied that Sector 3 had been explored by 30%, and added that if Steve had discovered anything important, he would have already marked it. The soldier added that they had checked all the cave drawings and were now moving on to the next sector. Suddenly, a report came in from headquarters. One of the operators said that 6 targets had been detected moving 70 meters away. At 4 o'clock, Cedric heard the information and calmly acknowledged it. He dispatched 2 soldiers with orders to eliminate the targets quietly and retrieve the blood crystals immediately. Cedric then contacted the base and asked for the current location of the Lizard King. The response came quickly. The reconnaissance team had spotted it moving through Sector 12. Cedric acknowledged the report, set down his coffee mug with a heavy sigh, and wondered how long it would take to find anything truly valuable if they continued clearing the dungeon at such a slow pace. Just then, a strange sound echoed nearby. One of the soldiers turned his head sharply, asking what was happening. Another report came in, stating that 8 lizard men were approaching the base from 70 meters out. The soldier remained calm, clearly prepared for an attack, and asked whether the monsters had been spotted visually. He glanced toward the bushes, where a red dot glowed faintly. Holding a remote control in his hand, he muttered that if they came any closer, he would turn them into minced meat. At that moment, something sticky dripped down onto his face. He froze, then slowly looked up. Sitting on the ceiling above him was the Lizard King itself, baring its teeth as it stared down at the soldiers. Elsewhere, Cedric's squad was efficiently cutting down lizard men and extracting blood crystals. Suddenly, Cedric sensed something wrong. He turned sharply toward headquarters and demanded to know what had happened. A frantic transmission crackled through the radio, reporting that the base was under attack, and that all units were to immediately switch to defensive mode. Almost simultaneously, a violent explosion rocked the area. Cedric cursed under his breath and sprinted toward the blast, his squad charging after him. More lizard men rushed in from the sides, and Cedric swung his axe without hesitation. He cut through the monsters effortlessly as he pushed forward, shouting for everyone to hurry back to the base. They had to make it in time. Above them, helicopters and drones from Group 707 circled the landing zone. Another wave of infected approached the soldiers. One man reported that the necroils seemed to be retreating, while another shouted that a helicopter needed to evacuate the wounded immediately. The soldiers opened fire relentlessly, trying to prevent the infected from escaping and shooting down everything in their path. Valentine told Jean that they had received an SOS signal mid-mission and had arrived just in time. Jean replied that they had been planning to join forces with the SDS group anyway. Valentine added that the entire SDS was already mobilized, since they were simultaneously handling multiple 5th-level dungeons. Suddenly, everyone looked up. A blazing fireball streaked through the sky and slammed into one of the helicopters. The aircraft exploded, breaking apart in midair and raining debris down below. Shock rippled through the soldiers. Moments later, an enormous monster emerged from the trees, hurling fireballs in all directions. Back at the Capitol's defense headquarters, a soldier finished playing the footage on a darkened screen and told Melissa that the recording ended there. He explained that it was the last transmission sent by a soldier with a data relay skill. Melissa frowned and said that, in the end, they had learned nothing new. The soldier replied that a full report would only be available once the area was completely cleared. Melissa's expression darkened. She demanded to know why the squads had changed their route and ended up in that location. The soldier began to explain that if the instructors deemed it a mistake, but Melissa cut him off, shouting angrily. She demanded to know who had given the order to enter the Necrel Red Zone, Her voice trembled with fury as she said that if that idiot came back alive, she would kill him herself. She tried calling again, but only heard the automated message saying that the subscriber's device was turned off. Melissa let out a long, weary sigh and muttered aloud why Jean always seemed to be dragged into disasters like this. Unseen by her, the phone she was calling lay shattered in a pool of blood. Inside the dungeon, the base had been completely destroyed. Equipment lay overturned and splattered with blood. A soldier missing one arm was thrown violently out of the field headquarters building, barely suppressing a scream. The Lizard King charged after him and easily caught up, pinning the wounded man's head to the ground with a massive claw. The soldier, however, had been waiting for this moment. With a twisted grin, he pressed a red button on the remote in his hand. The Lizard King sensed danger and turned its head, just as the soldier whispered for it to die quickly. In the next instant, flames engulfed the monster's entire body. It began to disintegrate, collapsing into ash and scorched remains. Cedric and his squad finally reached the base and froze in shock at the sight of the Lizard King's severed head. One of the soldiers reported that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with 10 minutes remaining before it closed. Cedric clenched his jaw in anger, calling the entire situation a disgrace, especially for an operation under the capital's defense command. Elsewhere, Melissa was driving when she received a call through her headset. A soldier reported that the first group had returned. 2 were dead, and 2 more were critically injured. Melissa was stunned by the casualty count, and asked how such losses could occur in a 4th-level dungeon. The sergeant explained that they had split into 2 teams for cleanup and reconnaissance. He added that they planned to go back in again after 2 hours. Melissa told him to make them wait while she searched for reinforcements and asked what the other groups were doing. The reply was that all other squads were currently engaged in raids. She asked whether they had recovered any valuable items. The soldier said they were fully occupied defending the base and had no additional reports. He added that they had confirmed a time discrepancy. Group 1 had spent 48 hours inside the dungeon, while only 24 hours had passed outside. Melissa fell silent. She recalled her own experience entering the dungeon, where time had seemed to pass at double speed. Steve's disappearance for 10 years meant that he had spent 20 years inside the dungeon. Melissa recalled his words about needing 1,000 years of training to become strong. Now she felt they had already confirmed the truth behind those words. If time flowed at double speed, then his training in reality should have taken 500 years. She could not understand how Steve had managed to spend 1,000 years there. She muttered aloud that Steve's guild was already far ahead of them. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would still need to rush desperately just to catch up. A report came in stating that Steve's group had cleared the dungeon 50 times in just 7 hours. They were now leaving the dungeon on the island and heading to the Awakened Bureau to update their warriors' files. Melissa stared at the report in shock as she watched them leave. Meanwhile, Chad was driving, and his level rose to E0. The others were asleep in the back seat, their levels having increased as well. Donnie reached E1, Munch reached D0, and Jim reached D2. Steve turned to Jim and asked whether he was tired. Embarrassed, Jim replied that everything felt unreal, like a dream. Steve was surprised and asked what he meant. Jim admitted sheepishly that he had been sitting idle for 14 years. He had never entered 3rd or 4th level dungeons before, yet today he had entered a 4th level dungeon 50 times. Even the lizard men he killed in droves were as strong as the bosses from the 1st and 2nd levels. After 3 years of grinding, he had barely reached rank E, but in Steve's guild he rose to rank D in a single day. If he had joined the Scylla guild, he would not even have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve seriously offered to pinch him, but Jim quickly declined. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau, and Chad shouted for everyone to wake up. Steve told the groggy group to finish quickly so they could go eat lobsters afterward. Inside the energy measurement room, lightning flashed as before, and faint eyes seemed to peer out from within it. Steve kept hearing voices from the machine, and felt that the louder it became, the clearer the voices sounded. He remembered Melissa mentioning that the device had been created by an English scientist and that she would inform him when a meeting could be arranged. Steve felt a strong urge to fly to England to meet the man. Donnie glanced at Steve's results and remarked that his numbers were far higher than C rank, so he did not understand why Steve had only been assigned that rank. Still, he congratulated him. Steve was startled by the realization that they had only just discovered his level, which meant he was the only one capable of seeing other people's levels. He approached an employee and asked who had created their internal interface. Donnie said in surprise that it seemed to appear automatically after awakening. The employee replied that it was more of an internal myth. They called it the Godstone. After the Great Disaster, this object had been discovered and had led to the development of spatial engineering. Donnie said he thought he had heard of it before, and Steve asked what the Godstone actually was. The employee explained that after the Great Disaster, a red stone covered in inscriptions had appeared somewhere in Europe. After its emergence, all European awakened individuals gained access to the interface. Survivors believed the stone was a divine message, engraved with covenants. After deciphering those covenants, fragments of the stone were distributed across the world. Thanks to them, awakened individuals could use the interface. One fragment of the Godstone was embedded in the Bureau's computer processor, allowing them to regulate and control the awakened interface. The group was stunned by the explanation. They admitted they had never heard any of this before. Steve asked what had been deciphered so far, and the scientist replied that it included the fundamentals of the dungeon world, leveling systems, and the use of spatial energy. Steve quietly wondered whether all of this was part of some divine plan. After leaving the office, the group excitedly discussed everything they had learned. Steve asked how one might meet God, and Donnie casually replied that it was probably after death. Steve mused aloud whether it was possible to create an awakened person by inscribing something with atomic energy during a raid, but Donnie dismissed it as fiction, saying special conditions were required for awakening. Steve changed the subject and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still muttering that it felt unreal, and Steve asked how many times he planned to repeat that. Chad announced that he had reached level 0, stunning the others. Steve then asked his brother whether he remembered the orc dungeon, and Chad asked whether Steve really wanted to go there again. Steve replied that now that he had leveled up, he was strong enough to tame even more wolves. It was time to expand the family again. Donnie asked what they should do next, and Steve instructed them to go on raids with Jim so he could gain experience faster and build teamwork. Jim thanked him, calling him captain, and said it felt good to raid with Steve. Donnie cheerfully added that, since their levels had increased, their government subsidies would also rise. Chad questioned why they even needed those payments when they had already developed so much in the dungeon. Donnie paused, then admitted he had a point. They were already rich. Munch estimated that they had earned about 5 billion, and Donnie added that they had also collected a large number of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said he had forgotten to explain something. The guild took half of the income, and the remaining half was divided among the raid participants. Jim was shocked when he saw that 500 million had been transferred to him. He protested that he had not done much. Donnie laughed and said that Steve was just a very generous person, but Jim still found the terms hard to accept. Suddenly, Steve loudly announced that he was hungry and told everyone to go eat lobsters. At that exact moment, Donnie grabbed his head and screamed that he had forgotten something. The others stared at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes as he said that it looked like he was going to be killed. The group was stunned and asked why. Sometime later, they arrived in Cleveland, where crowds were growing and a portal shimmered in the distance. The group gathered around Donnie's laptop. Jim was shocked by the amount of money displayed, and Chad froze when he saw who the transfers were from. Donnie sobbed and said the money was most likely sent by the Yakuza. Chad asked what business the Yakuza could possibly have with a returning hunter. Donnie explained that, judging by the messages, they were interested in Steve's ability to grow plants. Vast areas of cultivated land had been destroyed. Most food now came from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill could solve any country's food crisis. Donnie smiled weakly and said that as long as they stayed close to Steve, no crisis would be frightening. Steve asked why Donnie thought he would be killed. Donnie explained that they had sent the money because they wanted to talk. If he did not show up within 2 days, they would kill him. Steve said calmly that he had already made it clear he would not meet them. Donnie replied that they never backed down, and that he himself had once sent them a drunk message, claiming that Steve did not have enough money to meet them. Jim clicked his tongue in shock. Steve calmly asked what was needed. Donnie begged him to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise, they would do something terrible to him. Steve immediately agreed. Donnie jumped up and bowed deeply, thanking Steve and promising to donate all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that it would even be worth renaming the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero said they should finish this quickly and go eat lobsters. The others immediately supported him, admitting that they were already starving. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He greeted the audience, introduced himself, then pulled Steve into the frame and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for all this time. He said that Steve personally wanted to say a few words to the sponsor. After that, Donnie stepped out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said bluntly, without any preamble, "I'm not going anywhere." With that, he turned away and added that it was over. Now it was time to eat lobsters. Donnie stood there in a daze and asked if that was really all. The others were just as confused. Jim said that Steve had gotten straight to the point, while Munch urged everyone to hurry up because he was hungry. At that moment, Donnie's phone buzzed. He read the message aloud. If Steve did not want to go to them, then they would come themselves. They asked whether Steve was fine with that. The group turned in surprise. Donnie said that they were prepared to meet Steve here and wanted a serious discussion. Steve replied casually that he did not mind. As they were leaving, he added that if they truly wanted to come, who was going to stop them? At the cafe, Chad asked which country the messages were coming from. Donnie replied that it seemed to be the same country Hero had gone to. None of them noticed that a man at the neighboring table was watching them intently. Night slowly settled over the city, and cars rushed along the busy streets. Inside one of those cars, a man was speaking to his boss, telling him that he was already on his way. After ending the call, he scowled and muttered that the old man was getting on his nerves. Turning to the driver, he said he was exhausted, and that they would go to the club instead. Another call came in, and he answered it with obvious irritation. It was someone from the cafe. The caller reported that he had found Steve. The man asked sharply where he was. The answer came that after dinner with his guild, Steve was heading to a dungeon. When asked which one, the caller said it looked like the dungeon where an incident had recently occurred. The man smiled suddenly, and told his subordinate to keep Steve there. Soon after, a bell rang inside the DGB guild building. A man sitting in a chair answered a call from the director, and asked how he could help. The director said that there was a member named Grace in the Vita group, and during her last interview, she mentioned that she liked Steve. The man confirmed that this was true. The director continued, saying that they were about to release a new song, and that this time he wanted to make use of a scandal to create a stir. The man frowned and asked whether this was really about black PR. Without answering, the director told the driver to turn around because they needed to pick up a client. The car swerved sharply and sped off. Another call came in. The man answered and greeted the caller as the chairman. The chairman immediately shouted at him, calling him a little freak, and demanding to know why he was not there yet. The man replied that he was currently focused on work with the State Security Department group, and asked why his father was swearing at him. The chairman yelled again, accusing him of plotting something behind his back. He ordered him to drive straight to him and warned that if he stopped anywhere else, he would not live. The man calmly replied that there was no need to worry. After all, he was his son, and also the deputy of the State Security Department Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely do something beneficial for the corporation. The chairman shouted again, saying he had no idea what the man was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman roared that it was not that simple and added that he had already sent a manager there. Unable to tolerate his father's shouting any longer, the man snapped that he had his own matters to handle and hung up. Staring at the phone screen, he felt irritated by how little trust his father had in him. Soon after, Grace called him, addressing him as her brother. His tone softened immediately, and he asked how she was doing. She asked whether it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. He replied that he was already on his way to pick her up and told her to come out. After ending the call, he recalled his argument with his father and felt even angrier at the manager. How dare that old fox interfere with his plans? Young people should talk to young people. Even Steve would not be able to resist the charm of an idol from the Vita group. If he succeeded, he would no longer have to bow his head to his father. His power would be limitless. Elsewhere, deep inside a dungeon, darkness covered the area. Tall buildings were overgrown with grass, and strange noises echoed throughout the ruins. A helicopter circled overhead while monsters watched it through broken windows. Glowing spheres shot out from the helicopter, each one a device emitting infrared light. Images appeared on the helicopter screen. The pilot reported that goblins were everywhere. It felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. He wondered why highly trained soldiers with top-tier equipment had been sent to look for just one man. Suddenly, a human figure appeared on the ultraviolet display. The pilot shouted to the left, and one of the glowing spheres turned, bathing the area in red light. The beam revealed a man crouched in a corner, a large scar cutting across his face. The man cursed angrily, shouting that they had already taken advantage of him once, and now this was happening again.